Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure. Yeah, I've been wanting this forever. I've been in the field with whatever they throw at me. Brush it off, pick myself up, moving on to the better. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Suit it up, my whole team do the same. Don't you forget who created the game. Ready for war, I was born with grenades. The trenches where soldiers are made. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
This isn't just a battleground. It's a canvas where dreams are made. Destinies unfold. It's a symphony of dedication, hard work, and sheer determination.
Now it's time for the decider, just raining down help.
It's a journey through the dreams, struggles, and triumph of these warriors. Celebration of unstoppable passion and energy. A dream in the past to living it today. This is the era of everyone. This is the dream. This is Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy.
Come on, people! Hello, everyone. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series, the BGMI Challenge Finals Day 2. I'm your host, Kunal Saluja, and the man walking next to me needs no introduction in the world of gaming, aka Varun John.
Well, thank you so much for that, Kunal. It's lovely to be here. How are you guys doing?
क्या हाल चाल जनता? थोड़ा शोर मचाओ. अरे थोड़ी आवाज निकालो. Okay. Johnny, my friend.
Yes.
So, Johnny.
Yes, Kunal.
How was your experience?
You really want to know, Kunal?
Okay, who's your favorite team?
I'll tell you later.
Okay, but what an amazing day, day one. Kisne socha tha? Oh, geez, orangutans will do 2 chicken dinners. And above all, 44 finishes. With 85 points, they are the table toppers.
Exactly, and to be honest, ये किसी ने नहीं सोचा था, because OG की history finals में काफी shaky रही है. लेकिन ये एक लौता सरप्राइज नहीं है. लीडर बोर्ड के बॉटम पे वो टीम है जिनको सबने नंबर 1 सोचा था.
एक बात तो तय है कि यहाँ तय कुछ भी नहीं है. वेल, OG की इस माइंड ब्लोइंग परफॉर्मेंस पे एक हडल तो बनता है.
Yes, let's do it.
So everyone, one OG huddle.
Are you guys ready?
Of 3, 2, 1. Who? OG! But my all-time favorite battle of day one was between two best friends. एक तरफ कार्निवल, एक तरफ आइकू सोल, एक तरफ ओमेगा, एक तरफ रॉनी. दोनों में से किसी एक साथ घटनी थी अनहोनी. और एंड का रिजल्ट देख.
जवाब सिर्फ एक. अल्फाज अनेक, लेकिन ओमेगा बस एक.
बट जैसा कि आपके फेवरेट स्टार कहते हैं कि
पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त.
भले ही कार्निवल ने कल रात आइकू सोल को हराया उस मैच में, लेकिन कार्निवल पॉइंट्स टेबल में अभी भी 10th स्पॉट पे है और आइकू सोल है ऑन द 3rd पोजीशन. पीपल्स फेवरेट, इसीलिए तो लोग कहते हैं बोल बोल बोल
आइकू सोल,
मेरे संग बोल,
आइकू सोल,
जोर से बोल,
आइकू सोल,
सारे बोल,
आइकू सोल,
IQ Soul.
आइकू सोल.
Who's your favorite? Well, IQ Soul is people's favorite, but there are other teams who are competing और बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है. तो इसी के साथ डे 2 की करते हैं शुरुआत और जल्द से जल्द बुलाते हैं हमारी उन टॉप 16 टीम्स को जिनके बीच आज खेले जाएंगे 6 मैचेस. और क्या आज हमें कोई नया टेबल टॉपर मिलेगा जॉनी?
I mean, इसका जवाब तो दिन के एंड में पता चलेगा, but let's call the team forward.
So, first up, coming up on the stage is the team at the 16th position right now. It's the team God's Reign!
And here they come, led by the man, the myth, the legend, the destroyer, Destro, God's Reign, ladies and gentlemen. अभी टेबल पे पोजीशन है 16th, लेकिन आज हर कोई एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है इस टीम को टॉप 8 के अंदर देखना.
Next team on 15th position is the team Gen X FM Esports.
Fearless Marathas themselves. कल का परफॉर्मेंस is quite similar to जिस तरह से हमने इनको हमारी लीग स्टेज में देखा था, लेकिन आज ये Fearless Marathas actually fearless नजर आएंगे, ये तो मैचेस में ही पता चलेगा.
On number 14 is the team Global Esports.
BGMI का एक लेजेंड लीड करता हुआ 3 यंग ब्लड्स को, and as some things never change, GE is still always fighting. काफी फिनिश पॉइंट्स निकाले कल, बट आज का दिन कुछ अलग करना पड़ेगा अगर लीडर बोर्ड में बाउंस बैक करना है तो.
On number 13, it's WSB Gaming!
Another very impressive team को लीड करते हुए Anuj 2OP to the stand. अब आज के दिन WSB से भी काफी उम्मीदें रहेंगी. जो अग्रेशन लीग स्टेज में देखा था, क्या वो फाइनल्स में फिर से लौटेगा?
On number 12 is the team Gujarat Tigers!
प्लान ऑफ एग्जीक्यूशन काफी सिंपल. टाइगर्स हैं तो हंट पे तो निकलेंगे ही. टीम के अंदर 2 बिग ब्रेन प्लेयर्स, ब्लड गॉड और IGL शैडो. कल धमाकेदार परफॉर्मेंस आया था इन दोनों की तरफ से, लेकिन आज क्या पूरी टीम सेम लेवल पे खेलेगी?
Next up, team on position number 11. It's Team iFlix.
और यंग ब्लड से भरी हुई टीम. कल एक चिकन डिनर भी इन्होंने अपने नाम किया था, लेकिन एक से ज्यादा चिकन डिनर्स की आज रिक्वायरमेंट होगी अगर एंटर करना है टॉप 4 या टॉप 8.
On number 10, it's Carnival Gaming!
Humble IGL कहा तो जाता है ओमेगा को, लेकिन गेम के अंदर there is no humility, only aggression. देखा था कल वो वीकेंडी का गेम जहाँ पे एक impressive winner chicken dinner इस IGL ने अपनी टीम को जिताया था, लेकिन क्या वही प्लेस आज भी रिपीट होंगे?
On number 9, it's Hydra Officials!
Erangel के मैप की सबसे ज्यादा कंसिस्टेंट टीम. 3 Erangels खेले, तीनों के अंदर टॉप 3 फिनिशेस. बट आज मौका है बाकी के मैप्स को कॉन्कर करने का. क्या सैनॉक वेकेंडी पर भी इनका वैसा ही राज होगा जैसा Erangel पे अब तक चल रहा है?
On number 8, it's Team Revenant!
Experience se bharpoor, reverent, they have to live up to their name. Today it is time to rise up again. Top 8 के अंदर ये टीम फिलहाल 8 पोजीशन पर है, बट हम सबको पता है गोल अभी भी ट्रॉफी का ही है.
Team on number 7, it's Team Forever!
फिनिशेस में भले ही ये टीम पीछे हो, लेकिन सर्वाइवल इंस्टिंक्ट्स में किसी से भी ज्यादा पीछे नहीं है. And of course, why should they be? Because the man leading them is the legend himself, always.
The team on 6th position, it's the Team Entity.
यहाँ नजारा थोड़ा सा अलग, कमला बॉय टीम को लीड करते हुए, and the Iceman himself is still clearing the back lines. Entity Gaming ये भी जीत के काफी ज्यादा भूखे और आज मौके भरपूर मिलेंगे इन्हें भी उस चिकन डिनर को अपने नाम करने के.
The team on position number 5, it's Kevin Sports.
लीग स्टेजेस में नंबर 1, लेकिन फाइनल्स की शुरुआत हुई काफी ज्यादा स्लो, बट फिर भी बिफोर डे 1 केम टू एन एंड इस टीम ने किया एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन बाउंस बैक और अब अपने आप को पाते हैं टॉप 5 के अंदर. लेकिन क्या आज के दिन के एंड में केमिनी स्पोर्ट्स फिर से हमें नंबर 1 नजर आएगी? विल फाइंड दैट आउट.
On position number 1, it's Team Blind Esports.
बहुत ज्यादा डोमिनेट किया है इस नाम ने ब्लाइंड ई स्पोर्ट्स ने एक समय पर. अब ये नए प्लेयर्स क्या वो सेम लेगेसी कायम रख पाएंगे? ये अभी हमें पता चलेगा आज के और कल के दिन में. दे हैव बीन इनक्रेडिबल टुडे.
On number 3, it's the people's favorite, Team Aikuso!
हमेशा एक अलग ही माहौल बनता है जब ये टीम अरीना के अंदर आती है. मान्य है इस वक्त अपनी टीम को लीड करते हुए उनके स्टेशन की तरफ टॉप 3 के अंदर जगह तो बनाई है, लेकिन हम सबको पता है ये इतने में सैटिस्फाई नहीं होते.
The team on position number 2, it's Team OR Esports!
लीग स्टेजेस भले ही चौंकाने वाले हों, लेकिन फाइनल्स के अंदर एंट्री उससे भी ज्यादा शॉकिंग थी OR Esports की. Sitting on number 2 on the overall rankings right now, ladies and gentlemen, Robin Sa and the boys.
And now, everyone, put your hands together for the table choppers. Team Orangutan! ओके, तो हमारे टॉप 16 टीम्स आ चुकी हैं. आज है डे 2. इनके बीच एक बार फिर से खेले जाएंगे 6 मैचेस और कल के थे जो दो टेबल टॉपर्स, टीम ओजी एट फर्स्ट स्पॉट एंड टीम ओआर एट सेकंड स्पॉट। इन दोनों टीम से हम इनके लीडर्स को बुलाना चाहेंगे। ना रॉबिन साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
इधर से विज गॉड आया मेरे साथ। He's been very active for interviews recently.
Well, first you should ask OG.
हाँ, एक important question है। कल एक बहुत ही कमाल का क्लच निकाला था आपके IGL ने सैनोक के गेम में। उस टाइम पे मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, हम लोगों के रिएक्शंस तो सबने देख ली, लेकिन आप लोगों का क्या रिएक्शन था उस 1v4 के बाद?
मतलब उसका जो पेशेंस लेवल उसने जो दिखाया, हो मतलब हम तो पागल हो गए, हम चिल्लाने लगे थे भाई। मतलब मुझे भी मोटिवेशन आ गया कि अब मुझे स्टेप अप करना ही पड़ेगा।
पूरी टीम मोटिवेट हो गई थी। एक और सवाल है मेरा, दिस इज गोना बी अ डिफिकल्ट वन फॉर यू, क्योंकि आप लोगों के डे 2 और डे 3 के जो हिस्ट्री है वो थोड़ी सी शेकी रहती है। आज हाउ यू गोना प्रोटेक्ट योरसेल्फ? पीठ पे बहुत बड़ा टारगेट है, यू गाइस नो दैट राइट?
यस, डे 2 डे 3 नहीं रहती, मतलब लास्ट डे रहती है। हम थोड़ा चोक कर देते, बट विल गिव आवर बेस्ट। हम ट्राई करें कि मतलब हम लोग को जो इतने लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं और ऑर्ग ने मेरे को इतना सपोर्ट किया है, सबको सपोर्ट किया है, तो हम निराश ना करें।
Okay, that was the champion team, day 1 table toppers, team OG. But Robin sir, सबको पता है लीग स्टेजेस में कितनी मुश्किलों से नैया पार होके यहाँ टॉप 16 में जगह मिली है। But day 1 brother, that was amazing. क्या चेंज किया?
चेंज कुछ नहीं, मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो मैं अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ। मेरे बंदों को भी जो ऑडियंस लेने उनका फर्स्ट है, तो वो एक्सपीरियंस और जो मेरे पास एक्सपीरियंस है वो शेयर कर रहा हूँ, उसी पे स्टिक है और बस जो है रिजल्ट है सामने है सबके।
मतलब जिस हिसाब से डे 1 पे टीम ओआर खेली, मार्केट में इनकी रिपोर्ट निकाल के देखिए वेल जी भाई, एकदम अच्छी मिलेगी सारे खिलाड़ियों की। रॉबिन साहब, जस्ट वन फन क्वेश्चन, इफ अ नूब लाइक मी वांट्स टू गेट एडमिशन इन योर एकेडमी, व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स आई नीड टू डू?
कुछ नहीं, ओनली डेडिकेशन और डिवाइस।
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thanks to both of you. आप लोग वापस अपने अपने बूथ पे जाइए. Get ready for the battle.
Are you ready?
जान लिया, एक एक्सपर्ट मेरे साथ हैं, 2 और एक्सपर्ट्स के पास चलें और उनसे जानते हैं उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या हैं फ्रॉम डे 2 over to Fixes and Thug.
Well, day 2 is considered to be the day of comebacks, but will that actually come true? We'll find that out today itself. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be hosting Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. And of course, as I mentioned, it is the grand finals itself. This is where it all comes down to. Day 1 was quite astonishing. True. But day 2, are we going to see any type of comebacks? What do you think?
I mean, you've already named it as the day of comebacks, so I'm really expecting some. And since we're talking about comebacks, we already know a team that has been phenomenal in that. Even in the challenge season, we saw that. I'm expecting the exact same thing right now on day 2. That's going to be Global Esports. Yes, the team is pretty far down on the table, almost in the bottom 3, but you were the one who mentioned they've got the most finishes.
Exactly. They indeed do have a lot of finishes. And of course, Beast was able to perform up to the mark. Even Mavi, we saw some glorious moment from that man.
True.
But then how can you forget about Carnival Gaming too, from Omega? The man who was supposed to be the IGL of the team, he was performing out of his mind yesterday. But you look at towards the arena, look at the lines of the people that are currently out there just waiting to get their hands on the ticket. If you guys also want to be over here in the arena itself, make sure to come to Indoor Stadium. We're just waiting for you guys.
Yes, that is indeed true. I mean, there we go. People are already running inside because they do not want to miss out on that action. So make sure to tune in on the correct time. And you've still got one more day, remember? The 3rd day as well. We'll be there.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how things were looking like yesterday, considering, as I mentioned, we saw a lot of astonishing moments.
True.
OG at the top of the table, it's something we did not expect at all. But hopefully today things are going to be much more ironed out from them, because once again, even inside of the interview, it was clearly said that there's a massive target on their back.
That is indeed true. A massive target and a massive responsibility as well. We can hear all the shoutings coming in from the audience. But again, it's not just OG, it's also OR and all the other teams that are participating in the top 16, because they have had a great run in challenge season. Difficult one as well for teams like Gen X FM. But again, it's going to be the main time of their performance.
Exactly. As I mentioned, it's going to be the main time, but how can you forget about teams that are still struggling? God's Reen, it is supposed to be one of the best teams that this region has to offer. But God's Reen currently, they're at the bottom spot, on the 16th spot in the overall standings. none of us saw this coming too. In general, day one was filled with a lot of surprises. We had a little bit of talk with the players of God's Reign too, and they said this clearly, that we're probably going to patch a couple of things up. We're probably going to try to iron things out as well in our play style a little bit more. And yes, we have faced a lot of issues yesterday. Hopefully the same thing's not going to be repeating today as well. But as we do move on with the show, we've got the overall prize pool of the entire show in front of us. 25 lakhs for the first placing team. Then the second place team will be getting 10 lakhs. The third one will be getting 4. And of course, it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the special prize pool. Every team. Okay, I feel like you've got something to say.
Yeah, because every single team is getting something. And even at the 16th spot, the team is getting 25,000. But at the end of the day, if you're the MVP, you get 50,000. If you get a chicken dinner, you get 50,000 for that. And the funniest part was, if you get some additional chicken dinners, the prize is going to double up. And we are seeing the prize pool accumulated by these teams already.
OG, of course, they've got the most amount of money accumulated so far, but then Entity's not that far behind too, you know, because once again, no matter what finishes they get, per finish will give you 2.5K, and that's still a lot of money. Yesterday we saw quite a lot of those finishes sort of miss out of their hands, so that's 2.5K just getting missed out of your hands. So make sure you're getting all those elimination points. I'm speaking about the players.
That is, of course you're speaking about the players. Totally agree with you on that point. But yes, at the end of the day, you need to focus on those finish points. Global Esports has been doing that, but they still need to focus on those important position points, because you can't miss out over the fact how you're gonna get 50,000 for the chicken dinners. But since we were already talking about the finishes, we're gonna see the finish leaders as well. AKOP, the man who's taking the baton for Orangutan.
Exactly. AKOP with 6 matches played and 16 finishes wrapped up, of course, is doing quite good, currently at the top 2. Yesterday we saw Ash from the side of OG pull out a 1v4 against Aiku Soul, and that was just an insane, mind-blowing moment. But ladies and gentlemen, we had a chance to get a couple of these video clips with the players, and I'm pretty sure soon enough we are going to be dialing in that video clip too. But overall, with how things are looking like for Global Esports, for them, as you mentioned, on the latter half of the board, they definitely do have a lot of points accumulated when it comes to the elimination side, but then placement points are also needed.
Placement points are indeed where they are struggling. So I'm expecting them to kind of change their playstyle. Not a lot, just a little bit, because we did see them eliminated early on in a couple of games previously. And this is a sprint after all. You cannot let loose of any single match.
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the video clip rolling up on the screen soon, so let's move on forward and look at that.
अगर वो कोई कॉल देते हैं कि ये चीज़ करनी है, तो फिर वो चीज़ हम करते हैं, चाहे वो हमें एक बार को अगर खुद को भी लग रही होगी कि गलत है, बट अगर पाजी ने बोला है कि वो चीज़ करनी है, तो वो चीज़ हम आँख बंद करके पूरा भरोसा करके कर देते हैं. वो सही हो ही जाती है मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम तो, और वो आप परफॉर्मेंस में तो देख ही रहे होगे कैसी जा रही है अभी हमारी. उनका एक्सपीरियंस तो आप जैसे जानते ही हो कि वो इतने पुराने प्लेयर हैं, हम लोग के एकदम सीनियर हैं, और अभी हम 3 जैसे निंजा बॉयर्स लग भी वो लोग भी नए नए असॉल्टर हैं. तो हम तीनों को भी एक दूसरे पे पूरा भरोसा है कि अगर कोई जाके नॉक भी हो जाएगा तो बाकी 2 संभाल लेंगे. तो उसमें हम लोग को भी ज़्यादा टेंशन होती नहीं है. जहाँ पाजी बोलते फाइट लेने, हम वहीं चले जाते हैं.
That's Mavi right there in front of you guys. Once again, just sitting in that same stance where he likes to sit. And of course, just waving to the fans as well, just waving with the camera. This man has a lot of experience, and that's what he's trying to bring inside of the entire roster as well.
I mean, we were already talking about how solid these IGLs are playing. And Mavi is a man who people thought that because of his fever, he might not be able to perform that much. But the way he was still playing on day number 1, I would say that was a decent performance, because his team was getting those frags, those finishes. But at the end of the day, now the main focus is going to be those placement points. And it's not just them, it's also Gen XFM, it is also God's Reign.
Exactly. But you know what? We need to look at the entire schedule, because that's where things will be a little bit more figured out. Because once again, everything is going to be rinse and repeat. The same schedule will be moved on forward. We're going to kick things off with Erangel. And then after the third map, we will see some variety. Sanhok, Vikendi returning back in the mix, and then once again we'll end things off on Erangel. But speaking of Erangel itself, OG, they have been playing quite phenomenal.
Oh, that's a very well mentioned point as well. And it's not just OG. Yes, OG have got 2 chicken dinners on that map. It is also Team Hydra official. We also saw that all the stage hosts, anticipate and let us know about that one specific measure, that they have placed 3rd in every single Erangel. What I really feel is that they need to kind of tune up their finish points. They need to be a little more on that aggressive side of the spectrum, because that's where they are lacking. Otherwise, I'm expecting to see these teams in top 3.
Exactly, but you know what? We got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor once again, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And with that being said, we also need to go forward and make a match prediction. Who do you think is going to be the one to take the chicken dinner in the first game of the day?
It's going to be Erangel. We've seen a lot of teams, players, and everyone saying that Revenant kind of make a comeback on day number 2. So I'm expecting maybe Revenant could potentially take that chicken. So I'm going to go in, give my guess to Revenant. I'm going to put my ball in their court.
Listen, man, I'm not going to lie. That's quite a risky pick from your side. But I'm going to go with Blind Esports. They're doing quite okay in the overall standings. And I genuinely think so. If they do kick things off on a fantastic note, that lead the players of OG have built so far, that cushion will instantly fade away. Even for OR Esports, it will be a wake-up call.
Absolutely true, because the lead is not that high. We also saw how everyone was discussing about this very same fact. Yes, they're on that 84.85 point mark, but it's not that high. It's around 25-29 points lead, and that is not that high. Just one chicken dinner, and they'd be able to quickly take that leap. And we've seen Orangutan falter a little bit on the map of Vikendi itself. We saw that happen yesterday, but nonetheless, I'm going to enjoy a lot.
Me too. It is going to be a fun day, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of those happen today. There's a lot of teams still struggling, and Godspeed is one of those. And as soon as we saw Godspeed sitting on the 16th spot, it was a big shocker for all the fans, and not just for the fans, even for us ourselves. I'm pretty sure Delta is not a person who's going to be quiet. Of course, Destro too is not a person who will just sit there and be quiet. Destro will definitely try to cook something up today.
I am hoping that they've got something, some kind of ace up their sleeve, because it's a sprint, and if day 2 does not go in their favor, then I don't think so they'd be able to make it back on the last day. So it's now or never, and not just for them, but for all the teams who are in the bottom 8.
Exactly. For the bottom 8, it's going to be an important day, because if you're not able to make the comeback today itself, day 3 will be too late.
True.
Teams like Hydro Officials, teams like Gen X FM, for them, they're here to make a mark. They're here to prove something. And if they're not able to do so, problems will start to rise up on day 3, and those problems will be next to impossible to deal with, including
Agreed.
Team Forever too. Even these guys still need to perform up to the mark. Yes, they're doing decent, but doing decent's not enough when you're aiming for the first spot.
Absolutely true. You need to get those finishes, you need to get those chicken dinners lined up, and one team that has been at least getting those good amount of position points is of course Entity and Team Soul. Both of them, in terms of Entity, they've got a chicken dinner for themselves, but Team Soul, they haven't yet reached that top spot. But on the other side of the spectrum, even without that, you can see them in the top 3. So it clearly shows how consistent they are, and if that continues, I'm still very scared of the teams who are in that top 2, Orangutan, OR. They could be taken down at any moment when these players decide that they want to chase the kills.
I mean, these players definitely would want to chase those points that will be there. And as we know, per elimination will give you 2.5K. So there's also a lot of money for grabs. And then every chicken dinner you get, you will be getting 50K in total after the game. But not just that. If you get 2 games back-to-back, then you will be getting 100K. But then if you get a third game too back-to-back, then once again, the money will be reset. So you will get 50K. But if you get 4 games back-to-back, then you will get 4 lakhs. That's a lot of money.
A lot of money indeed, and that's the reason why we all are having these competitions.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel's going to be on the way as map 1 will be played soon. It's booting up on the screens, and as the plane flat path starts all the way from Milta Power towards Primorsk, this plane flat path is going to cause a lot of issues. I can tell already. We're going to see a lot of early game collision.
But I really feel scared about the side of Global Esports. They want to end up all the way towards Severny, and I'm not quite sure if they'd be able to reach there. Also, for the teams who love to drop around the area of Rozhok, I think so they would still have the opportunity. Like Team Aiku Soul, they might not have any major difficulties, but Gujarat Tigers, we normally see them dropping towards the ruins. I think so that might be inaccessible to them unless they of course decide to try and drop somewhere around Pochinki and take those vehicles. But that's a risk because Entity is going to take control of that area, and if you really want to end up somewhere on the western part, you'll be having WSB welcoming you with open arms. So the teams who want to end up north, yeah, they're gonna have to find some kind of path.
Exactly. I mean, considering it is the southern plane fly path, so things will be spiced up. Teams will be needing to drop on their temporary drop locations, and that's when a lot of fights do tend to crumble up. Before now, as we do see Gujarat Tigers as well, they haven't taken an exit from the plain flat patch just yet. Hydra, they like to go towards Milta Power. Revenant Esports, they like to go towards Milta itself. iFlix towards Nora Pro, that's the exact place they have been moving towards. And yesterday, if you remember from God's Reen, Destro was getting picked off the first. Hopefully the same thing's not going to repeat once again.
I'm really hoping for the exact same thing because, of course, if we are seeing the teams who are on top, you see the IGLs also going in for those frags. Ash, Robin, both of them are doing a decent job. Ash, I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job, brutally honest. On the other side, Omega got his team a chicken dinner as well. You talk about Pukar, he's also doing a great job. Somraj as well. You talk about all of those players, they will be on top of those charts. But Destro, yes, has been facing those jitters, so I think so day 2 should be the place where he resets everything and try to bring out the aces that are up their sleeve. But yet again, we're talking about how topside is entirely empty. But we heard some shots being fired, if I'm not wrong.
We indeed did.
Huh.
Genix FM, a team, for them, everything matters at this point. They need to make a solid comeback. And if the comeback's not going to happen, then the real problems will start to knock their doors.
True.
They're quite spread out, though. This approach, I'm not a big fan of that. Maybe something needs to be done. They need to try and reunite with each other as quick as possible. Once again, it's all props to the plain flypath.
I'm still quite concerned about, you know, that entire cluster that's been forming around Lipovka, where you see Global Esports, you also see Blind, you've got Genix FM, WSB. I was really hoping to see them drop somewhere around the western part, but since, again, Hospital was inaccessible, Gujarat Tigers decided to take control of that area, and WSB, they dropped in, again, anywhere between prison and shelter, trying to loot those areas. And we already know Blind was in a pretty phenomenal form, even in terms of those finishes. I'm not quite sure if they really would want to try and take those early fights.
Oh no. Genix FM, as I mentioned, what was happening on the board was not exactly a good news for them. They were quite spread out, and WSP, they're here to grab a couple of elimination points. Karan will be confirmed. That's 2.5k in the pockets off the bat. WSP, Armand's going to be the man to open things up. Genix FM, it's better for them to just run away from this spot and try and play for the survival because they're down to just a 3-man squad.
The Georgia City was inaccessible, so they also had to take the drop in this area. That is pretty unfortunate from their side. On the other side, though, even Kemin in the area of Yasnaya Polyana. I was actually pretty surprised to see them there because normally you would see the likes of OR trying to take control of that space, but still, maybe a peace treaty. On the other side, Arman, he does not have a lot of HP. Just one bullet and he might be taken down. So there's no one to put that bullet in the body.
Indeed. I mean, for WSP, it's another one of those teams that is currently desperate inside of the game. They've already managed to get 2 finish points. Oh, I feel so bad for Genix FM. The plain flat path screw up everything for these guys, and now it's just down to Spider-Jawed and Skillful. The struggle's already starting to happen. And Global Esports towards Stalburst, Severny's side, there's going to be no one to trouble them. So for Global Esports, it's going to be smooth sailing, at least inside of the first zone. No issues in that regard. Entity Gaming, they're almost in the smack center. IQ Soul in a solid spot too, considering that's where they like to drop. And luckily enough for Soul, they found Rozhawk completely empty.
We normally see teams not disturbing the wasp nest, not trying to drop that area and, you know, take those early fights. We did see what happened yesterday on the map of Sanhok with Global Esports, when 2 of these Goliaths faced off against each other, and it was Aiku Soul again who came out on top in Camp Alpha area. So it's better not to touch them at this point, at least. On the other side though, whenever a zone like this forms, we do see some problems that brew up for God's Reign, because they are down south in Military Base Island. They rotate way too late. And let's be brutally honest, they are not being able to win those fights. At least yesterday, things did not go their way. I'm really hoping that it would change today. But the same thing could also be said for Hydra officials. They are not winning a lot of those fights. If I'm not wrong, they don't even have double-digit eliminations.
Yeah, that's quite rough for Hydra. And specifically, if you talk about iFlix, for them, yeah, they won that chicken dinner. But then after that, everything was downhill.
True.
They did not get a lot of points. They were super inconsistent. iFlix, they need to repeat that chicken dinner once again and just back it up with a couple of more placement points in the upcoming games. And once you find yourself in that groove, once you find yourself with that consistency, that's all that matters.
Just like how the performance of the Snapdragon, 120 FPS, that's all you need. Maybe that's the reason why Orangutan got a couple of chicken dinners yesterday. No jitters in terms of screen's refresh rate and everything, so that's a plus point. But yeah, at the end of the day, iFlix, just as you previously mentioned, one chicken dinner is not going to cut it. They've got to try and get more of them. Got to get those more elimination points too, because this time you don't have any other team who are facing some problems to step onto. This time it's all these Goliaths. And the same could be said for Gen X FM, who again yesterday were not doing very good and have started the day in the similar manner, losing early members. And that's kind of rough onto them, because again the plane fly path was in such a way that they could not go into their primary drop location. So of course that was a big problem for them, but I'm really looking forward to the possible collision of Orangutan and Team Forever that normally happens whenever we see some kind of northern oriented circle.
Pretty much. God's Reign, for them, at this point, all that should matter is safety.
True.
Yeah, elimination points, we know they're capable of getting those. But what they need really is a good balance of both. Placement points and elimination points. Yesterday, God's Reign, they were just completely deactivated. But today, we might see a different one. That's what Destro said. He said that he is going to make a comeback. Yesterday, a couple of things slipped out, but now we know exactly what to do. And now for OR Esports, they're right against the players of Kemin. This can be an interesting fight brewing up. There's two players towards the apartments area, and then Kemin Esports, they've got the two players on the right side of Yasna Poliana.
And I still remember that one game from Kemin, when, if I'm not wrong, they were up against the team of Ninja Jord and boys, and they got 3 picks. And then Ninja Jord was just able to get that 1v4 against Entity. And all Kemin did was just stay in the background, fire some shots out in the air, and enjoy. I guess that's all they need to do, because even yesterday we saw them almost getting that chicken dinner on the last map of Erangel. They were facing some jitters, some problems. Yes, that is true. But when they activated, it just seemed you cannot go up against these players whenever they are feeling it. And we've been talking about how Kemin, they sometimes deactivate on LAN, but this time there's a big possibility for them to prove all of the analysts wrong.
I mean, talk about proving the analysts wrong. A lot of teams have a chance to do so. Kemin Esports especially.
True.
I mean, these guys, they made it inside of the tournament as the underdog. They performed out of their minds. And now a lot of people are actually looking forward for Kemin Esports' performance inside of the grand finals, inside of the entire LAN finale.
Agreed.
And Kemin Esports, they're currently in the top 5, if I'm not wrong. They're on the 5th spot in the overall standings.
But we can't quite say that for WSB, right? Because you also mentioned about the team. Oh my goodness, wait, a few shots being fired, and that's going to be Anuj 2 OP, still surviving on a slither of HP, and Blue is also hitting him, but Skillful's bullet will collect first.
Oh, beautiful nade towards Skillful. 1v1 between Zerif and Skillful. WSB, they've got the backup arriving as well from the back lines. You can see that. And yeah, of course, Zerif has got the man advantage inside of the fight itself. It's a 2v3 brewing up. And for WSB, this should not be that tough to collect in the back. But still, Spider Jaw's able to take another man down. WSB taken down to a 2-man squad. It's now starting to look like a real big trouble. A lot of shots missed from Armand. And Genix FM could have got another lifeline, but it gets stolen away.
Oh my God, WSB just seems so disconnected in that fight. And that is the exact point Genix FM were capitalizing on. And the way they were able to get 3 of their players down to their knees, completed a couple of flushes as well. That's a lot of damage being done to the members of WSB, not the way you would really want to start the last day. Yes, for Genix FM, that was a horrific start. But I would still say they kind of got the most out of that situation, where they were not even supposed to get one.
Gujarat Tigers. This team's got their own troubles. CG right next to him. Omega has been looking at the top of his form, being the IGL, making all the calls yesterday. Omega in Vikendi, he pulled off an incredible 1v1 clutch in the end.
Yep.
Gujarat Tigers in front of us too. MJ, Clutch God, Wixkey, Shadow. And recently we've seen one thing from Shadow. He's changed his play style drastically.
Yes.
Now he seems a little bit more defensive, a little bit more cautious. Yeah, but he does not shy away from the fights though.
You bring the fights to him, he will answer back in the best way possible. That's what you love to see. On the other side though, another team that does not shy away from the fight. Of course, Global Esports. They're all slowly making their way in. Gujarat Tigers, we have seen this team time and time again surprise us, perform extremely well. They've got those individual MVPs so many times. If I'm not wrong, they're the ones who've had those maximum solo MVPs, even though they were not the ones getting those chicken dinners. It clearly shows that this team has got such a great potential. Entity having their fun time. Troy already spotting a few players out. Now you do not want to get into the crosshair of Troy.
Indeed you don't. And Troy just tapping away. Entity Gaming, someone downline. They know there's someone in that compound. That's why they're being extra cautious. Maybe if you can, try and squeeze a couple of more elimination points away. Skips in front of us from Blind. And considering Blind Esports, they've got a solid spot to play with towards the potato hill. But they're still playing on the edges. Hydra officials, they indulge in a fight against Entity Gaming. Gamla Boy strike down. That's a big elimination by Hydra Spray God. That's going to be 2.5K in the pockets, but once again, you need to realize now the lobby can be in a big sigh of relief because the big threat has been neutralized from Entity Gaming.
It was probably again Troy's few one-taps that got the attention of Hydra, that there might be someone lurking out there in the open, and we see entities sometimes in those spread out positions, and that's exactly what Hydra capitalized on. And you love to see Hydra going on the aggressive. You want to see those extra eliminations from this team, and now suddenly this position of Entity does not look too good because they are out in the open. They've already gathered the attention of a couple of teams, and you really would want to try and switch and change those spots. It's way better than getting third-partied by a couple of them, because you can clearly see as the circle has also taken its shift, a lot of these teams are playing in that off-center area. And if you're Entity, you've got to be worried about Soul. You've got to be worried about the team down south, that's Revenant. Also, the team on your east, Hydra, and just behind them, Blind.
Troy just taking a lot of shots against the opponent in the front. Eye flicks inside of the compounds. And Troy, especially for Entity, he has been the main performer.
True.
Troy has been taking a lot of these fights. He's been leading the pack as well. While Samraj, the man who's going for the IGLing, Gamla Boy, even he's been putting up a lot of those elimination numbers. At least in the challenge season, that's what we saw. But so far from Entity, we're not seeing the exact game style they showcased in the challenge season.
If there was one player who was constantly surprising us from the side of Entity, it was definitely Troy. Yes, you would expect him to go in for those bonkers of the shots, but the numbers that he was putting up, it still inspires me. On the other side, Aiku Soul as well. The consistency, if you really need a definition of consistency or a synonym for that, you can just take the name of Aiku Soul. Even if they don't get a lot of finishes, they will get those positions. But for now, position is where GE are struggling.
And if I'm not wrong, Aiku Soul, they do not have a single chicken dinner. Global Esports, they fall inside a big trap. And Carnival Gaming, they're inflicting a lot of pain and hurt.
Oh!
It's all down to Mavi, and just like that, within a flash, Global Esports has been eliminated from the game. A big threat neutralized from the lobby. Carnival Gaming, what a big elimination that was.
Ruins is the area where Global Esports got ruined by Carnival Gaming. Such a great performance and a great start. Arena just roaring out. They did lose one member, but still have got 3 upstanding. And in the meantime, the reposition that came in from Entity will also be trying to watch out and gatekeep the members of Blind. Not exactly gatekeep, but yeah. Trying to keep them in the compound that they already are. I wouldn't exactly call it an urban finish, but you've still got pretty decent amount of compounds. And this is an area where you can see a lot of ridges. As well as the Water City would potentially be a place where you would want to try and get some of those compounds. Kemin will be coming from up north. They should face some retaliation, specifically from maybe Carnival Gaming if they're watching that angle. Down directly towards the west, you'll be seeing OG taking that entrance, but I'm not a very big fan of that position, as Gujarat Tigers like to play around Everest, and that's where they are stationed.
Blind Esports, 4 players towards Water City. Entity Gaming as well, just sharing a compound with the foes. Gujarat Tigers backing away from this fight. They do not want to mess around with the opponents just yet. It's OG too. So yeah, it's better to back away. This team's in red hot form.
Going exactly with the color that they have right now on the screens.
Yeah. Specifically yesterday, what we saw from OG, even though they did not have the man number, they were still striking some of the big names down without even any trouble.
No one can forget the 1v4 of Ash against Soul. And that is the best example of where not to take the fight, where you see the members of OG. Aquanox though in that watchtower, high up. Just one pixel of the place is what Zap needs to try and put a bullet in the helmet. On the other side, WSB are also taking the entry from the Rozhok Bridge, and they would potentially be welcomed by the members of Entity. On the other side though, again, God's Reign, a team that has been struggling. OR has been having a phenomenal form. They would really want to keep it in day number 2 as well, because just like Orangutan, we've also got the history of OR, that they kind of falter on day 2 and day 3. But this time around, some good cheap damage being done onto the members of God's Reign. But this circle shift is something that's going to pose a lot of problems for the teams who are out on the edges.
Circle shifting out in the open. It's not going to be good for a lot of these teams. It's all about the limited edition tickets. And if you're able to book yourself a good slot inside of the zone, it's better. If you're not, well, you will be exposed and messed around with quite easily. OR Esports just routing themselves in the smoke. They know they're out in the open, but they still need to make it inside of the zone. The same thing can be said for God's Reign, but at least for now, temporarily, God's Reign does have a cover. They do have an entire compound on their name.
But the same can't be said for OR, and their backs were exposed to the members of Revenant. That's the reason why we saw that knock coming in, and Fierce wants to make his way. You do not want to fight this man. IGL Robin has been down on his knees now, and a smoke cover is being created.
Oh, a beautiful nade tossed in the front, and Revenant, Fierce finds Zap. Sensei as well runs another man over. OR Esports, they're getting dismantled. And within a matter of 2 seconds, Revenant Esports, they've taken him down like it does not even matter. With ease, they just rip through OR Esports, a team that's standing on second spot in the overall standings. And look at the util barrage that's currently there. It's a nade parade.
But it's still the side of Godsrain who are winning because Fierce and Blaze, both of them are down on their knees and Aquanox is just way too far back. And just like that, even Blind going for their third party. Shogun, the man himself, going in for that rush. It's Godsrain who will be taking the fight to Revenant. And the Grave of War is now going to become the Grave of Revenant maybe, unless Sensei can pull a crazy clutch. And that is not happening today.
Oh, it's done. Revenant Esports dismantled systematically. And Godsrain, they could just feel it coursing through their veins that this game, for them, will be a date with destiny. But unfortunately, they're still outside of the zone, just playing on the edges. They need to step their foot in. And unfortunately for Godsrain, their foot will be out in the open too. But you've got to make something out of nothing at this point. Gujarat Tigers, Shadow OG chipped up, he backs away. Wixkey and Clutch God still quite healthy. They've got such a good positioning too. Gujarat Tigers, they're quite lucky with this one.
Indeed, but we might potentially see another team trying to take that space away. That could be IQ Soul, because when a similar kind of circle happened, but that was down towards the eastern side, we did see Soul taking that exact similar spot on the other side though. Again, the explosions are just causing so many players to collapse.
Oh, Gujarat Tigers, Wixkey. He can hear all the footsteps marching on top of him, but all he can do is just wait patiently. And the man in midair gets taken down. Kevin Esports, the player falling apart one after one. And now it's all down to Venom in the close lines too. Even Venom gets knocked out. In the back lines, there's Phantom. IQ Soul as well, moving in from the back. It's a third party from them. So many problems brewing up in this same area. I mentioned a while ago, Gujarat Tigers, they're quite lucky to get their hands on this spot, but now it might just be IQ Soul to come out on top of this beautiful nade for Phantom. Can be the deal sealer too. One man knocked out. MJ all the way in the back from Gujarat Tigers. He's the one keeping his team's dreams and hopes alive. But Manya, he finds the closure on the last man.
I told you that Soul will fight for that spot, and they came in at the perfect time as well, ruining the dreams of Kemin to get some points in this game. They would only have to settle down with a couple of them. On the other side though, MJ will now just play for survival, and I don't even think so. He's got a lot of first aid kits. But if you look directly at the other side, Orangutan now just will be manhandling the teams who are down south of them. And one of them is going to be Team Forever. But I'm really quite interested in how Hydra Official would want to take the entry, because they've got Godsrain on one side. If they go from down south, they will have Orangutan waiting for them. And if they go all the way directly from north, you've got Blind and Entity. And I'm not quite sure how they would be able to take that entry unless they try and just squish through Aquanox, who's trying to stay alive in the area of the southeastern part of that circle.
WSP Entity right in front. For WSP, they took a lot of damage. Entity Gaming with 3 players in that compound.
Oh,
it's definitely a position they can rely on quite a lot.
OG?
Blind Esports 2 in the outskirts. Orangutan in a fight against the players of Team Forever. For OG, this fight's going to matter quite a lot. And so far, Team Forever, they just have no intentions of going for a direct impact, a direct collision against OG. But finally, OG, they make their step forward and they start dismantling, destroying Team Forever. It's all down to Flock, one last man alive. He patches himself up inside of the vehicle, but for how long can he stay alive? Once again, IQ Soul looking for a third party. IQ Soul, they have been the thieves in the night, just looking for to steal the elimination points away. And Flock from Team Forever is doing a great job keeping his position anonymous.
Oh, but he can be a spoiler, and as soon as I say that, the vehicle explosion got the better of him, but as Powers got the DBS in hand, he is a man who handles a lot of those players. But as of now, Orangutan, they're also being kept in check. They're not trying to push the issue because they've got a decent position in the circle, but they've still got to go in for a little bit of a reposition, do not want to go close to the members of IQ Soul.
OG, they have fallen back. I like this. It's a wise decision.
Oh my
Not
God.
trying to go for these ego plays. And Soul, they've got their own problems brewing up. CG as well from the side is now starting to take a lot of shots against him. And OG, they might just find the exact moment that they needed. now they can definitely put a little bit of more pain and hurt on the players of Seoul. Manya behind the buggy. OG at the top of that hill. For Team Seoul, this will be an interesting fight. It will be a tough battle.
But I still want to look at Carnival Gaming and the team that's taking the entry from the east. Two of them, one is Blind, second is Entity. Both of them will be checked in. One by OG and the other one by Carnival itself. Now Trigger's attention will be taken away. Puka was taken down. Blind, this is a fight that they need to win.
Blind Esports.
Oh.
An invited guest in the party, but Adi gets caught from somewhere else. Oh no, that's not a good news. Blind, they came in with full force, but now they're just down to a 3-man squad.
OG might be pinched. It's not a good position.
Oh, the nade sails in and finds Witchjawed. Two more players still up. It's down to AKOP and Trigger, and even Aiku Soul now they're starting to make some moves. You can see Ronnie inside of the vehicle going for the scout maneuvers. But OG on the verge of getting ripped apart. From the side it's Blind, from the front it's Soul. What can you exactly do? AKOP way too low as well, and eventually Skips makes the push. He makes the call, and he devours them both. Skips single-handedly just taking them down, ripping through them. But it's time for Aiku Soul to pounce on top of the opportunity and shut them down. But Blind, they're looking for to hit him back once again. It's the top 4 teams alive, and Soul is one of those, and they will wipe out Blind. Aiku Soul, today's day, they're starting things off in a fantastic note.
But the rivalry is now going to come into play. That nade could be disastrous. No, still just chips a little bit of a damage. The second one goes in way too far wide. Those buggies, no way. We still see Akshat getting one. Nakul has been taken down. Ronnie being finished. This seems to be a game for Carnival Gaming to start things off in a crazy fashion. But we are down to last 2 as Entity needs to be taken care of.
Entity, they still need to make it inside of the zone, and that's what they're doing. They're making it in. Slowly and steadily. Keeping their steps ahead. Omega in the front line. Somraj just barely making it inside of the zone. The nade's right next to him. He needs to hide behind the cover. The nade blows up. Somraj now chipped out. Troy just left outside of the blue. So many problems for Entity at the same time brewing up. And for Carnival Gaming, it's the victory march. Last man gets taken down by the zone, and it's Carnival Gaming to kick things off on a fantastic note. Who would have thought about this?
Not me, I'll be honest, not me, because I was really thinking maybe it could be Blind. Given the fact how many finishes they had, I thought they were steamrolling in it. Even Aiku Soul, the way they pincered Orangutan clearly meant the demise of the apes. But then one of them had to survive. It was Aiku Soul, but what a timing being caught by Carnival Gaming. And that is one of the reasons why they just waited for that southern area to get cleared, only to then take that space away. The timing is always the key, or when you take that power position. Carnival Gaming showed the best.
Carnival Gaming. Patience showcased to the best. They knew exactly how to wait, when to wait, and how much to wait.
Perfect.
The amount of patience they showcased in the last zone, waiting for these teams to play it off against each other. But then as soon as they knew that, okay, now's the right time to strike, they went forward, they third-partied that situation, took down Seoul, and then in the end it was Entity Gaming. But unfortunately for Entity, they were also outside of the zone, and when they tried to make it in, their position got compromised. And Entity, they got screwed up. But still, for Entity Gaming, they're in a consistent note.
True.
They were in the top 6 in the overall standings, and I guess after this game, they might just be in the top 4.
It is highly possible. Plus, of course, now we've got an interview lined up as well,
It's the day 2 of BGMI Championship Finals, and first chicken dinner goes to Team Carnival. Team Carnival, congratulations. What's up, brother? Big congratulations to you. Big congratulations to you. The captain wants you here. Come out, come out, come out, come out, come out, come out. I have a few questions for you. सबसे पहले ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स को वाइप आउट किया, वो कैसे किया?
ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स को कहाँ मारा था?
ये मुझे ये तू बता, तूने कहाँ मारा था? मारा था, ये पक्की बात है.
ओके ओके, हाँ वो तो मतलब आ रहे थे, मतलब क्या अभी एक फर्स्ट नॉक निकल जाते तो हम लोग अपने आप फाइट निकाल लेते हैं.
अच्छा, ये जो एंड में ओपन ग्राउंड में इतना क्योस मचा था, उसको कैसे सर्वाइव किया? क्या स्ट्रैटेजी थी वहाँ पे?
मतलब हम लोग को ओमेगा ने बहुत अच्छा जोन दिलवा दिया था ऑलरेडी, तो हमें इतना कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुआ नहीं, तो इजी चिकन था.
और ये आज दिन की शुरुआत चिकन डिनर से हुई है. आगे की क्या प्लान्स है? बैक टू बैक अगर 2 चिकन डिनर लेने में कामयाब हुए तो 1 is for 50,000, बट बैक टू बैक 2 it's 2 lakhs.
नहीं, चिकन विकन का कुछ नहीं है, सिर्फ टूर्नामेंट जीतना है पूरा. बाकी कंसिस्टेंट रहना है, अपने आप जीतने में हम लोग.
कार्निवल ने शुरुआत कर दी है. Let's head back to the experts.
Interesting. Carnival Gaming making some statements there. They say that we do not really care about the money or chicken dinner. We're here to play, and we're here to make it on the first spot in the overall standings.
All you need is the trophy and the bragging rights. I mean, that's one way to look at a tournament, but yes, it's a pretty solid way indeed, and a solid start of the evening. First game, chicken dinner. That's a great performance from Carnival, and I'm really hoping to see more from them.
As I mentioned, for Carnival Gaming, they're here to make a statement, because in the past, a lot of things have went down, and for Carnival Gaming, this tournament means quite a lot to them. If they do end up winning this tournament, they will shut all the haters down, because you know, there was a bit of a dip in the performance from IQ Soul, which was, of course, past Carnival Gaming, but now, because of the roster shuffles, now Carnival Gaming is a whole other different team. But in general, before the roster shuffles happened, before all of this happened, Omega and his teammates were, of course, playing for IQ Soul, and that's when the real problems were brewing up. The performance was dipping down. A lot of fans also started raising some questions. A lot of people started pointing some fingers as well, but now they're here to shut them all down.
It was all the way back in the BGMS as well, where they failed to qualify for the finals by just 1 point. So yes, problems were definitely brewing up. But you know, one thing that is always taught to you is that you've got to let your past go. And that's what they are doing right now. That's the statement that they are trying to make. And a great performance indeed from their side. But yet again, Entity Gaming, the team that you mentioned, IQ Soul, consistency is the key. And these are the teams who are extremely consistent in that. IQ Soul again getting the top 3, top 5 position, and so did Orangutan. They were at the 5th spot.
It just feels like Entity Gaming, they have cracked that code. They know exactly how to play for the survival. They know exactly how to keep themselves in the top 5 in every single game and just get those consistent points rolling in. And when it matters the most, that's where they'll try to strike hard. They will try to go for those points. But off the bat, we saw a little bit of a kerfuffle between the players of WSB and Genix and Fan, which was quite a scrappy fight. But in the end, it was WSB who came out on top. After that fight, WSB, they took a lot of heavy blows, so that's why they couldn't survive for long enough. Global Esports being wiped out by the entirety of Carnival Gaming. Even that was quite a massive upset, because we had a lot of hopes from Global Esports themselves, but this type of a start can really affect their mental in the upcoming games.
It definitely could, and again, we mentioned how they need this start. You mentioned how they need that specific start, and I still think it's kind of okay. You fell down to Carnival Gaming. They were the ones who got the chicken dinner themselves. That was, I would still say, some jitters they can get rid of in game number 2.
Exactly. Those jitters hopefully will be taken care of in game 2, because if you're still going to take a bit more times, the problems will start to rise up. But as we were speaking about IQ Soul, this is the exact start they needed too.
True.
A great start. Once again, having a consistent finish to the game, doing quite good in the overall standings. They should push OR Esports down on the rankings, because for OR Esports, they got eliminated quite early. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with the show, before we continue this post-game segment, we got to give a huge thanks to Monster Energy. Thanks so much for sponsoring this event and making this event come true, because all the fans right there that are currently sitting in the crowd, these guys are enjoying the time of their life. And if you guys also want to be over here in the arena itself, make sure to come towards Noida Indoor Stadium, and maybe if you're lucky enough, you can get yourself a ticket.
I mean, first come, first serve after all.
Yeah.
You come here at somewhere around 2:30, you will be the one who will be having the opportunity to see MVPs like Manya right now on our screen. We were talking about fragging IGLs. We did not take the name of Manya, and how dare we did not. The man got MVP and his best companion. It's always going to be Knuckle out there.
Exactly. IQ Soul, even though they did not win that previous game, but still, just because of complete heroics, they're still over here in the start of the match. Now move on forward towards match rankings. It's going to be CG with 15 placement points and 8 finish points. They've gotten 23 in total. Blind Esports on the second in match rankings. They did not get the second spot overall in the placement of the previous game, but still, just because they did accumulate a lot of elimination points, they do get the second spot in the match rankings. 21 points in total. Nice.
That's a very solid start. We've been mentioning how Blind is the one, a team that kind of relies on those finish points as well, and they're doing it and proving it really well. Global Esports, yes, not a great start. Same goes for OR, iFlakes, and another team, God's Reign, yet again. A very jittery start for game number 1, that's Erangel, and we have seen them performing on this map, but I'm still hoping that on the map of Miramar, since it's a little bit slow, they kind of have it as the home ground on the map of Erangel. Not that much, but Miramar, Sanhok and Vikendi.
Jokes apart now, we need to focus on the teams that were on the latter half of the board, right? Because with how things were looking like for them, even in the previous game, specifically God's Reign, I thought the first game can be a solid start for them.
Yep.
And even if they would have managed to get a solid start in their hands, things could have been way much more different. But look at Carnival Gaming, that leap they took in the overall standings. Now they're all the way in the top 4. Such a massive leap being taken. Once again, move on forward to the latter half of the board. Now this time, God's Reign, because of that previous game, they're going to push Genix FM down to the 16th. At least they're not at the bottom, right?
I mean, that's some kind of consolation though, but still at the end of the day, they would really want to be going in that top 8 at least by the end of the day. Only then will they have a fighting chance to try and fight for that podium position. But as soon as they would be able to close in that gap would be better, because every single point the top leaderboard achieves, that's one extra point now you need to take to cover that gap.
Exactly. I mean, look at the people in the crowd, of course, just sitting over there, you know, having a great time, talking to each other, talking to their friends and family. And as I mentioned, if you guys want to be part of this entire show, if you guys want to be in the arena itself and feel the vibe, because the vibe's quite electric, if you guys want to feel pumped up, just make sure to come to Noida Indoor Stadium, and if you're lucky enough, you will get the tickets in your hands too. Let's move forward towards the map schedule. Miramar's going to be the upcoming game. In yesterday's Miramar, things were quite interesting. I think it was iFlix who came out on top.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see how that map went. But again, Necro, you know what time it is. No, it's not disco time. It's the time for match predictions. I personally think that God's Reign should be the ones to make a comeback on this map. I'm really putting my bets onto them. What about you?
God's Reign, interesting. That is a really risky play considering they do not have any type of momentum. I'm going to go with Blind Esports once again. I feel like previous game was quite solid. They performed quite nice. Consistency, the momentum still rolling in their court. They're just missing a chicken dinner. Maybe in this upcoming game, Blind Esports can get their hands on that.
Yeah, I'm also expecting them to kind of show and get their hands on that chicken dinner. Another team, Aiku Soul, of course, and all the people out there who are watching us, you can also note down in the comment section, type it down, who do you think will be the one to get the chicken dinner in this game. Just type down your predictions and that's all you need to do. Show some support out there for your teams. I know Soul is going to get a lot, but I also want to see some for teams like Genix FM, Global Esports, also God's Reign, because they really need some, and they need some of that extra hype to try and build that momentum up in this map number 2.
Now look, it's understandable the top dogs are performing, but as you mentioned, Genix FM too, it is one of those teams that has seen a lot of those topsy-turvy curves. They have seen a lot of the tough times in their entire journey in this tournament, but they also need a little bit of support from the fans too, right?
Not just, but a lot. Yes, that is true. I'm going to agree with you on that point, because you can say that there are 4 players playing in the game, but you always have that 5th person in the name of audience. And whenever you're on that land, you know, no matter how much noise cancellation you use, when the audience start to make that hype, you will hear some of that, and it always energizes you. Just like how this arena is energizing you and me both. I have not seen it, and this is the first time I'm watching this kind of arena, and I really love it.
A lot of teams will be there that we all be looking forward to. Team Forever, even OR Esports, the previous game was let loose. The same thing can be said for OG, and the OG, the lead they had in the overall standings is now going to start to fade away. So OG, they need to do something ASAP.
Agreed.
They need to regain that momentum. They need to regain that lead and perform out of their minds once again. Goblin's happy face. He's feeling himself, of course, after that chicken dinner. So I guess the Miramar game should be a decent start for them too. For Remedy Esports, still neutral faces because they know their performance isn't really going that well inside of the tournament so far.
Even yesterday, we did see them shake up on a couple of maps, but after that, they were able to pull few things back up. Not a lot, but at least pretty decent to stay in that top 8 position. Even in the previous game, we did see them taking that first fight. They were able to easily wipe out OR Esports in that trench, but then again, were taken down by God's Reign in that exact same area. And if I'm not wrong, they were also being third-partied by Blind, as Blind were the ones who got one of those knocks. So, of course, not the best possible way to end up that map. I still feel the decision, they could have used just a little bit of patience, but you may never know what's on the other side of those trenches. And that is a map that we're going to see will be filled in with those trenches.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 2 off the day 2 is going to be on the way. And it's time for us to spot out some comebacks in the overall standings. Still, the usual suspects, they aren't able to pull off the comeback that is necessarily needed for them. But hopefully, this time, in this game of Miramar, we'll see Godsreen prevail once again. We'll see them back in form. As the plane's gonna hit the skies, when the sun's high up in the sky, the plane flat path starting all the way from Ratriella towards Impala.
Godsreen are just going to love it. They've got their drop location on Impala. As for the teams who like to go towards Al-Azhar, and I mean Orangutan, we see sometimes they drop to that place, will be facing some problems. Maybe they would want to try and go for their secondary drop location, but I know where you're looking at. Your eyes are at Picardo, and we know Carnival is going to drop there, so they might not have any problem. We saw Blind last time they played on this map. They dropped all the way down south in that island towards Prison, Minas del Sur, Los Higos. They were able to take all the loot that was available there. If there's any team who would want to go towards La Cabrera, I think so they're going to have to travel a long way. And it's going to be Aiku's Soul potentially, even towards Torre Ahumada. Maybe Global Esports would want to play up towards that northern part. They would have to find a few extra vehicles in the area of somewhere around Hacienda or maybe San Martin.
Genix FM going down south towards Valle del Mar. Team Forever dropping towards Chumacera. No issues in that regard at all. They're going to have smooth sailing on those spots. WSB2 dropping towards the left.
True.
Towards La Triella. Interesting. So I just want to see now what type of improvements we're going to see from the side of WSB. This is not the WSB at all that we saw inside of the challenge season. They were much more confident. They knew exactly what they were doing. They just did not seem lost.
But this time around, yes, as you mentioned, we're not seeing the exact WSB. Even in the previous fight that they took against NXFM on the map of Erangel, it was so very scrappy, and I was hoping of a much more controlled fight wherein they're going and giving all of those cues, but oh my god, something that's uncontrollable is always going to be the circle. And apart from 4 or 5 teams, everyone else is just out down south. So the ones who want to make a long rotation directly from the eastern part of the circle may want to end up anywhere on that north towards the area of La Cabrera, Torre Ahumada, and all those areas, right? Even water treatment might be a potentially decent location, but all the hills that will be around the area of Crater Fields, that are going to be the points where we might potentially see teams who love to play on those hilltops take control, because it's going to give you so much information. And for the early circles, that might be a good location. But the timing is always that matters.
El Pozo, in there's 2 teams, Blind Esports and Entity.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah. For Global Esports, already they've managed to get the first elimination on their hands. It's Slug, who's kicked things off on a great note for Global. 2.5K in the pockets.
That's a good start coming in from Global, and not exactly the way you would want things to go for OR. Not the best possible situation for them. Even I was hoping to see an early skirmish between Blind and Entity, and let's remember the last time we saw this happen, it was not in this area, it was in someone else, but it was Entity that came out unscathed. They got all 4 of Blind players, so maybe they would want to try and take a revenge. Unless there's, of course, a peace treaty between the players to, you know what, let's split this area, you take the loot from there, we're going to take it from here, and we'll see how things go. I was expecting them to drop down south, but it's Genix FM that we're seeing in that area. Around Team Forever, but I don't think so they'll face any major problems. But when they decide to go in for their rotations, they will face WSB. And Gujarat Tigers as well, a team that we've been talking about, trying to understand when they'd be able to get their footing in the game, when they would be able to try and find a few extra shots. And in the replay as well, we saw how Slug was able to take them down. Good pick indeed. But even Orangutan, you can never keep this team out of the conversation whenever it's about LAN.
Yeah, of course you can. It's the third-party LAN buff. They do not tend to perform in the official events. That's sort of like the curse that they've got. And yeah, in third-party tournaments, these guys do tend to perform quite well. They call it their own home crown. That's what they call it. But yeah. Let's see if in this event, OG's able to do something. Because so far, yes, they're holding the first spot in the overall standings without a doubt, but the previous game was let loose by OG. That means the cushion they had, it's been burnt away. Now they need to perform up to the mark. And as Johnny mentioned during the interview as well, there is a target on their back, and you need to be super cautious when you've got the target.
The bounty hunters will always be after the bounty. OR are crumbling. This is the second game that we've seen that happen. Orangutan. I would still say that they're pretty solid on those eliminations. You know, I'm at the end of the day going to give them the benefit of the doubt because, of course, it was not a third party that they were expecting, and had the zone fallen onto them, their position would have been such a prime position.
Now, of course, we've got the map feed available. We can see Carnival Gaming. They usually like to drop inside of Picado. But this early inside of the game, they're already done looting, and they're moving up north because they do realize it's better to play inside of the centric spot. That's how Omega likes to IGL.
Yep.
He likes his team to hold down the center spot of the circle and play from that. And rely on a lot of intel.
He's not alone in that. You also have Kamin Esports around that area along with iFlix. Now, we don't usually see these teams collide so early on, but the last time Kevin, they took fight against Carnival, Kevin were the ones who came out on top, but it was on the map of Weekendy, of course. You can never forget about that.
Pretty much. Kemen Esports, as you mentioned, they are quite close, but not close enough in my opinion.
True.
Still, there's a bit of a distance. And once again, you're speaking of CG. They've got so much experience. They're not going to be as dumb to let a team like Kemen Esports just stand right next to them.
And also the momentum that they have from the previous chicken dinner. And I believe that 1v1 yesterday against the member of Aiku Soul, if I'm not wrong, that was Ronnie. Omega's win in that duel was so important for his own confidence, for his own good, that now he's starting things off in a very solid note on this map. And it's not just Omega. It's also even Goblin hitting few of those shots. Akshat as well with the utilities. We're seeing all the players now slowly stand up, and that's the Carnival gaming you always love to see. Goblin again out there in the wild for the scouting duties. Should be hearing all the noises that were being made by Phantom's monster truck.
Yeah. You got to love the proactivity, though.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, CG, they like to drop south, or not exactly on the south, but considering it is the circle off the northern side. So, yeah, according to the circle, they dropped down south inside of Picado, which was outside of the circle.
Yep.
But then as soon as they got done looting within the first 2 minutes of the game, they instantly pulled out their vehicles and started rotating away, which is quite impressive in my opinion.
Indeed.
Having some swift hands on the loot, making sure you're packing that loot up as quick as possible in the backpacks, and just moving up.
Now, here's the thing, right? There are a lot of players out there who tend to go for a Scar L on the map of Miramar. And one of the reasons for that is because you just get a couple of those headshots and you get a few extra knocks. But M4 can do the trick as well if you got the spray like Spider Jord.
I don't think so. That's the reason for using the Scar L. It's just that not every single person inside a team can get their hands on the M4. M4 is the preferable weapon. Everyone loves to play on that.
That is true.
Genix FM. Current move into. Well, for Genix FM, I don't even know what to say, man. It's like no matter what type of statements you make about them, you just never know what's going to happen. One thing is for sure, for them, it's the performance has been completely downhill.
True.
And hopefully the recovery is going to be there as quick as possible.
And Gujarat Tigers, they seem to be looking to get their recovery in the hands. They were already able to get a knock on Madrek, so iFlix would need to go in for the revivals.
I'm not a big fan of this. iFlix, they're getting incinerated alive. Yeah, Crypto's in the back lines moving up, but how much does that really matter when GT, they've got the compound cover? Really, it doesn't. He's wrapping up from the back lines. He's looking for to catch at least one player off guard, but GT, they've got the cover of the entire land in front of them. They're inside of the houses playing around. Mox is in the outskirts. He pulls out the DBS, utilizing his utilities, but he just can't get a lot done, let's be honest. needs to play in the back, needs to play a little bit more safe and cautious. Goblin from the far face going for that spray onto Shadow, and he's missing a lot of those shots. It's tough to find the connection that far away.
It's difficult to land those long shots. Happens, the jitters do come in play, but at the same time, Gujarat Tigers now, they got one, they confirmed the flush, but they're still not moving forward. And I'm actually waiting for them to kind of go for that util dump out of the members of iFlix, because they've got time to go in for that retreat, and that's what they're doing. They are shying away from the fight, and I wouldn't exactly call it shying away, I would still say tactical retreat.
A GT. 3 players. Clutch God, Vixky, and MJ. I mean, they have managed to shake the opponents away, and then, yeah, even GT, they're moving away from this compound.
Yep.
Look at Akshat. Just tapping away with that Scar. Oh my God. Well, yeah, it's not able to find a lot of connections, unfortunately. That's a whole nother deal with that, but still, with how things are looking like for the side of Carnival Gaming, they do have a solid spot. They've got so much intel. We're seeing that from time to time. And now, once again, the rotation's going to be pulled out from Carnival Gaming. Now they want to move a little bit more towards the centric spot of the circle, because the circle has shifted up north. And there's a chance we might see an Oasis circle. It's been a while. It's been years since I haven't seen that circle pop up.
You're going to be loving how it's panning out right now. But yes, as you mentioned, teams will be moving down in towards that center. There could also be a potential of a La Cabrera finish. If that happens, Entity would be the ones who would have a good spot. However, Revenant out there firing a few shots, warning other teams to not come near them. We'll be seeing a rotation from their side as well, because again, you've got a lot of teams who are rotating so very close. And here's the thing, right? We see sometimes Revenant facing those problems whenever it comes to those wide rotations when Circle is just far away. And they are still taking their sweet time, and that is giving time to other teams to solidify their own locations. That's what we are seeing from most of them. As you mentioned previously, Carnival have already taken that central spot. And just towards that off-center position, we are also seeing Entity, IQ Soul, Global Esports making their way, even Gujarat Tigers and Team Forever.
Oh, Dark Lord in the elimination feed now is taking shots against WSP once again for them. It's such a bad start. Dark Lord's already managed to pick one player off, and even Zero's about to crumble down. He's taken too much damage, and he moves back in the cover in the nick of time. But Skips is not a man who's going to stay quiet just like that. He's not going to stay put. He will, of course, have that itch on his hands that he wants to scratch away. And that itch is in the name of Zeref. And Zeref, so far, he's managed to shroud himself inside of the smoke, so he's looking safe at least.
For now. But for how long will he be able to survive? Because Harsh with the off angle, he's going to fire a few extra shots. He'll be trying to take Zeref off the mark, but look at his HP. My goodness, it's being depleted because of the Molotov. He will still be able to reposition, but as soon as the smoke fades, so will his lifeline. You've still got Arman standing for WSB, but my oh my, the team that was creating a massacre in the lobby in challenge season are now being massacred themselves in every other game.
Blind Esports all the way from the hilltop. The man is proning down. He's taking shots. He finds the connection too. The man's knocked out. And Blind Esports, at this point, they're just out on the perch. They're taking so many fights. They're not shying away from those. And also the confidence they have before challenging or taking any type of fights. It's insane. Zeref crumbled down. The confirmation will follow up without a doubt. And yeah, another good start for Blind Esports in this game.
There's one other reason why I kind of call them the kings of Miramar. And the reason is this team put together a massive 30-plus point game with a chicken dinner on this exact map. And if I remember correctly, they were taking fights on different angles and they were winning all of them. And if you give them an early opportunity to start, they will be the ones to accept it with open arms. And right now, Team Forever seem to be letting Team Entity take a decent amount of space, but since Forever have got that higher ground, it should be good for them. But one thing is for sure, Hydra are having struggles.
God's Reign. Justin is there too. And with Shogun on the board as well. Shogun's gonna spot out the players of GE. On the hilltop, Ninja Boy's just jumping around. His position's compromised. It's really tough to find a connection onto a player who's moving like that, and that too that far away. But Shogun, props to him, is still going for the efforts. He's still going for the shots over and over again. And yeah, it's just burning through his bullets, but he's got a lot of that, so it's not an issue. This feels like a supercar store.
3 buggies though. But yeah, you would always love to buy yourself one.
Yeah. Buggy, in real life, it is sort of like a luxury car though, let's be honest. Oh, hold on. Slug?
Few shots being fired. But nah, no connection. They would still need to play it smart, safe. However, again, their backs would potentially be open. Carnival Gaming will also be going in for their own repositions. I still feel Team Forever have got a pretty solid spot in the circle. But the teams who will be coming in from up north will be the ones who will face a lot of troubles. Orangutan, there's also Gen X FM. Shots being fired on Team Forever. HP pretty low on Flock, and you would not want to go for a double man on that buggy. Gamla boy just needed one shot and he will finally connect it. It's Mafia who's been taken down.
Mafia falls apart. The opener is there. It's like a can of soda. When you just open it, the players, they start to fizzle out. I mean, at least for now, Team Forever, they're keeping themselves composed in the can itself, so they're okay. They're not fizzling out. They're not panicking under that pressure of Entity Gaming. So Mafia is going to be back up on his feet. Team Forever will be able to recover easily enough. Ninja Boy on the hilltop, Protes down, goes for the spray with the Scarrel. And the main issue with this is that he's just not able to find a lot of the connections.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, but you always see Ninja Boy being in a position where he's the one who tries to take the first contact as much as possible, because, again, he's one of the main key players, key fraggers, and back in the challenge season, he was the one who was demolishing every other team. And if I'm not wrong, I still do remember there was a match in which Ninja Boy was taken down, but Mavi, he went back in to try and get the revival on his man, and they got the chicken dinner. You pointed that out previously, but Troy, the man you really want back on his feet, has been taken down, and Somraj fires a few warning shots to the members of Gujarat Tigers.
A massive knock. Troy knocked down. And as I mentioned, Troy's supposed to be the main playmaker for Entity Gaming. Yeah, I did see WSP getting eliminated. Honestly, I was not surprised with how the game started off for them. Somewhere down line, I knew that they were going to be falling short even inside of this game. I'm not going to lie, though, the team manager, he seemed pretty confident in his team when we had a talk. But for some reason, with the way WSP's been performing, I'm not exactly sure what's going wrong with them. Hopefully they're going to sort it out in the green room. Gujarat Tigers on the screen. Slug could have been caught out in the open. But Global Esports, they're catching some heavy fire. Clutch God was knocked out from GT. He will be back up on his feet. It's not an issue.
Or maybe it actually is on the other side. Shadow returning the favor to the members of Global Esports. That's a 1-for-1 knock. But again, G would be able to bring their man back up.
Robin as well, getting ran over. Rough luck.
And it's Orangutan.
Yeah, we're not really seeing teams taking heavy blows other than WSP. Of course, they got blown out of the lobby. But other teams are just taking these individual small punches in the guts. And these blows, yeah, for now they're not hitting them hard. But later on, as you keep on progressing inside of the stages, it's going to keep on stinging you. So it's better to play safe. It's better to tuck yourself in the corner. And yes, when the circle moves, you got to be quick on the feet And you got to use all the intel that
Oh
you've
my
gathered.
God.
The next circle shift's going to be down south. It's quite a drastic shift. It's going to catch every single team off guard. The only team that's actually going to find themselves in the lucky shoes is Kemen Esports. It's not going to be a tough pathway for them to rotate in the center spot at all.
Yes, that is true, but the same could be said for Revenant because they were the ones who were down south. Had it taken a northward shift, they would have been a horrible spot, but they would be able to find some important compounds. The question is, can Kemen capitalize on this fact, or will they try to gatekeep their opponents? They're not budging.
I love this from Kemen. They're deciding to play from the edges. That means now, Kemen Esports, they see blood in front of their eyes. They're here to be the guardian angels off the edge lines of the zone on the right side. And they're probably going to try to catch a lot of teams on that rotation.
True.
Get those elimination points wrapped up. Get that moolah stacked up in your pockets. Aiku Seoul, even they need to make a quick move on the board. If they're not going to do so, it will be a bit of a problem brewing up soon.
Oh, look at Orangutan making a very long rotation. But yes, you were already talking about Aiku Seoul super late. Will be facing a lot of problems, specifically Global Esports, Gujarat Tigers, who would be in their way.
If Aiku Seoul makes a rotation inside of the circle unscathed, that would be insane.
True.
That will be one of the most impressive stuffs I would have seen. And I want to see if they do actually do so, how are they going to make the rotation? What will be the game plan, the structure?
There's just one path that I can see, but that's between a lot of teams. They will be taking some heavy fires, or the only thing that they could do is wait for teams to fight amongst themselves and then try to find a timing. Now I'm being overly optimistic at this point. And you already mentioning about those early skirmishes. We are seeing Global Esports stopping them right here, right now. iFlix in the meantime losing their members. That's a vehicle explosion. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket. And that is the reason.
iFlix getting blown up, but then Godsreen getting dismantled by Genix FM. Godsreen losing out on one of their players. Once again, taking that individual blow to the gut. It's not hurting for now, but later on it will definitely start hurting. Even S-Power managing to find the opener for his team. It's going to help his team so much to pave that pathway in the safe zone. Global Esports was the one standing in their way, but they have been ripped apart for now. They need to keep on moving up without stopping, because if they do stop and take a lot of time, they will be taking a lot of damage too.
Because they are out in the open, in the blue. Ninja Boy in the meantime is also trying to find an opening. You've got so many teams in front of you as Omega tries to go for a blind shot, but he will be taken down. Death being rained up from high in the altitude. Kemen Esports, you mentioned the positioning of that team, and this is the reason why they stuck to it.
Oh, Global Esports. They have barely somehow made it in the zone, but Ninja Boy, well, his death wish will be answered. He was out in the open. What can you even do? Genix FM, Curran, knocked out. Confirmation will flow up for them. They're also getting pincered between Revenant and Godsreen from the front. And Revenant Esports, they've found themselves so much comfort zone to move with. Genix FM is the only possible thorn in their way, but even they have been sandwiched. So I guess for Revenant Esports, this is the best possible outcome.
Unfortunate for Genix FM because they needed to take the fight to the members of God's Reign, and just as you mentioned, now they're being sandwiched. Revenant could try and find some crucial flushes for themselves to try and help them move, and this nade will do so. Skillful, knocked down to his knees, Spider Jawed, super low in that HP. In the meantime, Team Forever is trying to manhandle the side of Gujarat Tigers. You mentioned about this potential fight that was brewing up as well, and I mean, Vixky is the only one remaining who just ran down in the center. Here we go. Genix FM deleted.
Revenant Esports. I mean, Genix FM being taken out of the game. As I mentioned, they were sandwiched between two teams that were pincered, so they couldn't really do a lot. It's something we all saw coming. Before God's Reign, look at the way they're playing. You do not see God's Reign play so congested.
True.
You do not see God's Reign playing so compact. Usually they show a lot of confidence.
Yep.
And with the way they move, War Esports in the elimination feed, you see them going crazy too. Orangutan up against another powerhouse, Blind Esports. This will be an interesting fight to witness, but Harsh unfortunately falls down. The nade's going to open up the confirmation too. Blind Esports, so far this fight's not panning out the way they wanted to. Skips, he's going to lose out on his teammate Adi, and now it's just a two-man squad going up against the 4 players of OG. Dark Lord in the front lines, he's leading the pack. They still do manage to strike down 2 players from OG. There's a chance the table turner can be served. And Blind Esports, if they do pull off this 2v4 for OG, this will be the mental breaker. And Blind Esports, they've already managed to knock down 3 players. It's all down to AKOP. This is such a big blunder from OG.
That is a horrible mistake, but Dark Lord has been taken down. AK in the meantime still has got time to try and patch himself up. He can go for the revival as well.
Omega with the third party unintentionally helps out OG. And now OG will have a chance to recover from that fight with 3 players. That is the best possible outcome you could ask for yourself.
But not the best indeed, because Team Forever want to take the piece of OG's cake as well. Flock could try and find the perfect timing. If he does, this could be it. Because OG need to make their way in the circle too, and they'll be sandwiched between 2.
Revenue Esports. Fierce. Just scouting out the crowd so far. OR Esports on the left lines. And Team Forever tossing out the utilities in the front. For Team Forever, this will be a path filled with a lot of thorn. And OG, they're going to spot out Team Forever in the open. It's time for OG to unleash the wrath and open the Hellgates against them. It's Hellfire raining down Team Forever. And what can they do then be crumbled down slowly and steadily? And unfortunately, Flock blows himself up. Another blunder to follow this up. And Team Forever on the verge of getting eliminated. It's all down to Mafia. He's just a couple of bullets away from getting taken down. Revenue Esports sets it out in the open. But the maneuvers, the movement, it's perfect.
One of the most brilliant moves that I have seen. And the way he dodged bullets, he literally looked like John Wick for a moment in the Matrix. But man, oh man, this could be one of the biggest blunders of Orangutan out there. Ash, super low, will be flushed down. Aquanox takes him out. But he himself was down on his knees. This seems to be the best position for Entity, because look at them. They're stopping OR from one side. They've got Gamla Boy to stop anyone from Remnant who might be pushing. Orangutan, yes, they've got that one small cliff in front of them, this just small ridge cover. But for how long would they be able to keep it? Because they've got to move ahead of it.
Oh my god, that nade was so close. Admino still somehow alive. He's eaten 2 of them. Entity Gaming, time to make a move. And that's what they're doing. Gamla Boy leading the pack. Samraj with the rest of the players. And Blaze, he blows his own teammate up. That's going to give the opener for the opponents. And you see OG instantly capitalizing on top of that. That's not good.
It's all down to Zap as well for the side of OR. Yes, Revenant, they've blown one of their own player up, but Fierce is there to try and gatekeep Troy. That one nade is going to do so much damage. Admino, he'll be flushed out, but still, there's Zap out in the open. He can ruin things up for AKOP. No, he wins the fight, and that's what you want to see from Orangutan. But Revenant as well, they've got one of the prime positions along with Entity.
They got the Fallen Man back up, and now Revenant Esports back in full force. An army ready to fight against the hordes of zombies. And Entity Gaming, they're the only biggest thorn in their way. That's the only horde they will be scared of. OG, AKOP all by himself. A one-man army. Remember yesterday, AKOP pulled off a 1v4 against Aiku Soul. He needs to repeat the same thing once again. There's another man in the back lines, but OG, AKOP is the man who leads the pack. He finds a 2K. AKOP once again. The man, the myth, the legend, a one-man army just closes the entire game for Entity Gaming. And Entity Gaming, they crumble down. AKOP, another knockdown into Fierce. And Revenant Esports, this might just be it. They want to take a fight against AKOP, but what? It will be Revenant to close things out. OG, that was way too close for comfort. Almost they could have won that, but Revenant Esports, they pull things back once again in their court.
How could you potentially come out second from that position? My, oh my. entity being deleted. 2 players taken down by AK, and then the rest of the team taken down by Revenant. Holy smokes!
He played such a massive spoiler. AKOP taking down 2 players of Entity Gaming. Entity did not see that coming at all. AKOP, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with this man, but he's feeling himself. Oh, he's in a red hat form. Not just him, his entire team is in the red hat form. But for Revenant Esports too, this was a desperately needed chicken dinner.
Yes.
After this game, Revenant Esports, they might just get the momentum that they exactly needed. You can see the big smile on Sensei's face, the IGL. Finally, this can be a big sigh of relief because Revenant Esports, they were not doing too bad before this game.
They were in the top 8, and in order to breach into top 4, they needed this chicken, and they got it.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and go for the interview with the winning team.
Great effort by the team Revenant. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Come on, Revenant fans, hands up in the air. Congratulations, Sensei, for the chicken dinner on day 2. मुझे सबसे पहले ये बताओ, ये जोन बहुत अनप्रेडिक्टेबल था. जितने भी कास्टर्स थे, सब बात कर रहे थे. बॉस, ये जोन कहाँ जा रहा है? कैसे अप्रोच किया इस जोन को?
जैसे कि सबको पता ही है कि वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रोटेशन है मेरी, एंड हमें पता ही था कि जोन लेफ्ट साइड ही जाने वाला. मैंने इन्हें पहले ही बता दिया था अपने टीममेट्स को कि लेफ्ट साइड जा सकता है, तो हम उस वाले हार्ड शिफ्ट के लिए हम बहुत रेडी थे.
जैसे कि सबको पता है, सेंसेई बहुत हम्बल है, वो अपनी तारीफ अपने मुंह से नहीं करते, लेकिन क्योंकि बेस्ट रोटेशन है तो मैं बता देता हूँ. सेंसेई, एंड में ओजीस फुल फॉर्म में थे, सबको लग रहा था वो बाजी मार लेंगे, वो तीसरा चिकन डिनर निकाल लेंगे डे 2 में अपना इस लीग का. फिलहाल वो कैसे अप्रोच किया? क्या दिल में एक बार आया था बॉस, गया, ये तो गया मैच, कुछ आया था ऐसा?
वैसे बोलना तो नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन मुझे पता कि ओजी 3-4 गेम लगातार चोक करने वाली है. मतलब आज नहीं तो कल करेगी, तो उतना उनसे कंपटीशन का डर नहीं है.
OGs, there's a big message for you. Sensei says आप 3-4 गेम चोक करोगे, आज नहीं तो कल. आगे मैचेस में क्या जवाब मिलेगा नहीं, ये पता चलेगा. फिलहाल चलते हैं हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास.
You know, there's a reason why I love this man, and that's one of those reasons right there. I mean, he does not care at all. He is sharp with his words, and he will cut through you just with his words.
Oh, it's time for Orangutan to prove him wrong, I believe. But jeez, that was some shots being fired from the man who got chicken dinner for his team.
I mean, maybe you can't say OG, they were still consistent though. So
True.
far they have been proving them wrong. Yeah, they did get the second spot in the previous game. So once again, the first spot's still going to be maintained. On Revenant Esports, they need to make that climb. They need to claw their way back up. Inside of the highlights, you can see before, when the game started, the players were locked in and loaded inside of the lobby. And you can clearly see the expressions change as well throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, for some of the players, they were expecting the zone not to go in such a hard shift towards those directions, and they were also making their rotations directly up towards north to try and stay in that central position, because one of the reasons you try to acquire that place is to try and not take any early engagements and also have a pretty decent positioning for the next rotation if in case there's any kind of cheeky zone shifts, and that's exactly what happened. And Revenant were the one who was super ready for it. Even Sensei mentioned that, yeah, Fears, he kind of pointed it out. The zone could take a very hard shift towards south, and they had the prime position, and not a lot of those teams were out there. But one that we were talking about was also Kemin Esports. Up on that cliff were raining down hellfire.
I just love what Sensei said. Today or tomorrow, OG will choke. And they're known for that. So they're not even a competition for us. We're not scared of them at all, even though they are still on the first half of the board. But let's be honest, jokes apart, OG, they're doing quite good. Yeah, the first game was a little bit of a letdown, but once again, as long as you're gaining the momentum back in your hands, as long as you're bringing the flow back in control, that's all that matters. And I feel like OG, they are doing so quite nicely.
I would still say that their fight against the side of Blind, it looked very shaky, because it was down to a situation of a 2v4, and yet they lost 3 of their members. If not for Team Forever firing a few shots on Blind and on their 6, I think so, it could have been Orangutan wiped out. But alright, that's not something that happened. Team Forever, they finished blind off, then Orangutan finished forever off as they themselves were caught between a good positioning of Revenant and the OGs who were pushing from that hill. But at the end of the day, it's again Revenant having one of the best positions in the zone.
Without a doubt. I mean, especially when Entity Gaming, for a moment I thought, once again, Entity can actually perform quite nicely. There's a chance they can get the chicken dinner too. But Entity Gaming, yeah, they got eliminated on the 3rd spot inside of the game. But keep that thing in mind, they were still in the top 5. The consistency keeps on flowing for Entity Gaming too. Even they're not phasing away from that spot. They're here for the championship, and they will get it.
I would agree with you on that point, but if they would get it or not is still going to be a question left to be answered on day 3, because they did not have a lot of finish points in this game. So I'm still hoping for them to kind of change those things up. And let's be really honest, Troy has been kept quiet for a while now.
That is true. Troy's not been able to make those plays, but then Somraj is once again using his brains and getting his team all the way inside of the top 5, and they're also able to squeeze away a couple of elimination points here and there, so Elite Stats going, giving them a constant flow of points in the overall standings. And if this keeps on happening, it's not far away, but we're going to see Entity at least in the top 3. Before now, so we do have the MVP of the previous game. It's AKOP, of course. The man has performed out of his mind, and that's why AKOP is someone who's going to be on the top of the charts in the previous game.
And he's also the best companion because he gave those 2 crucial revivals to his teammate after the fight with Blind Esports. And on the back of it, they managed to gain those 21 points, 12 placement and 9 finishes. But again, it's Revenant Esports for the top spot, 27 points, a massive jump in the leaderboard.
But you got to give it to Ash, man. Him being the IGL, he's still not shying away from leading the pack with the fights.
True.
And he's still coming out with the great possible outcome. He's still getting those elimination points wrapped up. That's helping his team keep themselves in a better stance in that fight. And even at the final fight could have been way too close. Let's be honest. It would have been clutched out by OG, because I just love the way Ash was playing. The way he was moving up, going down, once again, just peekaboo type of situations he was pulling off.
Yeah, those were situations coming into play, that is true. But at the end of the day, OG's last man, he was pushed up by that blue zone, and that was, again, Revenant having the perfect advantage. I mean, imagine you do not have the height advantage, but just because of how the terrain is, you take cover on those small ridges that you find, and you're also able to take control of that space. But yet again, one thing that I'm pretty sure of is the fact that Revenant definitely had a few sips of that monster energy, because they were unleashing the beast on the battlefield.
Without a doubt they were. And also, a huge thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming as well, to sponsoring this event. And of course, making it come true, because the guys that are over here in the arena, they're having a great time. And if you guys also want to join alongside and have as much fun as these guys, make sure to come to Noida Indoor Stadium at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And maybe if you're lucky enough, you can get yourself a ticket booked up. But now, once again, focusing on the great side of things, I still feel like with how Revenant Esports is progressing inside of the game, it's a good progression, but we also do see a little bit of a slip-up games here and there. And hopefully those type of slip-up games will be ironed out.
I mean, it's not, Orangutan that have been in a situation where they are kind of doubted upon, specifically on day number 3. It's also Revenant that we see them having that potential, performing on a few of those games, but in the ones that they're not able to, they face a lot of criticism, and this is the best time for them to kind of shut up their own haters as well. But here again, I really want to talk about Carnival Gaming, but before that, we'll be having a look in the video itself from the members of Carnival Gaming that we've kind of got prepared for all the people out there. Or maybe not in the next few seconds.
बुरा तो ऐसा नहीं लगता मेरे को फैंस का, क्योंकि पहले भी था, पहले कम सपोर्ट था, बट था, चाहे वो मैक्स का टाइम हो चाहे उससे पहले का टाइम हो, जो लोग थे 5-10 थे ही, बट जानते थे, प्यार करते थे, मेरी बातें भी रेगुलर होती थी. आज भी वो लोग हैं बहुत ज़्यादा जो पहले से फॉलो करते हैं. उस टाइम पे एक टैगलाइन थी हमारी कि BKL फैम, तो हाँ, वो BKL फैम के लोग आज भी हैं. और उसके बाद जैसे सोल ज्वाइन किया, प्यार बढ़ा, बहुत ज़्यादा लोग कनेक्ट हुए. जब स्ट्रीम्स वगैरह करते थे तो वो आपस में बॉन्डिंग बनी. उनको बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे जिनको मेरा एटीट्यूड नहीं पसंद है, बट उससे कहीं ज़्यादा ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको मेरा वो एटीट्यूड ही पसंद है. तो अभी कुछ लोग हैं, कुछ नहीं हैं. वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया. अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं. तो अभी कार्निवल में है, तो यहाँ पे फैंस बनाएंगे, कमाएंगे, मेहनत करेंगे, जीतेंगे, लोग अपने आप जुड़ जाएंगे.
ट्रॉफी का जितना इंतजार आपको है ना, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा इंतजार मुझे है. और कब से वेट कर रहा हूँ मैं ट्रॉफी आ जाए. लेकिन ये जो 2024 है, ये हमारा होने वाला है. इसका पहला टूर्नामेंट, देखो हम छोटे मोटे टूर्नामेंट तो बहुत जीत जाते हैं, लेकिन इस बार मुझे उठानी है एक बड़ी ट्रॉफी, एंड मुझे लग रहा है ESL की अब तक की सबसे बेस्ट ट्रॉफी होने वाली है, आई होप सो। तो पहला जो थर्ड पार्टी हुआ टूर्नामेंट 2024 का, वो हम जीत गए, एंड आई गेस पहले लाइन भी शायद हम जीत जाएँ, क्योंकि लाइनअप हमारी इस बार बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है। मैं हूँ, ब्लेज है, फियर्स है, एक्वानॉक्स और सिम्प है, तो इस बार तो हम पावर पैक एकदम देखते हैं।
Oh man, Sensei as usual, so sharp with his words. And with what he said it perfectly.
True.
He wants to name a big trophy on himself. It's been a while since he's got any type of trophy in his hands. So now it's time for him to aim for that ESL India trophy right there of SPS that's back there. And he said this is so far the biggest trophy that ESL has to offer. And I want to get it with my hands on top of that.
That is absolutely true. I love the fact as well over how obsessed he is over winning this big trophy. And at the same time, how he was also telling about the teammates, right? That Revenant has got a very solid lineup. On paper, we have been talking about that as well. Blaze, Aquanox, Pierce, as well as again Sensei, the man, OG himself, how good of the calls he gives out in those situations. This is an action-packed roster and it has been performing right now in a few games, but in the ones it does not, it kind of looks very shaky. But I'm really hoping that this time around they're also able to take away all of those jitters and perform to their full potential. And at the same time, I'm also loving to see how the crowd is also super hyped up, because even in between those matches, we could not hear each other because the crowd was going bonkers.
As I said, the crowd's having a fun time in the arena. And I'm having fun watching the crowd getting riled up as well. It's quite fun to see the fans in general just having their own little bit of parties in the sitting booths right there where they're just sitting down on the entire stairs. But yeah, getting back inside of the game. The upcoming map is also going to be the map of Erangel. Once again, back to the classic rounds. But before we move on towards the map, we got to put our eyes on the overall standings once again. OG, they're maintaining that constant lead. And they've also crossed the 100 marker. Now they've got 119 points in the pockets.
And the fact about this is that previously they had a 30 or 20 point lead when we started the day. It decreased to 10 or maybe less than 10, but now it has increased over 30 points. So that clearly shows the consistency this team is having. And look at their finish points. They've got 60 and 59 placement points. A very good balance coming in. But on the other side, when we move down in those leaderboards, Gujarat Tigers, starting all the way from iFlix, they're facing so many problems in terms of the consistency, in terms of those finishes. Some of them haven't even reached those 20 finish mark.
The question still remains, what's going on with God's Reign? They're supposed to be formidable opponents. And if this same thing keeps on repeating, I'm pretty sure all the fans, they're going to lose their hopes on God's Reign, because currently at the second last spot, right next to Genix FM. Genix FM being there, it's understandable. They're like the underdog lineup. But you do not expect the same thing from God's Reign. I expected greatness from them. But unfortunately, it's not the case. As I mentioned, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, soon it will be booting up on the screens. But in general, once again, we're back on the classic rounds. And I feel like over here, there's a chance that OG might just hit back.
OG could potentially hit back. I'm also expecting a few good maneuvers from Hydra Official. Now the reason for that is pretty clear, that yesterday they had some decent Erangel maps, but always whenever it comes to those fights, it comes to those duels, Hydra are just not being able to win. Now that is something that is worrisome, because you really need those important finish points.
Exactly, but you know what, Shaishanu? We've spoken a lot about the teams. We've spoken who can hit back, who cannot hit back. Too many speculations, right? At this point, the audience that is currently watching, it's just bouncing on top of their head. Now it's time for us to make the final prediction. Which team do you think is going to be the one to take this Erangel home?
I'm going to put my bets on IQ Soul. I know it's pretty straightforward, but seeing the way they were performing in the first map of Erangel, I think so they could be taking this home.
I mean, you're playing it safe this time.
What about you?
I like that. I'm going to go with Blind once again. 3 games back-to-back. I'm going with Blind Esports. There's a reason why. I don't know why. I just feel a little bit more attracted to this team because I'm a big fan of aggression myself. I love aggressive teams, and Blind Esports just showcases what I exactly want. They like to go for the blood off the bat, and even in the mid-game phases where all the teams are just aiming for the rotations, Blind Esports, they usually try to push the opponent teams out of their comfort zone and try and take them down in their own home grounds or whatever territory they're holding.
That is absolutely true, and even in the previous map we saw how, yes, OG had the advantage, but you can never count out the members of Blind. If it's Skips remaining, you always have to be worried about him getting those multi-frags. As much as AKOP hits like a truck with those ARs, similarly Skips does the exact same thing for their side. So yes, if you are Blind Esports fan, then you always love to see all of those fights, and the reason why Blind is known for being aggressive is the fact that they even come out on top.
Exactly. I mean, I still remember Blind when they used to be in Team Insane, or that's what they used to be called, right? Team Insane, when I saw them for the first time perform on the big stage, they were just playing like a well-knit unit, even when they were pushing up so well. They were pushing up against teams in such a great fashion. They were just straight up W-king teams out of their comfort zone and just taking them out of the game easily.
Right. That is indeed true. And you always love to see how aggressive they would get and how well-oriented the fights they took were. Because every single time, just as you mentioned, W-king moving forward, not stopping, and even getting those flushes, it kind of also lands a fear in your opponent's heart that, you know what, let's avoid the fight with this team as much as possible because they are feeling it. And so are the VIPs out there. I mean, all of them super happy, hyped up as well. You're seeing, if I'm not wrong, they could be one of the family members of all the players.
Yeah, it could be. We're not exactly sure who it is, but yeah. As long as they're enjoying their time over here, that's all that matters. As long as they're having a good time, that's all that matters. Audience, they're feeling quite pumped up. At this point, everyone's just waiting for the upcoming map to boot up. OG, they're running away with a solid lead once again. It's time for the other teams to grab their legs and pull them down from that first spot because they have been there for too long. And if they are going to be there for too long, there's a chance they might just run away with the championship.
I just really hope that no deja vu is hitting to all those people out there because, again, the reason why we saw that fun Instagram post of OG was the curse to second and I still remember that. That's super fun to watch as well. But on the other side, there are some teams who are not having that much of a fun, right? And one of them is definitely going to be Team Forever. We've been talking about all the other teams out there. Team Forever, they were in so many situations where they've got the opportunity to try and gatekeep the other teams, but they somehow kind of find themselves in the positions where they're getting pincered from two different directions. Even in one of the previous fights where they were trying to force it on Orangutan, they shied away and then were pinched between, again, Orangutan and, if I'm not wrong, maybe Revenant.
That is true. Especially that pinch-up that was there. It really was catching a lot of these teams off guard. I'm also talking about Genix FM, right? Even they were pinched between God's Arena, I think so. And from the top, it was Revenant Esports, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah, even Genix FM getting pinched like that for them, even all the chances of them coming out on top just started to fade away instantly from that Miramar game. So hopefully the same things are not going to repeat. Now, let's speak of the usual suspects. Global Esports. So far in the game, completely deactivated. We haven't seen a single glorious moment from Global Esports so far. And we mentioned this. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but these teams on the latter half of the board, they're not really showcasing a lot of improvements. Instead, it's just the first half of the board moving up.
That's just very unfortunate to see because, again, that's the kind of gap we were even seeing when we were in the challenge season. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you hear this music in the background, it means the players are just getting ready. And in the next few seconds, we will see the map of Erangel. Now, we've been talking about those jitters, we've been talking about the leaderboards, we've been talking about the potential, but we will not see them until and unless we move directly into the map itself. We've been seeing some cheeky playing paths. Let's hope that this time it's not that way.
We're back on the classic grounds of Erangel, my friends. I went with Blind Esports. You went with which team?
I really wanted to pick some team that was coming out of the blue, but maybe I could change few of my predictions out there, man. I'm not going to pinpoint one of them. I know, but I still don't want to pinpoint one. You will never know, man. They sometimes get knocked out so early on.
Okay, even Kevin Esports so far hasn't been able to perform up to the mark. So, a lot of these teams, they are definitely facing the downfall from the first half of the board, but a lot of them are actually able to control the flow of the nature too. But you never know what this upcoming Erangel holds. Maybe OG can be eliminated off the bat. Maybe OG can come out on top and get the third chicken dinner off the tournament. Anything can happen. Or maybe Revenue Esports, they can secure a back-to-back and get 2 lakhs rupees in their bank account. So many speculations, so many possible things can happen. But a lot of fans just waiting for Destro's comeback in the overall standings in the top 8. Eyes pinned on God's Ring as we move on forward towards the map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. It's booting up on the screens. We're back on the classic grounds. Every single team's home ground. Here we go. The plane flat patch soon will be on our screens because it will be hitting the skies. And as the plane flat patch starts,
I am just anticipating it to be centric, but maybe not entirely. Starting directly from Lipovka, ending towards Georgopol City. There would be so many teams who would want to go down south, and they'll have to take the long air route. I'm talking about God's Reign, and this is just the salt over their wounds, not being able to perform that well, and now they cannot even go to military base. That would be unfortunate. Maybe they could try and find a few vehicles. If they drop around shelter, they would be blind. There could also potentially be WSB, maybe Gen X FM. We saw a cluster forming there. However, for Global Esports, they're going to have some fun time dropping directly over towards 7E. Not going to have a lot of problem. Gen X FM, though, I still feel since the flight path is near Georgopol and City, they would be able to drop in that area. But where do you think will Orangutan go? Maybe towards Zarki? Or maybe if they want to take that long aerial route towards Ferrypier, though I don't think so they'd be able to reach there.
WSB instantly just dropping off towards Lipovka. For them, the plane flat path was quite nice, including Hydra too. Even Hydra, they will drop out towards Milta Power, Revenue Esports towards Milta, Blind Esports, even they should have, and smooth sailing towards their drop location. A couple of teams will definitely struggle though. I'm also talking about God's Ring. They like to move down south towards military base. We're just waiting for the first circle to hit the deck.
Let's hope. You really love to see military base circles, right? And I'm expecting that is something that might happen.
Oh man, that voice crack that you had. Maybe you need some water, my friend.
I do need some water because the fiery shots I've been seeing, it's been hitting on my throat now lately. But on the other side though, Orangutan, just as we were talking about, they'll be going in towards Zarki. Not having any major difficulties. God's Reign will be moving down somewhere towards farm. Alright. The circle is going to follow the path of the previous map. Northern-oriented circle. Team Forever. Yet again, down south of that potato hill. In Pochinki, VC Entity, Carnival Gaming in Gatka. The southern area of the map looks super deserted, and I'm not a really big fan of it. It kind of hurts my heart to see military base and Novorepnoy being left out like that. That's so unfortunate. Because even iFlix have decided to directly take control of the western areas since, of course, Nova was out of the reach.
OR Esports. As usual, once again, a drop collision with Kemen Esports. For OR Esports, we have seen a complete downfall from them. And hopefully this time it can be controlled a little bit more better. Their performance is on a dip. The first 2 games, we haven't seen anything happen from OR Esports.
That is indeed true. But again, since you've already mentioned about OR Esports, right? Yes, there's a dip in the performance today, but I'm still hoping them to kind of bounce back. If not in this one, then at least in the map of Sanhok or Vikendi. Because if you still remember, Vikendi was a map wherein they got a massive chicken dinner for themselves. And even on the map of Sanhok.
Indeed did. But for OR Esports, still consistency is something that's needed, right? And this game, I mean, it might be the starter. First 2 games slipped out, but it really just narrows down the room for error. And now OR Esports, considering they've got no cushion to play around with, even their position has been compromised on the overall standings. They can definitely start to feel their nerves rattle up a little bit.
True.
And we have seen exactly what's going on in the social medias too. OR Esports, I mean, for Robin and his lineup, it's going to be the last tournament too, so.
Whoa.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things to live up to.
Whoa.
And God's Ring just sailing by towards the military island right now. They've taken a lot of time in the initial phase of the game. But hey, I guess maybe patience sometimes do tend to pay off.
I mean, you know, that's exactly what I would normally do in my games. Whenever it's a very northern-oriented plane, I would just open my parachute early on, only to glide and have my fun time. And then I would land up when the blue was about to hit. And they've got to be worried about that as well, because they will not have a lot of time to go in for those loots. And if in any case they do not find enough meds, rotating directly into the circle could pose some threats, because we usually see Team Forever also taking that late approach in the circle, and they normally lurk around that southern areas.
Team Forever, for them, today's day hasn't been working out at all. And as I mentioned, today is the only chance you're going to have to make any type of comebacks in the overall standings. Day 3, to come back, impossible.
Agreed.
Literally impossible. Unless if you're able to pull off 4 chicken dinners in one single day, then maybe, yeah, we can't say the comeback can be there. But let's be realistic. It's unrealistic.
Oh man, come on, don't finish the hopes of people of seeing that 4 lakh in their pockets.
I mean, keep this thing in mind. After this game, 3 games are already done.
True.
You've only got 3 more maps left in your hands. What are you going to be able to do in those 3 maps if you're all the way on the 16th or the 15th spot? Or even in the bottom 4?
Yes, that's very concerning.
You need
indeed.
at least 2 chicken dinners to break in top 7 or top 6. That is too much.
And that is one of the most important part as well, right? Because we also saw that in the challenge season. We're seeing now the points disparity between the teams. It is just massive. So yes, trying to pull yourself back now. This is going to be one of the best chances that you will have. Perform well on the map of Erangel, and then try to replicate the same thing on the map of Sanhok, because you can play pretty aggressive on that one. And that's again another map wherein you can land wherever you want to, regardless of the flight path. So you will be having that advantage. And we've seen teams like iFlix perform on that map. We have seen teams like God's Reign. If in case the zone is somewhere around Paradise Resort, they will be the ones who will be having that upper hand, because their defense almost seems impenetrable.
But you never know. All it takes is one single lose moment.
Yes.
And we're humans. Come on. We're not perfect. Sometimes your imperfection can be someone's opportunity.
True. And that is what Orangutan found out early on yesterday in the map of Erangel. Few shots being fired.
Oh my god. Gujarat Tigers, they try to indulge in so many of these fights, but it just never works out for them. Once again, losing out on their player. Now they're going to try to fall back a little bit more in the defensive stance, get the fallen player back up on their feet, while CG in the compounds looking so comfy. I mean,
yeah, it just seems kind of messed up for the side of Gujarat Tigers.
It does. Gujarat Tigers, the way they were playing the challenge season, that's the exact same way they're trying to play inside of the grand finals too. And maybe that's why they're too predictable.
It's not working out for them.
Yeah, and you can see this clearly that Gujarat Tigers, they're trying to put up this false confidence in the lobby. And that false confidence is also sometimes backfiring against them, because they're going for the fights that are quite unnecessary.
True. I've been mentioning that time and time again, that you need to take the fights that actually have some good meaning. And it's just as you mentioned, most of the fights that they're taking, they're not at all necessary. The one that they just took right now with Carnival. Had Carnival Gaming got one more lucky knock or a low HP on one of the players, they would have just gone in for the slam, and that might have been it for Gujarat Tigers, because losing 2 members, 3 members, you'll just try to play for survival. And as of now, Blind, close to the members of Hydra. The question is, will Hydra take this battle? Because we've been mentioning, Blind is again a force to be reckoned with. And they are feeling themselves as well today. They are being super solid, even stopping the likes of Orangutan. That is, of course, something that you've got to be wary about, and Hydra are not taking the fight. They will not be taking any kind of action against them. Will just be looking to go in for their rotation. Yasnaya Polyana is also being emptied by Kemin and OR Esports, but again, it's the map of Erangel, right? We're not going to see any kind of major contest between the team, but I'm pretty intrigued by this circle because it could take a shift towards any part. Maybe that northern part, maybe that south part. And Necro, if you remember correctly, there was this one game where Global Esports were occupying this exact same compounds that Carnival Gaming had. And the zone also formed over them. They were able to get a massive value out of it, some massive finish points. So Carnival can try and replicate that.
Oh, Slug. Yeah, M416 suppressed. Not a big fan of that. It sounds good, but the recall sometimes can be messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Get the compensators.
yeah, the stability sort of is a big issue with the suppressor for the M416, so compensator is much more important. I'm a big fan of compensator, vertical grip. That's like my ideal choice for the M4. And then, of course, the stock and the extended magazine, those are like the basic attachments. Those are, of course, important. You cannot skip on that, but usually some people do have different choices of grips.
I kind of go for the light grip.
Okay, you're weird.
I knew that was coming. I just knew it.
Aquanox, a knock on to Hydra. Starboy taken down. That's a big knock too. Opener, exactly what Revenant Esports needed. Now it's time for them to stamp the players of Hydra. And they have pushed up close and personal in the enemy territory. It's time to push them out of their comfort zone. And Blaze with the DBS. He misses the initial shots, but the man in the front, he knocks them both down. What? Revenant Esports, this push backfires against them as Hydra, they have completely astonished Revenant Esports and stopped them in their tracks. What a big blunder that was. Revenant, from winning the previous game, now getting knocked out of the game in the first spot. But from the bottom,
How was Dura able to get out of the vehicle and finish all of them? But for now, Spider Jord will not be able to replicate what Dura did previously. Admino is the one who will be taking him down. That's an advantage for OR.
Yeah, Genix FM, the woes continue. The players keep on dropping down slowly and steadily. Another net sails in. Skillful, gonna bite the dust too. Robin inside of the house, OR Esports, they're of course going to overpower the entirety of Genix FM. What can you even do? If you're JD Gaming, you're getting pounced on by the entire OR squad. Pro up close and personal. Zap's going to close on up to the Young Guns. Looking to march inside of the house. And JD Gaming, he can hear all the footsteps. And he is also cracking under that pressure. He's pulled out the DBS in the hits. This clutch, it seems next to impossible. He's trapped in the shack. His position's compromised, but he cannot stand a chance.
Global Esports are in the vicinity as well, and had OR suffered a knock, I'm quite sure Global would have pushed up front. But there's also Orangutan out in the open, and AKOP has already been taken down. That's not the best news for the apes out there, and Vizjord as well, taking heavy fires, will be taken down, and it is Global Esports who will be picking them apart, one after the other.
Ash confirmed instantly, AKOP in the back knocked out, and Slug falls apart too. Too many shots taken onto Global Esports. At this point, the recovery seems next to impossible. AKOP just fading away from that spot, backing away, does not want anything to do inside of the entire circumstance. But he can't do so. The confirmation will flow up anyways. The man squad exposed. Global Esports, yeah, they are getting the free flow of the points, but unfortunately they did lose out on a man like Slug, which can be a big piece for the puzzle.
But hey, there's still one thing, right? They've got Beast up. They've also got Ninja Boy up. So I would still say they've got one of their massive firepower on board. On the other side, you can't say the exact same thing for the Orangutans. They've only got Trigger, that one man remaining. All you could do would be to try and play for survival. But Carnival Gaming, they are just changing gears. And Gujarat Tigers, they can't keep up with that phase. All right. I might take my words back.
Good knock. Insidious caught. iFlix 3 players in that compound. Moch in the house. For iFlix, it's not a good news at all. Insidious needs to get back up on his feet. Team iFlix looking forward to return the pain and hurt. But Gujarat Tigers, they've got no plans on overcommitting towards this fight. And I like that. Maturity is the best way to deal with situations.
But again, some shots being fired. MJ will be taking that retreat. Again, Gujarat Tigers, as you mentioned, they've been losing players, so it's better to keep as many people up on their feet as possible. And iFlix, I mean, in that previous fight between Global Esports and Orangutan, iFlix was the one that actually got the pick on Slug. So they're just trying to find a few scraps here, left, right, and center. That's about it. But this map of Erangel is going much more aggressive than I thought it would. And half of it is to do with the terrain that we are in.
It indeed is. Crypto from iFlix, he's managed to get 2 elimination points. He can see the players just move away right in front of him. They're gathering a lot of intel. They know exactly where Gujarat Tigers are too. But iFlix, this position they've got, it's quite shady. You can never trust the spot that you're holding. You can get shot at from anywhere. Unless you're in between the containers, yeah, then maybe things can be a little bit safe. But then too, from the left lines or from the sidelines, you can get caught.
Urban finish coming in for the circle. As of now, at least, Yasnaya is where we might see teams going in for the rotation. So you already know those nades are going to be coming in handy. But as you were talking about iFlix already, that the position is not very good. Now they would need to go in for the rotation as well. And the angle from which they would take the entry is going to be crucial. They're being surrounded by Gujarat Tigers as of now. And you've also got to worry about OR, who are already in that just a little bit north of centric position.
Entity Gaming rotating from the northern side. And iFlix, this fight just keeps on continuing. We're not finding any proper blows so far. They're just exchanging bullets, a little bit of hurt. But no one's getting knocked out. Nothing lethal happening just yet. WSP though, speak of the lethal things, and Zerf's gonna crumble down. I'm not exactly sure. The presence of mind completely seems lacking from these players. And that's why WSP, they're really facing the wrath of Hydra.
The three-headed dragon. Finally breathing out the fire that we were hoping it would previously. Getting those picks on Revenant and also getting one more. They and OR are the only teams who've got those early 4 finishes in their bag. So that's somewhere around 10,000 bucks already in their back pocket. As soon as I talk about OR, you can see Pro in such a low HP, but will be able to run away unless Ninja Boy could connect some nasty shots, and I don't think so that's going to happen as of now. But again, it's one of those, you can say, similar compounds that iFlix was kind of holding. They've just got a few extra buildings to work around, but looking at the amount of windows out there, they still could be shot from multiple directions.
Hydra, this is now really starting to pan out to be a big trifecta of death.
Yes.
OG on the right with only one man surviving. WSB over there too. So yeah, a lot of teams that we had expectations from inside of this game, they have been eliminated quite early. But my prediction was blind, so keep that thing in mind.
I was talking about Seoul, but they are being picked apart one after the other. A couple of their players have already fallen, and it's Entity Gaming who've been stopping them in their tracks down towards that school area, where they would be looking to enter in the circle from southwestern part, but they just seem to be having those crumbling situations, and they're not able to pick themselves back up. Down towards southeast part, if you watch, it's God's Reign. Yet again, just on top of that mansion area. They've got a lot of open grounds in front of them, and all the closed buildings in Yasnaya Polyana have already been taken by a lot of those teams. So I still feel the best possible rotation for God's Reign could potentially be to take some of the high grounds that might be available up north, but that's where global esports are.
Well, look at Gujarat Tigers. The players are just waiting. One of them is all the way back in the blue, which is Wixkey, and iFlix is the team that's in the front line. So Gujarat Tigers, they're not exactly sure how to make the move and when to make the move, because iFlix is sort of gatekeeping them. But even iFlix, they themselves need to make it inside of the circle. The wall of death is moving up, and finally chaos breaks out. iFlix not looking too good in this position they've acquired, while Gujarat Tigers, they have completely surrounded the entirety of iFlix. They've got the high ground to play with Shadow OG on the top, MJ from the side. Even MJ's quite exposed, but at least he's got a little bit of a dip to work with. Oh, yeah. Fallen Man back upon his feet. Insidious still catching a lot of hurt from the blue. He will be able to patch himself up, but it's better to just move out of this spot as soon as possible. The longer you're going to stay over here, the more damage you will be taking, and you will also be costing the rotation for your team. Entity Gaming too looking forward to take the advantage of the fight and maybe pull up a third party.
Yes, it is highly possible, but it could potentially be a fourth and a fifth party, because Team Forever and OR have the same idea on the other side. Though Blind, the team that you guessed might be getting the chicken, is raining fire on the members of Kevin. But I really want to look forward to the fight that's happening out there. You mentioned about a potential third party of Entity, but it just seems that they'll be taking their leave. They are prioritizing the zone more than the fight, and I love that decision.
Revenue Esports Sensei OG. Still just sitting pinned in that house. WSB for them. With how things have been looking like, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, that is true. But again, it's Blind now, facing the fury of Kemin Esports, specifically Fury I'm talking about. Harsh will be just making his retreat, but can Skips do the same?
A big question that I'm wondering to myself. Blind Esports now being pushed back slowly and steadily, step by step.
Oh.
But Kemin Esports, Fury is pushing up close and personal. Pulls out the nade in his hands, is going for the perfect cook as well. And it might just bounce off the wall and find Skips, and he does. But even Altu gets knocked out from the back. It's WSB raiding the house. Kemin Esports, there's a chance they can be pincered. Maybe there's a sandwich situation brewing up. Even Phantom getting knocked out. Maybe he will be confirmed, and that's what's happening. He's taking a lot of damage. And Phantom gets confirmed. Altu back upon his feet. Oh, so many smokes to back him up, so Altu will be able to patch himself for Blind Esports. This is not a good situation at all. Fury gets knocked out, but Dark Lord, this should be a go call being made by Blind.
Should potentially be a good go call, but they are still waiting for Carnival to make their first move, because you never want to get third partied in such a situation. And that's why they're kind of taking that passive approach as well. A good Molotov from Dark Lord to get that confirmation. In the meantime, Team Forever are the ones who are trying to get a third party on Carnival Gaming as they get one knock. But at the same time, if you look at the positioning of Team Forever, they need to make a long way to enter the circle, and it's God's Reign who got the best positioning.
Oh, but the circle moves on the higher grounds. Almost towards the Stalber Island. So many hardship from the circle. Once again, just playing with the emotions of the team. So far in today's day, the circle has been the MVP. And now it's time for WSB to make the push and red the house of Kemin Esports. Altu and Venom, they've got a whole storm brewing up inside of that house. And it's now starting to cause a lot of problem for Kemin Esports. They're being suffocated to their death. A good Molotov from Venom, but is it actually going to keep the players of WSB on the bay? That's the real question. Venom all by himself in that house. Just suffocating, so many smokes, it's shrouding him. It's keeping him safe for now. But for how long, that's the real question. Anus 2 OP, he should be back up on his feet considering Arman. He is playing around the cover quite nicely inside of the house. Unfortunately, Anus 2 OP lost out. WSB still not making that push on top of the house, so at least for now, that man from Kemin Esports, which is Venom, he will be safe.
But Blue is going to come soon.
Oh, he's dead.
You mentioned about him being safe. It was obvious he's going to fall down there. Caster's Curse coming into play, but Carnival Gaming have decided to make their move. They're going to rotate away, and so will Blind. They'll do the exact same thing, and WSB are now in such a bad position. They've got to make their move as well. They're the ones who are super late in the circle, and if you look at the amount of chaos, the number of teams remaining, it's 12.
Yeah, too many teams, the circle's small, and even the terrain's quite weird. It's the Stalberg Hill for you, my friends. The terrain on this hill, oh, it is really tough to play around with. If you're proactive enough, if you find yourself in a good spot, well, it's all good in the hood for you.
Oh!
Utilities being tossed from Team Forever. Carnival Gaming, they might just be on the receiving end of things. The amount of utilities we've seen being tossed from these players, it's insane. Carnival Gaming just looking to take down Team Forever because right now they are the biggest competition Carnival Gaming has to face.
That is indeed true. Team Forever, they need to win this fight to try and get themselves solidified in those top spots in the leaderboard. But again, they're not even able to close in that gap because of the amount of utils that are being burned by Carnival. That is such a great use. This Molotov is going to push Omega even backwards from Team Forever. On the other side though, OR are now trying to take away the positioning that Global Esports had. Entity Gamla Boy though, he can play a massive spoiler. Akshat finds the first opening onto Omega of Team Forever, and this could potentially be an advantageous situation for CG.
Omega knocked out. 3 more players left alive for Team Forever. For Carnival Gaming, the same thing can be said, but at least the knocked man's going to be back upon his feet soon. Gamla Boy from the back. Entity Gaming looking to third party this scenario. Nate being tossed in the smoke. Oasis is still safe.
Oh.
For how long? That's the real question, but Hector catches Oasis. The bit threat neutralized. Can be a sigh of relief for Carnival Gaming. But Team Forever, once again, sticking that resurrection onto Ovace. But Kamala Boy from the back is not making any crucial move just yet. Wall of Death starting to move. Now Team Forever, they will be forced off that comfort zone. And that's what has exactly happened. Every single team will be in a big panic. If you're outside of the zone, you got to make it in as quick as possible.
Hydra as well trying to take their own entry, but they would be between Blind as well as God's Reign. That's not the best possible situation, and Team Forever has been taken down. The Wall of Death literally raining death onto them, and so will be the attempt of God's Reign. They'll be trying to take them down one after the other. They've got one of the best positionings as Hydra will be trying to take an uphill battle. Justin is down on his knees. The revival should come. No worries there. But this could potentially be a much-needed chicken for God's Reign Necro.
Dark Lord knocked out. Justin crawling to safety. God's Reign. For them, they've got the high ground to play with, but can they actually capitalize and come through victorious? They're currently in the top 5 with a decent amount of finish points too. Fallen Man back upon his feet, but then instantly another nade sails in and gets the re-knock. Justin, he's just not finding any type of leeway. He's not finding any type of time off from this duty. Carnival Gaming Hector strikes down the last man from Blind Esports, so I guess for Blind Esports, their journey is done in this game.
Hydra, this is finding such a good timing onto not just one, but a couple of teams out there. Hector has been taken down, and that's a couple of players being knocked down for Carnival Gaming. That is problematic. Spurs will be taking some fire, but Starboy confirms the pick on Hector. Spurs blows himself out. That is so very bad.
God's Reign, they went for the rotation all the way down south. And this is some interesting stuff that God's Reign's trying to pull off. They took the advantage of 2 teams duking it out against each other, and they rotated down south from that hilltop. But Destro is still on top, and the only reason why Destro is there is because of intel and the cover fire Destro can give. Destro will need to rain down death and destruction on the team in the front in the name of Carnival Gaming, and these utilities, they need to find a little bit more of that mark. But unfortunately, God's Reign, they're crumbling down. They are still inside of the zone for Carnival Gaming. Oh, these nades are really starting to hurt. Hydra, Spray God can be a big spoiler in the sport, but Spray God is barely making it inside of the circle on the edge.
Jeez, look at Carnival Gaming. One nade's gonna do the trick for them. I don't think so. They've got a lot of smokes remaining, but as you mentioned about Destro, he's on a domination right now. 3 finishes already. It's only Spray God remaining, but this one fight between Carnival Gaming and God's Reign is going to show us who's going to be the winner of this game, and Carnival are not in a good position.
God's Reign, 3 players. Now looking to make that push happen. They have lost out in patience, and it's time to send it against the opponents. There's another man from Hydra. Akshat is going for the fight against him. He's also getting pincered between Godsreen and Carnival Gaming themselves. And for Godsreen, this can be the exact opener they needed, and they have gotten it. It's time for them to recover and make the comebacks. And this will be a great start for the rebuild.
One of the much needed chicken dinners for the team that was looking unstoppable early on in the previous year. Finally moving forward, and this is going to be a big boost, but the amount of finishes that they've secured, that is something that I will be having my eyes on, because yes, a potential entry in the top 8, in the top 5, pretty difficult.
Still though, it's not going to be a sigh of relief just yet.
True.
They did get this chicken dinner, but after a long time, as I mentioned, this could be the beginning of the rebuild that they needed. They still need to crack it inside of the top 8. Maybe they already have, I don't exactly know.
But there's still one thing, right? This is becoming a very good day for Carnival Gaming. They got a chicken dinner, and now they also managed to get that second position. That is such a great opener for their side. And the next map is going to be Sanhok. We have seen this team. They've been doing pretty okay in that, but they've got to make a point on that aggressive map as well. However, for Hydra, I still feel that the point when Spurs basically blew himself up, that was the point wherein they started their own downfall and demise.
But let's address the main key issue, and that is OR's downfall. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? There's a lot to talk about. Let's move on forward to the interview with the players of Godsreen.
Finally a win for people's favorite Godsreen. Come on, people, give it up for Godsreen! Congratulations for the win. Winner chicken dinner. Day 1 अच्छा नहीं रहा था Godsreen का people favorite. Everyone was hoping that Godsreen day 1 पे काफी ऊपर finish करेगी. It was not good, but day 2 में तीसरा match chicken dinner मिला. How's the feeling, brother?
थोड़ा सा रिलीव फील कर रहा हूँ. एक अच्छा मैच गया है. Hopefully momentum continues and आके बचे हुए मैचेस में भी अच्छा करेंगे.
मैप जब जैसे जैसे कम होता जा रहा था, how did you approach it? Because बहुत सारी teams एक साथ आ रही थी.
आई थिंक जोन ने हमें काफ़ी फेवर किया इस गेम में, तो थोड़ा लक फैक्टर था हमारे साइड. बाकी हमने कन्वर्ट अच्छा करा. अदर देन दैट मेरे को कॉन्फिडेंट था कि हम ये मैच कन्वर्ट करेंगे फॉर श्योर.
अगर पोडियम फिनिश करना है, उसके लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होगी अब आगे?
हम अपना बेस्ट ही देंगे. अगर हमारे एंड से मिस्टेक्स नहीं हुई तो वो आराम से हो जाएगा.
Once again, congratulations to Godsreen. Now let's head back to the experts.
I mean, Destro mentioned this was sort of a sigh of relief for him, but as I mentioned, it should not exactly be the sigh of relief, because he has seen a lot of tough times in the overall standings, not just on day 1, even at the start of day 2. Yeah, the third game is a chicken dinner, but Destro himself mentioned that the zone was favoring him, and it was also a little bit of a luck factor involved.
There always comes in that one small luck factor whenever you're talking about those end circles, right? Because yes, you can try and get a good positioning, but if in case the circle shifts away from you, then you have to leave that space. And sometimes, for example, if you've not got a higher ground, it's becoming even more difficult for you to push against the teams. But yet again, there's one more thing that I really want to point out about the fact how, even though we'll be watching that in the highlights, how Hydra had, I would say, a decent dispositioning. It was not that good, but at the end of the day, they had a good chance to try and make a push against Carnival Gaming, but Spurs blew himself up, and that's where Hydra were divided into two factions.
Exactly. I mean, Hydra, for them, Erangels have always been sort of a good point.
Yeah.
They have been able to perform on a great note. I mean, they started things off by wiping out the entirety of Revenue Esports. And Revenue Esports, it is the same team that won the Miramar game.
True.
And then when it came on forward to convert the same thing, to convert the momentum on forward for Erangel, it just did not work out at all.
Just did not indeed, because again, that was Hydra deciding to take the fight. And that's something I believe Revenant did not expect. But again, that was a massive mess up when Dura was getting out of his buggy and no one was able to finish him off. And he got 2 knocks from that. Spray God followed it up with one of his own, and they were able to get quick flushes. But since we are talking about flushes, came in as well, being pincered between two teams. And in this case, Carnival Gaming was way far back on those hills and still were taking those fights and winning in both those crucial duels.
That is true. I mean, especially Carnival Gaming. Once again, that consistency keeps them moving up. Today's day for Carnival Gaming has solid. You mentioned this a while ago too. Consistency is on the mark. For Hydra, Erangels have been solid. So even this Erangel for Hydra was quite nice. Unfortunately, they got pincered between God's Reen and Carnival Gaming, so not a lot could be done in that scenario. They got completely dismantled. But you can see the fans, the excitement on the fans too. This is how the highlights of the previous game, as soon as the previous game booted up, this is how the entire aura looked like towards the lane.
True. Again, you always talk about the aura, and that's what you always get, and that in such a great fashion whenever you're out there inland. You've been mentioning how we've got crowd literally on our right side, and they are shouting like anything. We might potentially know the reason for that, and one of that is that Team Soul are just moving out there in front of them, so of course they'll be hyped up. And since we're already talking about Team Soul, you know, I really want to see a chicken dinner from them, man. Come on, it's been so many games already. I'm waiting for them. On day one, I made a prediction. It's about time for them to get one.
I mean, I guess Team Soul is just really aiming for the bigger picture here.
True.
And as long as Seoul are going to be closer to that championship, as long as Seoul is going to be closer to that trophy, I guess for them that's all that matters.
True.
But let's be honest, there's also a lot of money up for grabs if you do get your hands on the chicken dinner. So I guess it can just be the icing on top of the cake that these players are definitely looking for. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with this entire show, we got to give a huge thank you to Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra for sponsoring this entire event. Thank you so much for Samsung Galaxy for making this event come true. It really means a lot. Not just to us, even for the fans. A lot of fans are also quite dedicated towards this game. This game means quite a lot to them. So once again, thank you so much, sponsors, for making this event come true.
I mean, fans are the people who basically support you even in the times of tough. But at the end of the day, I really want to see the man who made the journey tough for the other teams in this match. Because, of course, it's going to be the MVP now shown us in front of our screens real soon. But who's going to be your guess? Never mind.
Well, it is Mavi from Global Esports with 4 finishes and 44% finish contribution. I'm telling you, Global Esports, they are getting those elimination points wrapped up. But is that what really matters? You also need to combine those elimination points with a good amount of placement points, and that's when you get yourself a solid standing in the overall.
Absolutely true. The team that has been able to do that was, of course, the team Orangutan. But yeah, I see you doing that pose of Delta. That's one of the unique poses that we've seen, right? Not the normal ones, but again, Mavi, the man who was going all out, fragging IGL yet again, but he needs his team to step up at this point as well.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Mavi, but he's been stepping up a lot when it comes to the fragging department. You don't see Mavi usually doing that great in the fragging department because he's the one making the majority of the callouts. But this time, if you move on forward with the match rankings, you've got God's Reen, of course, with 23 points in total. Carnival Gaming with 16 points. Hydra with 15. In general, the top 3 teams, they got a decent amount of points.
But there's one thing that I just noticed, right? It's only God's Reign who got more than 20 points in this one. Normally, we would still see teams at the second and third place get somewhere close to 19, 20, 21 points. But however, this time around, we still see Gen X FM being down bottom, Kevin Esports as well. It's happening just like how it happened yesterday. Team Forever, Revenant, Orangutan, iFlakes just grabbing a few points, 1 and 2. That's not the greatest of the great news, specifically for Orangutan, because what Sensei said, it's kind of coming true.
It indeed is. I mean, Sensei clearly mentioned that OG, they are known for their chokes when it matters the most. On day 1, OG, they performed phenomenally well. In day 2, one game they performed well, but then after that, once again, the downfall is clearly noticeable. Hopefully, in the upcoming 3 games, OG can once again recover back and they can control the flow of the state. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And you guys can see some famous personalities amongst the VIPs right there, which are sitting in the VIP lounge itself. And even they're having a great time. You can see the crowd just cheering their name. Even the crowd's quite hyped up to see their favorite content creators right there.
I mean, you would of course be hyped up, and if you want to be the part of the action, ladies and gentlemen, you know where to show up. It's Noida Indoor Stadium.
Yep.
And it's first come, first serve, so the faster you come here, the better chances you have to grab a seat for yourself out in the arena. And trust me, it's super hyping. Even right now, me and Necro got distracted a little bit just because of the audience out there who are making so much noise.
It's really hard to even hear ourselves when the audience is just chanting their favorite content creator's name or either a team's name. And the crowd is right next to us. It's standing right over there. So I'm just having a lot of fun. I'm vibing with the crowd as well. And of course, even the games are going quite entertaining. Now it's time for the storyline.
Yes.
Godspeed, finally a chicken dinner. As I mentioned, it should not be a sigh of relief though, because we don't exactly know if they've still cracked inside of the top 16 in the overall standings. I am pretty sure the overall standings will be showed soon enough on our screens, but I just need to find out where exactly Godspeed have positioned themselves. And no, they haven't even cracked in the top 8 just yet.
Jeez. Look at the side of Revenant as well as 79 points. You've got Erangel at 121. Blind moving up on that second spot. But at the end of the day, yes.
Look at OR Esports. The downfall is insane. From the 2nd to the 7th, maybe being kicked out from the first half of the board. It is possible. This downfall from OR Esports really make us think, what happened on day 1?
But
was that unplanned?
I guess so, but that's something you also mentioned previously, right? That yes, just like OG, we have seen OR performing phenomenally on day 1, but on day 2, they kind of have those jitters. And if you're looking at the last few spots, Xenix FM, WSB, iFlix, Global Esports, not the best possible place to be at.
Yeah, from 15th to 11th. Godspeed, they have taken a massive leap in the overall standings. Team Forever is now going to be right on top of them. There's a decent amount of cushion that Team Forever has over Godspeed, but I'm pretty sure in the upcoming game of Sanhok, even that's going to fade away. Now keep this thing in mind. Sanhok, that means a drop collision off the bat between Global Esports and Seoul towards Temple. And this is going to be an interesting one because last time Seoul was the one who took down Global Esports. Now it's time for Global Esports to take the revenge.
I would really be hyped up to see that happen. But there's one more thing I'm pretty hyped up about, right? You mentioned drop collision. There's one more that happened previously. And that was Orangutan and Gujarat Tigers. Gujarat Tigers.
Oh yeah, in boot camp.
Yes, only got one. OG won that fight, and then that dream 1v4 of Ash against the sides of Aiku Soul. I know that might not repeat itself, but I'll be down if that happens. But which team are you going to predict? Who do you think will be down to win the next chicken dinner?
I went with Blind Esports the whole time, and unfortunately, Blind Esports did not come out on top, so I'm going to go with Blind Esports once again. I said a lot of Blind Esports in that sentence, because Blind Esports is actually
Blind Esports.
Blind Esports.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the content creators, having word with the fans, signing their billboards that they have got in their hands, just, taking the autographs and stuff like that. And as I mentioned, if you guys want to have a chance to meet your own favorite content creators, which will, of course, be there probably in the BGMI VIP lounge. If you guys want to join alongside, make sure to join in Noida Indoor Stadium. And if you're lucky enough to be quick towards the land at 2 o'clock, then maybe you can get yourself the ticket.
True. Maybe.
Maybe.
Or let's just say, yes, you will get the ticket. So might as well just show up on the time. But yet again, as we've been talking about those drop collisions, you can hear the music in the background. We're getting Sanhok prepared for everyone. Not the lighting out there though. Just want to throw it in between. You again say Blind Esports. It's time for the audience as well to comment down in the section who do you think will get the chicken on this map of Sanhok. I will be coming out and say that it is possible iFlix might show us something new. The map of Sanhok is somewhere they kind of feel comfortable, and I am really hoping for them to put the performance that they were known for back in the last few weeks of challenge season.
I'm just excited to see that drop location once again between Global Esports and Aku Seoul. It will be an interesting one. Both of them like to drop down in the same spot, which is the hilltop on top of that temple. Will this time Global Esports come out on top, or will it be Aku Seoul once again just dominating Global Esports and keeping themselves alive in that game and keeping the momentum and the consistency rolling up, because they need it the most right now. You've only got 3 more games left in your hands. You got to make all of those leftover games count. The players, they're seeming locked up and ready because they know the game's about to boot up soon on the screens.
Even Hydra just getting ready on the back of performance in the previous game. You mentioned about Uri as well. This man frags like a maniac, and he showed that in the previous game. You miss your shot, he is going to take every single chance that he gets, and will be having a chance to witness those drop collisions on this map of Sanhok itself. I'll be down to watch what's going to happen. Again, you picked up Seoul and said that they would be the ones colliding against Global Esports. They won previously, but I'm expecting that this time onwards, it's going to be Orangutan winning against Gujarat Tigers. But yeah, looking at all the players,
it's time to get your game faces on, because we're going to step in the variety. Sanhok will be on the screen soon as the plane's going to hit up high in the sky towards the rainforests. We will be heading on to in Sanhok. The plane flight path will be dictating on how exactly the drop collisions might look like, but we will probably see the drop collision between Global Esports and Aku Seoul, because the plane flight path is starting all the way from Camp Alpha towards docks.
let's hope the drop early on, because even OG and GT will be taking their leave. And just as you were talking about, we are seeing GE taking their drop on the other side. OR will also go directly up towards north. But where is Aku Seoul? Alright, we're not gonna see that drop collision at least. But what? Oh my god.
For the first time, we're seeing Aku Seoul not go for Camp Alpha.
Huh.
They have been forced to change that drop location. Oh, this is an interesting change that we're seeing from Aku Seoul. Dropping towards Painan, or at least on those individual compounds that are around Painan. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is going to look like for Aku Seoul, but one thing is for sure, they are prepared for this. And speak of being prepared, MJ is ready with the DBS in the hand. He's got the dream loadout to kick things off, and he's here to kick OG out of the lobby. Even OG, they've got their hands on the shotguns and AKOP. He finds that crash against the opponent. MJ still in the back lines, up and alive, but Gujarat Tigers, they're being taken down slowly and steadily. OG still, they're looking quite solid. But I guess we've also got the call from the production that there's a rehost coming up.
That is unfortunate indeed. But hey, you may never know. Maybe you're going to witness a drop collision between Aku Seoul as well as, again, Global Esports. Because here's the thing, right? I kind of understand why Seoul would not want to go in for their own normal drop location. The reason for that is Seoul are in that top 8. They're still in almost that top 5 positioning. So they would try to kind of take the opportunity and take a big leap in that leaderboard. Maybe at least get close to that second place. Global Esports, they've got nothing to lose. They're down in those bottom 5. They need to take all the fights that they could get. So it's a high risk, high reward play for GE, but a very high risk and not that high of a reward for Aku Seoul.
Maybe Aku Seoul knew that there's going to be a rehost. Maybe that's why they dropped somewhere else.
Come on.
I'm just saying. Because Aku Seoul is one of the best teams, let's be honest. And if they
True.
compromise for something less than that spot that they have already been playing for years, it will be a big statement made by GE. A lot of people might just say that Aku Seoul, they didn't want to face the likes of GE, that's why they just moved away from that spot. They just don't want to take that extra bit of risk factor.
Highly possible. Highly possible. But that question will be answered when the lobby will be rehosted. So, yet again, we're seeing all the players of Global Esports. Yeah, you can see those calm faces as well, but you know there's a storm brewing behind them. They are really hungry for those position points. And if we're talking about Gujarat Tigers as well, They dropped in again at the boot camp. We are going to see that ego challenge coming in. But at the end of the day, who's going to come out on top in that fight is going to be the question.
Exactly.
well, I mean, टीममेट और मेरे जो एक्स टीममेट्स हैं अच्छे प्लेयर्स थे सारे, मेरे को भरोसा है उन पे. लास्ट टूर्नामेंट भी जो ऑफिशियल हुआ था वो लोग क्वालिफाई करे थे, एंड इस टूर्नामेंट हो सकता है बैड लक की वजह से नहीं कर पाए, बट मैडमैन एक अच्छा प्लेयर है और जूसी भाई पे मेरे को भरोसा है, उनकी एजिलिंग भी अच्छी है और माइटी तो अच्छा खेल रहा है अभी मैंने जहाँ तक देखा है, और रौनक का भी एडिशन बहुत ही अच्छा हुआ है उनकी टीम में. तो नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट वो होपफुली क्वालिफाई कर ही जाएंगे, अच्छा खेल लेंगे, मेरे को भरोसा है उन पे.
Well, I mean, that's Beast from Global Esports. A young prodigy, in my opinion. And he's been actually performing quite nice so far in the LAN itself. Global Esports, they've got quite the young lads in their roster. Ninja Boy, Beast, and both these guys, they have been trying their best to perform. And I would say Beast has definitely lived up to the expectations.
Yes, again, whenever Beast starts to hit, he hits like a truck. But we've also heard a few things about Beast, right? That if in case he's not feeling that comfortable, he's not feeling that good, the entire day is kind of messed up for him. But again, at the end of the day, I'll be pretty hyped up to see their performance.
Exactly. But then, even Kemen Esports today, for them, we have seen a bit of a downfall.
True.
Even players like Phantom has not been able to perform. And
unfortunately,
Phantom has been sort of like the main piece for the puzzle.
नाम काफी उछला है और बट मेहनत बहुत टाइम से चलती आ रही है. मेहनत ऐसा नहीं है कि यही टूर्नामेंट में हम शाइन हुए हैं, लेकिन वही है कि स्टार्टिंग के सीजन स्लो पे खेला हमने. सेकंड सीजन स्टार्टिंग के 2 वीक के बाद जब हमको लगा कि हाँ वी आर ऑन द एज ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट क्वालिफिकेशन, तब हमने सोचा कि ठीक है अपने जो हम नॉर्मल खेलते हैं, अब नॉर्मल भी इन सेंस के हम यस ना हमारा प्राइमरी ड्रॉप था, तो वहाँ बसड़ बहुत थी, तो अब वहाँ जाके फालतू का तुम मर जाओ, एक कैजुअलिटी ले लो, मैच बिगड़े. इससे हमने सोचा पहले हमारा जो सेकेंडरी ड्रॉप है उधर जाते हैं. जिस मोमेंट पे वहाँ लगा कि भाई हाँ अब हो गया है, तब हम आए अपने ड्रॉप पे, हमने अपना ड्रॉप का काम किया. मोमेंटम बना था जब वीक 2 के एंडिंग में जो चिकन शायद लास्ट के डेज अच्छे गए थे, तब मोमेंटम अच्छा खासा बना था. मोमेंटम के बाद 3rd और 4th वीक में फुल कॉन्फिडेंट थे कि हाँ ठीक है अब तो हो गया. ये नहीं था कि #1 से क्वालिफाई करना है, था कि ठीक है नेचुरली खेलेंगे, और अभी भी नेचुरली खेलने वाले आगे भी.
Hopefully, Kemen Esports, with those adjustments, they're going to make the comeback in the overall standings, because that is desperately needed.
True.
And the same thing can be said for OR Esports too, because we have seen a big dip in the performance. This upcoming game of Sanhok can be a new ray of hope for a lot of the teams that are looking forward to establish that comeback on the latter half of the board. But so far, we've only seen one single major movement in the name of God's Reign.
Just one, and you were mentioning so many times how just one chicken dinner might not be enough, and that is the exact thing that has happened. Only one chicken dinner, they've still not breached in the top 8. You still need more, and if you're talking about the points disparity between Orangutan and anyone else who are in those bottom 8, I mean it's even over 40 points, so that is massive, that is humongous, which you're not able to close in one day. That's just going to increase even further, because yes, OG can have a couple of games, jittery games, but they will still fire back, and that too in a solid power.
Global Esports, I mean Mavi, as we mentioned, the fragging IGL. And Mavi, he has definitely stepped up when Ninja Boy isn't able to take control of things.
True.
And as we mentioned too, Ninja Boy is supposed to be the playmaker for Global Esports. But now that he's not able to perform, players like Beast, they need to step up even more. Mavi, of course, even he needs to step up, considering his player isn't able to perform under the LAN pressure. And hopefully we're going to see that step up today itself, because tomorrow it will be too late. The championship will be out of your hands. The only thing you can really fight for are the elimination points that can give you the cash money and also the chicken dinners.
I mean, that's, again, the thing that we've been talking about, how important, of course, those cashes are and those frags are. At the same time, trying to position yourself in a way that you are the best place to get that chicken. We've seen that happen from Revenant. We've also seen that happen from God's Reign. I'm really hoping to see that happen from Global Esports as well. As you've been mentioning time and time again, Beast needs to step up. Mavi, he's been stepping up even in terms of slug, I would say. He was kind of getting a few of those important finishes. He got 3, if I'm not wrong, in the previous one, but then got taken down as well. So these are a few things that you would always have to watch out for. You need to keep as many people up on their feet as possible, specifically the ones who are feeling themselves in that specific game, because you may never know if they might end up being the MVP of the entirety of the thing. We've seen players do that. AKOP has been doing that phenomenally.
I mean, specifically for God's Reen, it is understandable that dealing with the pressure at the same time trying to establish a comeback can be too much for your mental.
True.
And that's why the struggle is clearly seen. Oh, look at the fans. The camera on top of them, and these guys are now getting super excited. They've written quite a lot of things.
I love how there are quite a decent amount of Hydra fans as well. I know what you read. I know what you read. But I'm focusing on We Want Chicken Hydra and the fact how he's written half of it in English and half of it in Hindi.
A lot of Hydra fans in that corner of the arena. Quite excited to see that team perform on the big stage.
1 point. Every single point counts.
We got a Justin Fannin.
Yes.
Amongst the crowd. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The planes hit up in the skies, in the rainforest itself, as it starts all the way from the side of Pantai towards Hatin. This plane flight path, once again, is quite nice. It's going to equally distribute the player or the map into 2 halves.
I want to see the hot drop clash. Gujarat Tigers. Oh, wait a second. Wait. No way. No way. They're changing things up now. No, yeah, they're going in boot camp. You always love to see that. Orangutan up against Gujarat Tigers. But I know where you're focused. I know you want to see Aiku Soul against Global Esports. But I'm so sorry for you, Necro. That is not happening. You've got to make do with OG up against GT.
Aiku Soul. Oh, man, really making these mature decisions. I guess Soul, they're one of those stubborn teams. They would want to go for the drop collision. But you know what? Speaking of the stubborn teams, and we've got one in front of us. The man's got his hands on the DBS, but it's not going to matter. AKOP was a little bit too quick on that trigger, and he pulls it with that barrel in his hands. He finds the first elimination. One man being knocked out and confirmed instantly as OG. They kick things off on a fantastic note. For Gujarat Tigers, it's not looking that great.
Indeed, it's not looking great at all, and that's not the start you would want to have. But we've seen it multiple times. Shadow this time around gets one on trigger quickly, down to a 3v3 situation. AK still trying to find an angle, but he's got to be wary of the shots. He fires. Shadow low in the HP, but still survives.
30 bullets in the magazine, and the man's just going for a constant pre-fire. Gujarat Tigers, even they're crumbling down. MJ, he finds another man from OG, and what? I don't know, over the entirety of OG, they just come crashing down. Only one last man left alive in the name of AKOP to clutch it all out against GT, but then a third party's on the horizon. It's Team Forever knocking on the doors of Gujarat Tigers. AKOP is going to escape from that spot because he needs to play for the consistency. He needs to play for the placement points now. It's all going to come down to the survival game of OG. While Team Forever, they're marching against the players of Gujarat Tigers. And both the players, luckily enough, they've got their hands on the DBS. Somewhere else on the map, there's another fight brewing up.
That is true. We were seeing in the finish feed as well how Revenant were taking apart Blind Esports, but I love the decision making from Team Forever. I truly love it. They knew the drop collision would happen, and they were out there in vicinities, just getting ready with the DBSs in hand, M762 barrel. And that's just a lot of weapons for Gujarat Tigers to deal with. Last 2 members, that's going to be the fight being taken. Shadow OG is down to such a low HP.
So much action off the bat, and the DBSs this time, they click too. Team Forever, patient, played to perfection. MJ on the top floor, and he's just waiting for the right moment to strike. He's holding that third-person angle, and as soon as any of the players, they move in the closed perspective, he will try to go for those shots. A DBS in the hand, all it takes is one single shot, but MJ, he collapses against the players of Team Forever. AKOP from OG still up, but for him, keeping his position unknown and anonymous should be the way to go. Aiku Soul have heard all the commotion that was going on in boot camp, and now they're here for the third party. Gujarat Tigers, quite disappointed in themselves.
So that's the reason why Soul did not take the drop of Camp Alpha. They also had the realization that a fight might brew up in boot camp. They knew both the teams are The ones who are playing in on that ego will not let that go. So they wanted those extra points, and this was the perfect opportunity for them to get the third party. But Team Forever were just half a step ahead, I would say.
I don't think so.
Maybe.
This was the game plan.
I mean, I think so. It could potentially be. Otherwise, I don't see any reason for them to shy away from their Camp Alpha drop.
Well, there is one reason. Global Esports, they've got a strong firepower.
Come on. They even
and
won
IQ Soul,
previously.
they've got a strong firepower too. Even if IQ Soul do end up winning the fight against GE, damage will be dealt equally.
Agreed.
I mean, Soul, there's a chance they might start things off in a handicap if they go for that drop collision. So I guess one team playing it the mature way should be the safest way to play this one, and I guess Soul was the one to back away. They were the one to be the mature ones.
Possible. I guess that is a question we'll probably leave for the interview if in case Soul gets that chicken dinner, which they are desperately needing at this point. But on the other side, though, of course, Orangutan needed some of those important points, but AKOP is just praying to all the gods he can that Soul do not spot him out, because Team Forever, they've already backed off. They'll probably not be taking any more fights at this point, or maybe not. It's IQ Soul as well who are taking the retreat.
AKOP.
Never mind.
Yeah, his heart's probably going to pump out of his chest because he can hear so many footsteps around him.
Yeah. He's probably gone at this point.
And he cannot even afford to even move a single muscle. That's why he isn't doing so. Just waiting patiently. He can hear all the players just move away, and they have moved past him. So I guess AKOP is going to live to see another day.
It's way too close, I would say, but yes, there's a potential opportunity for him to try and play for the survival points, unless, of course, Mafia, the last man, will be trying to move through that direction, spots him. That's again up to Team Forever if they've realized they've left one compound open. However, Team Forever now in the outskirts of Carnival Gaming.
Indeed. IQ Soul has power. They're pretty much in a big pincer here.
Yes.
Carnival Gaming, they've been surrounded by the entirety of IQ Soul. And CG right in the center. And I guess Soul just waiting for the players of CG to be a little bit more complacent, move out in the open, think that they have the edge inside of the fight. And once they start getting overconfident, that's when Soul will probably strike. At CG, one of the players is actually moving out in the open too. You can see him. He's going to probably try to make some moves on the board. Goblin moves out of that house. It's time to clear some more territory, and the brawl will break out. The players of Carnival Gaming, they're falling down. They're dropping down like flies, one after one. The players are quite softened up as well. And Knuckle, he finds the second knockout. Carnival Gaming starting to crumble down slowly and steadily. Goblin softened up as well. All he can do is just tuck back in the corner and wait for the right moment to strike. But his position gets compromised, and just like that, Knuckle, he puts the final nail in the coffin. Carnival Gaming eliminated from the game off the bat.
Such a good patience from Knuckle indeed. The man just waited. He missed the first shots, but then still was able to capitalize on the back of it, where again, no one from Carnival Gaming knew where he was. Got the man lacking out there, and then at the end of the day, Goblin was just trying to be sneaky, trying to be cheeky. But he was open from that one window. And Knuckle, I love the maneuver coming in. IQ Soul, again, they needed those points. And if this is the way they're starting things off, it's giving me the flashbacks of Week 3 and Week 4.
Oh, the spray with the M416 from Oaze. This can be a free knock.
My God.
But he misses the opportunity. The man was so close, and he still somehow escapes the death's grip.
You could say the same thing for AKOP, though. But yes, indeed true. Team Forever not being able to land in those shots might come to bite them in the back later on if in case as Power gets a couple of knocks onto them, because even the position of Team Forever has been revealed now, while 3 of the players of IQ Soul probably unnoted. On the other side though, again, if you look at Global Esports, they're way too far away from that action. OR slowly making their move. God's Rain, who normally drop in Paradise, not going to face any kind of major difficulties.
Yeah. Team Forever, Omega, Oace, Mafia, Flock, moving out in the open. Not a big fan of that. You never know where you can get shot at from. I mean, we know they're safe, but do they know they're really safe?
Nope.
That's the real question. Hydra, dual row piece, softened up. For Hydra, even they need at least one single chicken dinner to sort of feel a little bit more comfortable inside of the game.
If in case we're gonna see AKOP surviving till the top 3, maybe for the heal battles and everything, that would still put up around 10 points for the side of Orangutan. Even if he's in the top 4, he will be able to get 10 crucial points, and it's Soul who will be desperate to try and close in that gap, because there was still somewhere around 25 to 30 point gap. So they would need a good chicken with at least 30 points to try and bring that gap close. But again, that's a lot of speculation that I'm throwing out on the table. Might not be the good opportunity to do that. On the other side, though, it still seems a pretty solid opportunity for both iFlix as well as God's Reign to get a good positioning. Even Kemin.
And yeah, I mean, talking about Kemin, as you mentioned, yeah, they're in quite a good spot. God's Reign, after that previous momentum gainer, it's time for them to convert that momentum on the map of Sanhok 2, which will be much more tougher. Sanhok is a zone-oriented map.
True.
You really need to respect the zone in time. If you're going to go for those late rotations, you will be pincered, you will be punished.
Spray God needs to get the HP back up, otherwise he will definitely be punished while they're going in for the rotations, because again, there's God's Reign near them, there's Kemin near them, OR will be rotating late directly up from north, Global Esports, they're kind of trailing the path of OR, just without vehicles though. Still 3 of them need to make their move. On the other side, iFlix, they've got to be wary of their surroundings. There's Team Forever near them, and also WSB, who will be moving up north from Quarry. Revenant on the other side, we've known this team for entering way too late, and that's what they'll be doing even in this map. Aiku Soul in Painan. Pretty curious to when they'll be deciding to go for their own rotations.
iFlix sitting in that house, just relaxing. So many teams, for them, the consistency's been dropped off. Some of the big names, actually, Kemin, OR, iFlix, one of the underdog lineups. Yesterday, they got one single chicken dinner, but then after that, they have been completely deactivated. And iFlix, Omega spotted out in the open. No shots taken by Crypto. It's going to let him just slip by. Yeah, it was way too far away, so I guess the knock was not going to be confirmed. So Crypto just waiting for the man to stand still.
And also, he would just try to find as much information as possible. Hey, wait a second.
There we go.
There was no sunroof in it either ways. That's class. On the other side though, yeah, Entity, you know, we normally see this team taking those late rotations, late entries in the circle, and let's be really honest, apart from just a couple of games, they've been kept quiet for a lot of them. And I am expecting them to also step things up, because you want to see this team in that podium position. However, getting themselves back in the momentum is where they're facing problem. And the man that I really want to mention is, of course, Troy. He's been shut down in so many games now.
Kamlapoy in the far fray. Genix FM. Even they've got a decent Rich to play with. But once again, this Sanhok game's been quite weird. Off the bat, we saw too much of heat. And then because of that overheat, teams got eliminated left, right, and center. And now we're not seeing any of the commitments from any of their teams. Everyone's just holding their own comfort zone, which of course Zone will force them out of that comfort zone soon enough. But yeah, now it's a stalemate. Now at this point, it's the slot zones once again. As soon as I talk about the slot zones, Entity Gaming, this could have been way worse for them. Two players could have been knocked out from that spot. Skillful, unfortunately, was not able to convert those points, but maybe a chance can still be grabbed, and yes, JD Gaming does so. He gets the knock on the man, Troy knocked out, Gumla Boy in the far fray, he backs away from this spot completely. Even Spider Jaw's able to knock out another player. Entity Gaming, for them, their entire defense they had on top of this hill, it's starting to crumble down now.
It's a disaster. They already know the position of Somraj as well as Pukar. It's only about time that they'll be taken down, because you see W has been near them as well. And now things are just going downhill. But on the other side, down south as well, there's a fight brewing up between Revenant as well as Aiku Soul.
This can be a fight of the century without a doubt. Revenant Esports desperate to get the points. Aiku Soul desperate to stay consistent and claim the throne in their hands. And Aiku Soul, some blunders could have been there. Sensei, unfortunately, not being able to trace that vehicle perfectly enough. Misses the opportunity to convert those points, but there's a man in the water lines itself. And if Sensei's able to spot the man, Aiku Soul, for them, their hopes and dreams of staying consistent in this game can be falling short. And that too, it's S-Power.
And this is the reason why Soul just went away, but only to end up in the clutches of Blaze and Aquanox. Knuckle should be taken down with this nade. Okay, he survives for a second. That's some decent cover, only for so long. Sensei was able to quickly finish him off. The flush will also come in quickly, and we mentioned how he missed the spray early on, but this time he connected it perfectly on Knuckle. And it's just Aiku Soul losing members, and I would say it again. If only S-Power was up on that ridge, they might have taken this fight. But he's got to swim all the way toward Lakavi to try and enter in the circle now.
S-Power, his position's being compromised. He's taken a lot of damage upon himself. That's 2.5k points right there. Grab him.
Oh, good lord. Doing your maths, yes,
2.5k rupees just swimming away in the water. Grab the
Aquanox.
cash, and he
There you
does.
go.
Finally, money in the bank, baby.
Yeah, Sensei is going to come in as well. They'll be confirming that flush. No way, DBS, come on that range. With the amount of spread that's going in, those shotgun shells.
Yeah, but then there's also the blue zone dishing out damage, right?
Yeah, true that.
So I guess he was like, yeah, even if a little bit of damage is being dished out, it's completely fine. It's okay. Team Forever, 2 points accumulated so far. They're the only team that's doing quite decent. Soul, which have gotten 4 points, but they've taken 2 big blows on their name. Entity Gaming as well, 1 player short. Revenant Esports, so far they have managed to get 6 points in total.
True.
That's a lot.
That is indeed a lot, but of course there's one more thing I wanted to point out, that Fierce was taken out early on, but maybe Robin could also follow the same footsteps if in case Global Esports find an angle onto the members of OR, but those nades should be... Nah, it's not going to do anything to Mavi. It's just way off the mark at this point, but OR still... We've seen many times whenever they want to try and go in for these rotations, they are caught, and another team, it's Aiku Soul that was caught by Team Forever.
Global Esports, Beast, Mavi, Slug. These guys, they seem a little bit disconnected, I'm not going to lie. Ninja Boy and Slug now finally starting to make the move to try and reunite with his teammates. For Team Forever, they're in their own comfort zone. Unfortunately, OG, they have been eliminated from the game because AKOP was finished off a while ago. And now a big battle brews up between the Duke Alliance, OR Esports and Global Esports. For OR, this fight matters a lot to stay consistent in the overall leaderboards. But if they lose out in this fight, it's all going to come tumbling down. They will be kicked out from the top 8.
That is indeed true, but I love the positioning from God's Reign, I'll be honest. If in case they win the fight against Kemin, they'd be able to gatekeep the winner of Global as well as OR, or maybe both. But alright. Just a little more aware of that happening. OR are going to take so much of fire, and I love the reposition from Global. OR are just cornered, not even cornered, they're sandwiched in between so many teams. They'll be picked apart one after the other. That's a horrible position for OR. On the other side though, Global Esports understanding the timing on that rotation. Mavi giving out some brilliant calls. But on the other side, down south, Team Forever now taking some problematic knocks as well, and Entity Gaming would be the ones who will be gatekeeping them.
Godsreen. Still playing on the edge of the zones. Oh no, they're catching a lot of hurt.
That's GE.
Yeah, from the back. It's another team just scratching. And Zap from the side of OR2 is still up. Zap is all the way in the blue. OR Esports, oh no, for them, this entire game, it's crumbling down. Godsreen, even they're catching a lot of hurt. Shogun and Destro knocked out. Delta PG's the only man left alive with a sliver of HP. He patches himself up. I'm not exactly sure what happened with the likes of Godsreen, but I guess it was OR all the way from the blue who played the spoiler. Who was it?
It was a pinch between Kemin as well as Global Esports. That's the reason why Godsreen were caught. I was thinking OR would be sandwiched in that position, but no. It was Global Esports and Kevin sandwiching the members of Godsreen. And Pro, yes, he can definitely play a spoiler. For Global, for now, the question is, will he be able to find the timing? Hydra as well, repositioning, so they will not be posing a lot of threat to Global Esports unless, of course, Kemin try to stop them in their own movements. But look at down south, Necro.
Kemin Esports, I mean, indeed doing a good job in neutralizing that big threat in the name of Godsreen that was brewing up. And now even Team iFlix taking shots against Fury.
Crypto?
Wait, it's not good. Crypto has found himself quite a lot of that cover off that smoke, and that's why he's taking advantage of that and going for the shots against Kemin. iFlix, for them this fight matters a lot too, because they need to move and find that comfort zone inside of the zone.
You were mentioning how Global Esports were felt disconnected. I would say it's the case with Kemin, because their players were being picked apart one after the other from multiple angles, and it's iFlix as well who are finding some important picks onto them. Look at Venom, he's nowhere close to being revived, and Phantom might potentially be the only man left for Kemin to try and play for that survival. On the other side though, a few shots again being fired by Insidious. They've got some solid amount of covers, but now they've also got to make their move inside the circle. Insidious and Maverick have taken a knock already.
The chain's now broken for iFlix, and the players are starting to crumble down. iFlix getting the fallen players back up is going to be the main mission, and that's what they're here for. Smoke tosses out those utilities, smoke grenades out to get his team that extra bit of cover that they need. Crypto on top of this hill with the high ground can definitely gather some intel, but Kemin Esports so far, they have been the sneaky assassins. With that being said, even OR Esports, they've been eliminated from the game. Pro was the last man alive, but I guess he couldn't stand a single chance.
Nope. It was Godsreen to try and put the final nail in their coffin, but Global Esports could do the same thing to Revenant. Sensei just behind that rock, the nade not doing enough damage, just a little bit off the mark. Slug will also have to move because of the wall of death is pushing. Somraj taken down on the knees, and Slug will follow the exact same thing.
Oh my God, Revenant Esports, they're making it count. Global Esports crumbling down in front of them. And Slug, he will be confirmed later on, but it's WSP to steal that elimination point away. What is going on?
Okay.
This Sanhok game's been so messy so far. WSP, even they are now starting to make some quick moves on the board, which is understandable. They want to grab on this opportunity. They want to capitalize. Today's supposed to be the day of comebacks, and WSP, even they need to bounce back in the overall standings. They're finding themselves a bit of a temporary cover. Ninja Boy from GE still up, but he needs to pop off the same way he did in the challenge season. Revenant Esports, they lose out on Equinox. Not a good news at all. Up close and personal, it's going to be Ninja Boy, but he gets strike down.
But not before he was able to deal some decent amount of damage to WSB. Zeref has been knocked down already, and you know how crucial he has been for the team to actually get the victory.
Revenant Esports Sensei OG is up close and personal against WSP. He gets taken up, he gets picked apart, but then the focus is now going to shift on forward against iFlix. iFlix, for them, it's all down to the last man in the close contentions against WSP.
Venom.
Even Venom from the back lines try to pull off some shenanigans, but it's just not working out for him that well. And WSP will devour him too. Now it's going to be the march for victory. WSP, a long-awaited chicken dinner on the horizon. Will it come through or not? Or iFlix, will they put the nail in the coffin and secure this chicken dinner?
Yeah, they know the positioning of Anos. They will be pushing It's a 2v1. Can Anuj go for this clutch? That's the question. This is going to flush him out and he will be out in the open.
Oh, it's done.
Only to be picked apart. And what a great game.
WSP, they had a chance to win that chicken dinner, but then iFlick comes in and snatches it away. So close, but so far. Before iFlicks, we talked about the inconsistency. Once again, they get another chicken dinner in the grand finals. In total, they have gone 2 chicken dinners so far. But still, consistency always overrules.
The jitters, those high and low graphs. I know that. I know that feeling, and that is one of the reasons why, even though one of the times God's Rain got the chicken dinner, they could not even reach in the top 8. Yes, this is a much needed one, but iFlix would need to do more than this, and so would WSB. I still think maybe Revenant is the one who got the most points in that game, because they had some insane amount of eliminations in their hand. 8, if I'm not wrong, the last time I saw it.
Indeed. I mean, unfortunately enough, a lot of the usual suspects that we had the expectations from were not able to perform.
True.
But let's hope for the best in the upcoming game. Sanhok always does tend to bring in the variety, and it did too. iFlix finally getting that chicken dinner. Maybe once again, for them, the hopes and dreams are back. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got an interview lined up with iFlix.
Thank you so much, buddy. I am with the winning team, the team which did winner chicken dinner. Team iFlix, come on, give it up for Team iFlix! iFlix, congratulations. सबसे पहले कल एक मुकाबला जीता, आज एक मुकाबला जीता. How's the feeling?
वेरी गुड, पर अभी कम बैक करना बाकी है.
और इसी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज जितने भी कास्टर्स हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनका कहना है कल भी जीते थे, आज भी जीते थे, लेकिन अभी भी टेबल में काफी नीचे है. कंसिस्टेंसी इज द बिगेस्ट इशू. आगे आने वाले जो मैचेस हैं वो कैसे अप्रोच करेगी टीम?
मोस्टली कंसिस्टेंट ही रहेंगे. ऑब्वियसली ट्राई करेंगे कि टॉप 3 या टॉप 5 रहने का हर मैच, ताकि पॉइंट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मिले एंड टॉप 5 तो एटलीस्ट आज के दिन एंड कर पाए. ट्राई करें.
ओके, सो iFlix का टारगेट है आज के दिन पहुंचना है कम से कम टॉप 5 तक. एक्सपर्ट्स के पास चलते हैं, जानते हैं उन्हें क्या लगता है.
I would say that's quite a good goal, right? Yep. Ending things on top 5 in the second day, and then on day 3, maybe aim for the first spot.
That is true, and also it just seems way too realistic. So that's one of the reasons why I really love it, because even if you get a chicken dinner, it's not easy to breach into that top 8. So consistency is going to be the key, and that's exactly what the stage host was also mentioning.
Exactly, but you know what? It's time for us to move on towards the highlight, because before the game started, Sanhok was quite a fiery start, I'm not gonna lie. Off the bat, we saw so many drop collision towards boot camp. Unfortunately, we didn't see the classic drop collision between Global Esports and IQ Soul, because IQ Soul backed out because they were much more mature in making that decision, I would say.
Yeah, I would still say the exact same thing, because again, if you're Gujarat Tigers or even Orangutan, you know if you keep on colliding at that exact same drop, all the other teams who are around you would try and take the piece of that cake. Team Forever did that exact same thing early on, and I was hoping for them to kind of build up on that, but it kind of happens, and not just a little bit, but a lot, that they get taken out by the blue itself, and they get in a position where they're being gate kept. So I really think if they work on those rotations a little bit, they would be able to maybe get a few extra chicken dinners for themselves.
IQ Soul, I mean, just look at the words they're having with themselves, and of course disappointments are going to be there when you're not going to be performing up to the mark that you expected from yourself. And you clearly saw the same thing from the side of Carnival Gaming too. Omega is usually quite an expressive man, and you saw him express quite a lot of words with his teammates. We don't exactly know what he said, but this drop collision between GT, as you mentioned, it's not panning out well for any of these teams at all. Even OG's losing out on that man number early off. Even GT's taking some heavy blows. No one's able to get out safe from this entire boot camp area. Maybe it's time to change up the location.
Highly possible, because you'll basically get one more chance on the map of Sanhok, and that's not today. It's going to be tomorrow. And that is not the kind of ending you would want to happen, specifically if you're talking about the last day. Even, I would say this is one massive blunder from IQ Soul.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Ronnie have a word with S-Power, and I guess that's the exact thing Ronnie was asking. What the hell were you doing in the water right there, buddy? We all are sticking to each other, and then you're all by yourself in the water line thinking that you're the mermaid.
Going in for those 100-meter butterflies.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why S-Power was so disconnected from IQ Soul, but this really makes me consider and question what exactly is going on in the team. Communication, does it seem like it's a little bit off?
Could be possible, could definitely be possible. But again, that's one jitter. You still have to brush it off for the next map itself. But again, before you move on to that, I really want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, specifically Snapdragon Elite Gaming, which made this entire tournament possible. And I'm really loving the arena out there.
Of course, a huge thanks to our sponsors once again. Every single one of them, of course. There's a big reason why we're giving them a huge thanks, because just look at that arena. It looks super beautiful, and it's all because of these sponsors. Let's move forward and look at the match rankings, because MVP is going to be Raiden. Of course, from the side of WSP, it's going to be 4 finishes wrapped up and finish contribution of 57%.
That's a pretty solid one, I would still say. Yes, they've got 4 finishes. It should come around somewhere around 7 finish in total for them. And also getting the 2nd place, that's a pretty solid positioning. 19 points if I am being absolutely correct. And my maths could really be off a little bit. But I think so this time it's fine. And again, 7 finishes, that's still a decent amount of bucks in your back pocket. With the stars of the match, Mooks is going to get the best companion, and he'll also get the finisher of the game. I really loved the way how they flushed Anuj out first and then both moved as a unit. That was phenomenal.
Exactly. Raiden going all out, of course, from the side of WSP. Unfortunately, WSP wasn't able to close off that game, but they got 7 finishes and 12 placement points. That's going to give them 19 points in total. But then iFlix with 22 points, with 15 placement points and 7 finishes. iFlix were the one to secure the chicken dinner and come out on top. Revenue Esports, not that far away, though. The consistency continues. The same thing can be said for Kemen Esports, but these points are really not enough for Kemen to make that comeback in the top 3.
Yeah, that is indeed true, because if we are talking about the teams who's literally at the top, Orangutan, we'll see them on the almost the bottom of the pace. 3 points grabbed up, a couple of them from the finishes, 1 from the placement. Even IQ Soul has not made a big leap. It's basically just 1 point up, and they are not going to close in that gap in this manner. So of course, Carnival Gaming, they had pretty decent previous games, but this time around not being able to perform on this map. It's kind of fine, because we do see Carnival Gaming having some few hiccups on the map of Sanhok. The one they really want to focus on are the 3 maps of Erangel.
And it's not a good news that OG is choking up right now.
Oh man, please
previous
don't
2 games,
it.
OG has not been able to perform at all. This previous game of Sanhok 2, once again, it's all about the cushion, right? OG is currently using that entire cushion that they have, and I guess slowly and steadily it's also going to fade away.
It will, but we've got a few VTs lined up as well for a couple of teams, and you'd really love to see that happen, because you like to see all the players hearing it.
Well, let's move forward and look at this.
और अगर आप पैसिव खेलोगे तो फिर दिल में कैसे जगह बना पाओगे? मेरे हिसाब से जो टीम क्वालिफाई करनी चाहिए थी और जो नहीं करी वो है TX, क्योंकि ऑन पेपर ना वो टीम बहुत स्ट्रांग है. स्प्रे गॉड हो गया, सारंग हो गया, निंजा हो गया, ड्रीम्स हो गया, मतलब एक पावर पैक टीम है. लेकिन पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो क्या चलता है उनकी टीम में जो कर नहीं पा रहे. कोई ना हार्ड लग के अगले इवेंट में आई थिंक और बेटर करेंगे.
जैसे आपको तो बताइए कि हमारा टॉप यसना है. अब यसना में ऑलरेडी इतनी बसर थी, तो स्टार्टिंग के कुछ वीक्स में हमने सोचा कि ठीक है, पहले पॉइंट्स थोड़े अच्छे खासे नॉर्मल पॉइंट्स, एवरेज पॉइंट्स निकाल लेते हैं. उसके बाद जब लगेगा कि हाँ क्वालिफिकेशन थोड़ा बढ़िया है, तब हम आएंगे यहाँ पे. तो यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी 3 टीमें थी. अब यहाँ पे हुआ ये सीन है कि आपका जो टूर्नामेंट था कुछ महीने पहले नॉर्डविन का ही, तो वहाँ पे हमारा एक टीम थे जिनने, अगर हम ट्रॉफी नहीं जीतते, जो कि हम जीत गए, तो हम उनकी वजह से ही नहीं जीतते, क्योंकि उनने हमारा क्लैश लेने की ट्राई की थी. तो वही था कि, और उनको छोड़ के भी काफी टीम थी, ऐसा नहीं कि वो अकेले थे. तो वही था कि अब अपन ड्रॉप अपना वापस लेंगे, और वो थोड़ा लास्ट में हंसी मजाक था, ऐसा कुछ था नहीं. और प्लेयर्स का अंदर ही अंदर चलता है, उनको भी पता है कि ड्रॉप फाइट है, हमको भी पता है ड्रॉप फाइट है. तो हमारा कुछ ऐसा आमने सामने नहीं है, लेकिन वही है, अंदर है राइवल तो है.
A decent previous game from Kemen Esports. Of course, slow and steady steps towards the top 3. But as the players mentioned themselves from iFlix, ending things inside of top 5 should be the way to go, because tomorrow there's a big chance of making that comeback. And top 5 will always keep you in that safe zone, in my opinion.
Yeah, it clearly also shows the amount of competition that's been going on, right? Because in a matter of 9 to 10 games, we are seeing the points disparity so much that 1 or 2 chicken dinners will not get you in that top position at all. So you need to be a little more realistic, trying to aim in that top 5 first, and then for the last day, to not have a lot of pressure, you would be having that little bit of a leeway to kind of, I mean, I would still say not experiment, but still focus on that big picture.
Exactly. I mean, experimentation at this stage, it should not be at all. In my opinion, you should just try to stick to your comfort zone. You should play the play style that you're confident in playing the most. And that's why CG have been able to come out on top. Even Blind Esports, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings, because they are in the top 5 since the start of the day. As we do see the overall standings in front of us, Blind on the 4th spot. On the top is OG still, and they're maintaining that constant lead.
Yeah, 29-point lead from Remnant, but I would still say a big leap coming in from their side. Now they moved up on that 2nd spot on the back of those 16 points they gained in the previous game. However, for Team IQ Soul, Blind have still been maintaining their 4th spot. That's the consistency we've been talking about. Entity on that 5th, but OR, as you also mentioned, dropping down on the 7th. Kemin have breached in the top 8. So that is a good, I would say, picture that they are watching. Just one more chicken dinner and they'll be entering in that top 5.
I mean, Kevin started things off in the top 5, in my opinion.
That is true.
And now they're on the 8th spot in the overall standings. That's not good at all. It's a wake-up call for Kemin Esports. The same thing can be said for OR Esports, too. They need to pull out a rabbit from their hats. But as you do move on forward towards the latter half of the board, Global Esports on the 14th spot in the bottom 4. It really stinks to see that team down there. Even Godsreen, once again, the inconsistency hits them. They won the chicken dinner in the game of Erangel. In the game of Sanhok, Godsreen, they got completely shut down. And now it's time for us to move on forward with Vikendi, which is, of course, considered to be the lazy map. So at least in the first 4 zone, nothing's going to happen.
I mean, it's so lazy that even we sometimes sit down. But yeah, at the end of the day, all of these players out there, they would really need to bring every single trick that they've been saving up in their hats in order to try and close that gap. Orangutan have built up that solid lead, and we've seen multiple teams saying that it is OG who might actually choke up. But still, before we move on to that, there's something we've got some.
Of course, we've got this video lined up of OR Esports.
मेरी टीम के चांसेस ट्रॉफी उठाने के अभी लाइक सबको कम ही लगेगा, बट इवन अगर मेरे से अगर ऑनेस्टली पूछो, इफ अगर हम करेक्ट वे में अगर 3 दिन में अगर खेलते भी हैं तो वो जो चांसेस है वो बढ़ भी सकते हैं, और वो हमको इफ अगर डे 1 या डे 2 के बाद दिख गया तो हम गारंटी है कि हम डे 3 पे वो ट्रॉफी पूरा लिफ्ट अप करके ही उठेंगे, क्योंकि मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो मैं शेयर करूंगा मेरे लॉन्डो के साथ, जो 2 लॉन्डो का लैन है इतना बड़ा मैसिव, तो उनको पूरा शेयर करूंगा, तो प्रेशर में आने नहीं दूंगा, क्योंकि मैं बहुत सारे लैन खेला हूं और मेरे को पूरा प्रेशर हैंडल करना आता है और सिचुएशन संभालना आता है आउट द गेम, तो यस.
Well, I mean, of course, it was the IGL from the side of OR Esports, which is Robin. And unfortunately, now that OR Esports has not been able to perform consistently, it's really starting to be a big concern. And I'm pretty sure even the players that are currently sitting in their own booths down there, even they're going to be concerned, of course, because day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. And for OR, they're dropping down.
It just seems that, again, how everyone predicted that OR and OG might not be able to perform on day 2 is hitting them all like a truck. But on the other side, on the flip side, Revenant Esports moving up on that 2nd place. Yes, a pretty solid leap from their side. Kemin, you also mentioned that was not a good leap for them. They were on the top 5, then dropping down to that 8th position. Not a very solid position to be at. However, God's Reign all the way down at the 2nd page. You need that consistency, and that's something we are not witnessing from any.
Orangutan's graph today has been quite up and down, but still they're maintaining that constant lead on the 1st spot in general. And that's something that's keeping them one step ahead of the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we've also got a little bit of a video lined up for the players of Orangutan, and soon that video will be played on our screens, because OG, they indeed have been the face of this tournament so far. Since day 1, they have astonished every single player, not just sitting in this arena, but also the players and also the viewers that are currently watching online.
That is indeed true. But again, you were talking about the video, and we have got it lined up as well, so we'll be throwing it to that quickly.
भाई कपड़े उतार दे तो कपड़े ले जा लो, मेरा प्लेयर ले जा लो भाई. अब बहुत हो गया इनका. अभी गॉडसन जहाँ दिखने ना वहाँ तोड़ना है इनको. मैं ड्रिगर ऐश वेस्ट भाई, हम तो खुन्नस में सर पे खून चढ़ा है. वो 1 पॉइंट ना इनको याद दिलाना है. भाई गाड़ी के नंबर देखता हूँ ना मैं 1 पॉइंट का 01 जो होता है मुंबई का, भाई खून चढ़ जाता है कि 1 पॉइंट से 65 लाख. मिलिट्री बेस उतरते ना, अब ब्रिज कैम्प डलेगा इनका. इम्पाला में घुस के मारूंगा इनको. अब नहीं बच रही तुम. गॉड्स रेन.
Oh, we love to see that. We love to see that. I guess he's got some personal rivalry with the boys, Godsreen. I mean, they have been the dominating force in the Indian region for a long time, and now so far in this tournament, God's Reign, they have been facing with a lot of the struggles.
Have been, had been, but are now. Yes, that's the main thing we'll be talking about.
Yeah.
There's one thing for sure, right? AK, he mentioned that, and then even OG were able to do it on the day one itself. So, I mean, man is standing up on his words, but the shots were being fired, so I'll be looking forward to this one more rivalry that's potentially going to build up on the map of Vikendi and Erangel that we will see. The last two maps for the second day itself, day of comeback, few things are changing up. For Revenant, I still feel it's pretty okay. The second spot is pretty good, to be honest, but on the other side, on the flip side, Team Forever again, we were seeing them, I believe they were in the top 8 yesterday, but now they've dropped down to that second page in the 9th place. Not a pretty spot for them to be at.
It indeed is not a pretty spot, without a doubt. And for other teams like Global Esports too, now they need to step things up.
True.
I understand, yeah, for some reason, they're not able to perform. They've still got the young guns in their roster.
True.
But that does not give them the leeway to not being able to perform, right? They cannot be okay with not being able to perform in a tournament like this. Mavi, him being one of the most experienced players, he brings in that experience for those young guns. And now Global Esports, they need to wake up. God's Reign, they got that one single chicken dinner, but then after that, once again, the consistency has faded away. Maybe the upcoming game of Vikendi can be another rise of big hopes.
I am really hoping for the exact same thing, right? Because yes, you touched up the point of Global Esports. I really want to see them moving forward. We saw them position second in the challenge season. So I really am hoping for them to show up their skills. But for now, we're going to have a look at the schedule, the last two games. Vikendi and Erangel. The super slow and lazy map combined with Erangel, the home ground of every other team. I'm really hoping a few things to be changed up, and since you already mentioned about the point of God's Reign, I think so this is going to be the map where they can change the pace.
Exactly. God's Reign, as you mentioned, not just they will change the pace, every single other team will change the pace for themselves too, because the map just forces them to do so. They need to play defensive, they need to play a little bit more position-oriented, because there's just nothing else to do. And if you're going to try to challenge useless fights, it's just not going to pan out that well for you. But you know what? We've been talking about the Vikendi map, and I guess making the predictions on a map of Vikendi is the toughest. That's why I'm going to ask you to make the prediction.
Orangutan.
Oh, wow, you're really confident in OG, huh?
Yeah,
I'm
really
Especially after
confident.
that video that we saw.
Yes, of course. I am very confident in OG, but you've asked my prediction. I really want to ask the audience out there as well, who do you think will be the one who'll get the chicken dinner on this map of Vikendi? And now I'm going to ask you, who are you rooting for? And I know he's going to say blind.
No, I was not actually going to say blind this time.
Okay.
I'm going to go with God's Reign.
Okay.
I'm a believer. I feel like God's Reign for them, especially knowing Destro, his main tactic is going to at least finish in the top 7 at the end of today's day. And if he does get this Vikendi in his hands too, even a decent Vikendi, if he gets that in his hands, he would be more than happy. Because that will make him come even more closer to the top 8.
True, and if I'm not wrong, yes, there's a decent amount of gap, but it is now breachable. You could potentially be at that 8th position, 7th position as well. So it's just as you mentioned, one more good game, and then we're going to see God's Reign moving up to the spot where they truly need to be seen. But at the end of the day, I love the rivalry that's happening here now, because we did see the bantering coming in from EKOP. I am picking OG, you are picking God's Reign, but I have got one over you, because remember I told iFlix will get the chicken on Sanhok, and that's exactly what happened. On the other side though, yes, we've heard the music, ladies and gentlemen. You know the map is getting prepared. I will be down to see some good early on drop action, maybe towards Cosmodrome. We might see some kind of drop collisions. We see one in the previous time.
I mean, the players are getting ready up. Carnival Gaming, you can clearly say that they're getting locked in and loaded. They know somewhere down line, this game's going to mean a lot as well.
True.
The teams that were on the first half of the board, for them, the main goal is to end in top 5. For the teams on the latter half of the board, their goal is to end on top 8. And then tomorrow, it's time for them to claw their way back up slowly and steadily on the first spot. At least that's what Destro is going to be thinking, to end things off in the top 8 or the top 7. That will be a good ending in general for the entirety of God's Reign. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time for us to step our foot in the icy lands of Vikendi, and soon enough the plane's gonna hit the skies as well, as the plane fly path starts all the way from port towards Cement Factory right next to Hot Springs. This will be an interesting plane fly path, because Winery, Abbey, Dynapark, Movatra, even Dobro Mesto will be out of contention.
That is indeed true. So the teams who love to play on towards that super down south positions as well as on the western areas will either have to travel some long ways into the air, maybe grab a few vehicles, but there would always be a threat for some teams going in for those contentions. iFlix, Gen XFM taking those early drops. I mean, we've been talking about so many teams, right? We've mentioned a couple of times how even Gen XFM need to step up. I mean, their name has Fearless Marathas in it, and I really want to see them being fearless, because at the position and at the place they are, if in case they don't perform in these two games, their hopes of getting in the top 5 are literally going to be over on the last day.
I mean, a big splash of colors off the bat. Every single team they have ejected out from that plain flat path. Carnival Gaming, they like to go down south towards Winery. So even they're going to have some smooth sailing. IQ Sold, even they like to go quite close towards Carnival Gaming spot.
True.
But we're not going to see that drop collision considering IQ Sold to go towards Volnova. No issues in that regard. Kevin Esports towards the top left. iFlix 2 on that same side. Global Esports towards Port. I'm not going to lie, my eyes are going to be pinned on Global Esports and God's Reign because these two big names on the latter half of the board, it really stings me to see them there.
I'm also trying to see the members of Orangutan who will be dropping in the area of Hot Springs, and they're not too far away from IQ Soul. And given the fact how Ash got that 1v4 against Soul, they'd be trying to take that revenge onto that man at least. But yes, you mentioned your eyes would be sticking on Global, God's Reign. Both the teams really need to start performing right now, right here. I would also want to see Blind now stepping things up. Ever since you've been trying to make a guess that they would get the chicken dinner, they have not been able to do so. However, Entity as well on the other side, they'll be getting the first pick. Troy finally opened things up. And again, it's Gen XFM on the receiving end.
Entity, I mean, off the bat, just kicking things off on a great note. Taking off one player out of the lobby. Gamla Boy collecting that elimination point and instantly just walking away. 2.5k, easy.
Sometimes I really wonder, if I had the skills that all these players have, I would have also been able to grab some extra bit of cash in a tournament like this. But alright, they've got some good opportunity. But Gen XFM, wait a second, they are being chased. It's Entity. It's fast and furious, and they'll be firing some amazing shots as well. And that's a knock that comes in.
Oh no, but another man knocked down. Gen XFM, the man was able to return back with one, but that's all it's going to find. Troy, unfortunately, today, he's not really having a good day, I'm not going to lie. He's been struggling so far.
Oh my God. All right. They'll be keeping him back inside that compound, understandable. I'll not lie, it was fun to watch. Troy getting carried on the back of his teammates. Somraj will be getting that revival.
I mean, that is literally happening in the game too.
Metaphorically and literally. But for Gen XFM, things were looking bad. Now they are looking even worse. This team has been having so many struggles. Only 34 points in total. Even if they get a 20-point chicken dinner, that's not going to put them anywhere above the likes of God's Reign. They'll probably cross Global Esports, and that is all. And again, that's way too much to ask for at this point because they've only got one member remaining. Some early fights, early skirmishes being taken. An Entity, since they are the ones who are changing the gears, you would also expect this team to kind of move up ahead of Revenant Esports, and if things go right for them, maybe close in the gap, bring it down to less than 10 points with OG.
IQ Soul towards Volnova. As I mentioned, that's where they like to go. Towards Winery is going to be CG right underneath them. And even the circles on the southern side. So Global Esports, they need to be a little bit more quicker, considering it is the map of Vikendi. And once the team, if they do settle down in the centric spot, they won't need to move. So taking over those spots will be way too tough if you're late in the party. So it's better to move in quickly enough.
If I'm not wrong, we were seeing Ronnie having 7 first aids already. Gives me the flashbacks of the previous Vikendi that we saw. The man who was invisible to a lot of those teams, a lot of those players. But one thing that has also been invisible is the performance from Gujarat Tigers. And I have been hoping to see Some good plays from their side. Individually, we've still seen some of the players step up, but not as a team. And as long as they don't perform as a team, they'll not be making that entrance in the top 8.
Well, I mean, on the right side of your screen, you can't see the amount of money these guys have accumulated. That extra bit of cash. And look at the amount of money OG has accumulated. Of course, the most amount of money so far. 2,57,500. Oh my God. So much money.
Jeez.
And imagine if OG wins one more game.
Yeah.
That'll be 3,57,500.
And of course, they'll be getting a
couple
few
of more
extra
elimination
eliminations.
points,
You can probably add 25,000 more in that.
Yeah, so make it around about 4 lakhs.
4 lakhs. I mean, that again, that's on the back of those 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner. But that is possible, given the fact how it's orangutan that we're talking about. But I'll be honest, you know, the moment we've started talking about orangutan, they have not been able to perform. And it's not just us. It would be even the analysts and the Hindi desk. Because on day 1, we were mentioning how they were having so many jitters and they were getting so many chicken dinners. But for now, jitters still continue for Hydra as well.
Kevin Esports, Venom. I mean, he did manage to take down the man at the front, but he's not able to convert that knock into a complete finish. So Venom, just struggling to find that little bit of a pixel. Eventually he does. Spurs OP confirmed and taken down from the game. Now, Genix FM off the bat, they're starting things off on a bad note. Hydra 2, the same thing can be said for them because they've lost out on 2 players themselves. So the teams that desperately need to make the comeback, they're already starting things off on a pretty bad note. And this is the second last game of the day, by the way.
Bad luck over bad luck. That's what's been hitting all these players. And
yeah,
it's just not jitters at this point. I mean, it's the entire momentum that they've not been able to grab at all. Because, yeah, you can talk about Hydra, how in that previous map, if I'm not wrong, was of Erangel, where they were able to take that fight against Revenant and were also able to take 3 of the members down. And their entire aim was to just save their one man who was knocked. They could have decided to shy away from the fight. But no, at that very moment, they decided, all right, we need to save this guy. And they got the 3rd place in that game.
WSP, they spot out the rotation from Blind. Moving away from that spot is Blind Esports and WSP. Yeah, they did take the shots, but just no connections. That's the problem. Blind Esports out in the open. They still do stop in the tracks. But yeah, once again, I mean, this fight, I highly doubt it's going to be executed to the fullest. There's no point of it.
Yeah, they're just firing a few extra of those shots. Adi's there to save the man. Dark Lord, he'll be giving him a ride. Back to safety. Cover fire being provided by Skips as well as Harsh. Spotted. Anuj will be taking those shots. And that's the helmet that's being blown up. So it's not something you would want to have. Need to get a new helmet for himself. Again, I'm not a big fan of players traveling in the exact same car. As long as it's 2, it's fine. Let's hope they don't do things like what iFlix did back in one of the maps, wherein when the vehicle was blown up, all 4 of them lost their lives.
True, you've got a point. Aiku Soul, Knuckle towards Volnova, CG right next to him. You know, these guys have been dropping in the same spot for a while now, but none of them goes for the fight against each other. They've signed a little bit of a peace treaty. I'm not exactly sure if that's true or not, but
no. I don't think so.
Maybe they just know their own territories and they know how much to extend.
True. That is something I would say is definitely possible, because if it was about peace treaty, I mean, in the previous game, Soul would not have tried to find where Carnival was and finish them off. That was such a domination coming in from their side. But, you know, those fights could land in anywhere, depending on who gets that first knock and who just kind of outplays their opponent. We've been seeing this Soul and Carnival back and forth from a long time now. Back in the challenge seasons last week, that was happening. So, Hydra in the meantime, just trying to play for survival with a couple of players that they have, but Gujarat Tigers are now in the vicinity.
Gujarat Tigers, Shadow G, Even he's moving away. So for GT, towards Abby, they're looking okay for now. As long as you're going to have the compound, you will be okay. There's a team right next to him. And I guess it is the players of Kevin Esports too, but nothing to worry about just yet, because Kevin Esports are highly doubted and they're going to be having any type of intentions to actually commit on towards this fight, because if they do have the intentions to do so, it will not be a good decision at all. It's better to just pin yourself down in the spot and just sit there. It's Hydra Esports actually towards GT.
And since you're talking about staying put and sitting, that's exactly what the last remaining member of GenXFM doing. Spider-Jord, way too up in the north. An entity will be giving up on their hunt only to move back in the circle. And since you were talking about Hydra, Spray God will be running away from the spray of Clutch God. Two gods colliding, but again, no connections whatsoever.
Spray God still moving away, and Clutch God still going for that spray. No one's able to find anything. Spray God, he finally finds himself a little bit of a shelter, a hard cover to play with, while Clutch God, all he can do is just look at him, shroud himself in that cover. iFlix, a team that won the previous game, so at least you can't say they've got the ball rolling in the court for WSP. The ball slipped out. One man taken down on H2OP, a big man out of the contention. WSP, the struggles and the votes just keep on continuing, and I'm pretty sure after today's day, the manager of this team, they will have a lot of words to talk about.
True. Because even previously back in the challenge season, when they were not being able to perform, the manager, he did had a conversation with them. And those important points, the guidance, that is what led WSB to grab those chicken dinners back to back. So yes, they would really need, and they could work with that specifically on the last day itself. Because this one day, I mean, they've not had the momentum at all. In the previous game, though, they still got the second place, but they're not being able to get that consistency up on board. We've been talking about that for so many teams now. God's Reign, Kevin Esports. I would still say even IQ Soul this time around, this day has not been good to them, apart from just a couple of games at max.
Revenue Esports, in the spot where they have found themselves in, looking quite comfy, right in the smack center. They're like the center dot.
True.
Godsreen, all the four players just stacked up on top of each other, just playing together. Unity is the main key for success, and I guess that's what they have realized. You can clearly see the drop in the confidence of Godsreen too. In the previous couple of games, they're not going for the fights that they usually would. Now, I do understand, I keep on saying, you need to find a way to determine the good fights and the bad fights. But once again, some of the times, the good fights can actually be the fights that you would not want to go for.
True. But again, there are, you know, some of the necessary fights that you need to take. Specifically if you are a team that's way down in the leaderboard. I'm talking about Global Esports at this point.
Look at Entity Gaming, probably going to go for the Met strat. Classic Entity.
Oh, geez, no way. I don't like that. I really do not like that. Do you remember the time in challenge season when at least 6 to 7 teams were going in for the med strats?
Oh, yeah. We would have one team inside of the circle and the rest outside of the circle just going for the med strat. And because of that, considering the final circle is so small, and most of the time it's out in the open, the team that was inside of the circle was always paranoid of getting shot at from the outside. So they would just keep jumping around. They would just keep moving here and there. So, yeah.
Hopping like rabbits. And sometimes they would also try to spot where the players are going in for the mid strats, though. Nakul spotting Orangutan out in the open in their rotations. It's probably Wish Jordan Ash in the same vehicle. Ronnie also firing a few shots, being up on top of that roof. 6-6 on the M4. I mean, that's the classic approach for all of the players out there. Though I still have not found a way to try and control that recoil.
As Power Knuckle. This time we can see a little bit of a leash been put on S Power.
Yes.
Yeah. No
Ouch.
way this time you're going inside of water because it's all ice.
No swim session for you, my friend. It's way too cold for that.
Yeah. Maybe you can ice glide. Oh, hold on, Slug. I mean, he's gliding into enemy territory.
He should be gone. No, okay, not yet.
Crypto and Insidious from iFlix. They've got the momentum with them. Can they strike down the global esports? That's the question. Slug's moved up way too close and personal, and two nades, they sail in at the same time. Slug goes down, and instantly the man backs away. Beast, you can see him just run away quickly enough. It was quite funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Slug will be wiped out.
That's why you got to move in with confidence, with information. And that was the problem for Global Esports. They had no intel on that compound. They straight up stepped inside an unknown territory, and they got caught instantly. iFlix, a good trap was set up.
Patience finally paying off for the side. Getting the chicken dinner in the previous game, it has definitely helped them out in their own confidence at least. And I love the discipline coming in from them. Ninja Boy, however, being a little cheeky, trying to find a pick. Mox is the one on the receiving end, but not more than one bullet is going to connect, and I believe even not that happened.
iFlix Mox just moves away from that spot. Still, you've got 3 players up and alive for Global Esports. Beast was supposed to back up Slug, but then Beast instantly moved away as soon as he saw Slug getting picked off. He knew it was a big trap set up. It's better to stay alive and play with a 3-man squad than having a chance to be eliminated completely from the game.
Yep.
For iFlix, that was exactly what they were looking for. The sneaky assassins.
Indeed, that is true. But another team that is also being a little sneaky is going to be OR. They're up north in towards Towar, and they still need to take that entry. Remnant as well as God's Reign would be the one to welcome them. However, for Blind, I'm pretty uncertain about how they would enter in the circle itself, because God's Reign would be there to try and stop them.
Hydra, Spray God, Door OP. Right next to each other. Hydra looking quite good. A little bit in the off-centric spot. But once again, considering it's just the stage 4 of the game, nothing's going to happen. But when the stage 5 hits, that's when we will see some curveballic shifts.
True.
Team Forever, even they've got the man number inside of the game. So far, Gujarat Tigers, even they're alive with all the 4 players. I want to see some improvement from some big step-ups from Gujarat Tigers. This is not the Gujarat Tigers that we saw in the last 2 weeks in the challenge season.
That is indeed true. I mean, them losing the fights in boot camp was also hitting them like a truck, and the one that they won, it was Team Forever to try and ruin things up for them, and that's exactly what happened. However, this very big rotation coming in from Entity, avoiding Orangutan, has basically led them just behind Team Forever. And as soon as I mention it, Team Forever is also between Kemin and Entity itself. Spider Jod, however, from Genex FM has been able to find an entry in this circle, could potentially play a spoiler for a couple of teams out there. But again, at the end of the day, if this circle shifts away from OG, then I don't think so they'd be able to enter in without suffering from any casualties. On the other side though, this is a pretty awkward finish, I'll be brutally honest, because all of the buildings and those hard covers will be lost. However, God's Reign has lost a member for themselves already.
Revenue Esports fears.
Oh, maybe.
Prone down. God's Reign Shogun. He can hear the vehicles just revving around him, but Shogun's catching a lot of hurt from the back.
Oh my god.
He needs to move back to safety, and that's what he does. For now, he's safe. Luckily enough for OR2, they moved away from that spot, and he catches one player. That's all he's going to find. Needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's doing.
Oh, will he have
the
time?
First aid is patching up, but the wall of death is doing too much damage, and Shogun gets knocked out.
Oh my god.
God's Reign in such a big blunder. Shogun knocked out. The confirmation's going to follow up soon. Even Destro gets taken down. God's Reign, they just seem lost.
It is just not the God's Reign that we saw back in BGMS, BGIS, even in BMPS. That is one of the most unfortunate play for their side, but also a big blunder, just as you have mentioned. And since the circle has again moved in a pretty southwestern area, still pretty centric, the teams would be taking their entry. Entity have found without any resistance on the other side. The OR will be facing some problems. However, WSB out there.
Carnival Gaming has been eliminated too from the game.
Oh my god.
Hydra and Revenant, a fight brewing up. That too a big one. This beef between these two teams, it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. Even Revenant, they're quite exposed.
Oh, that is a good nade.
And the net sails in from Equinox. And that's going to find the closure on the entirety of Hydra. That one single nade just eats Hydra alive.
True, and if I'm not wrong, even Gujarat Tigers were trying to find a piece of the pie, trying to take someone out from Hydra officials. They did some chip damage, but that's about it. Aquanox nade was absolutely on point, and a good rotation from Remnant. If they would have stayed a little bit longer, Aiku Soul would have been taking them down, but Blind is the one who need to get their man up to try and move inside. In the meantime, Gujarat Tigers now are being said hello by members of OR.
OR Esports pushing up against Gujarat Tigers and Wixkey. He can hear the footsteps. That's why he's tossing out those nades to clear out those crucial corners. Robin moves away in the nick of time. That's why he's lucky to be alive. Another nade sells in. OR Esports, they're being chipped away. Robin's way too low. Aiku Soul, even they indulge themselves in a fight against the players of Blind Esports, and it's quite a good fight too. Blind Esports getting ripped apart, picked apart. They do not have the comfort zone this time. It's Aiku Soul who bullied them and who eliminate those players. Oh, Gujarat Tigers now marching up against OR Esports. This fight's now starting to extend too much. OR, they're getting picked off slowly and steadily. Admino going for the patch up. Gujarat Tigers, they're probably going to come out on top, and they prevail in the fight too.
That was just a phenomenal play coming in from their side, but also on the other end of the spectrum, it's Kemin who will be trying to gatekeep the members of Orangutan, and we're already seeing a fight brewing up there, as again it's going to be Ash who will be throwing out the Molotov up on that overflow. This could not get anything, but maybe those nades would.
Oh no. Another man knocked out and finished. Wixkey and MJ. Both of the players, just one man from OR Esports. Admino is all by himself.
Jeez.
Oh my god, Wixkey knocked out and finished too. This is not looking too good. Gujarat Tigers, things are now starting to flip around. Admino, solo man on a mission, who's making it hurt quite a lot for GT. And MJ, the last man's going to back away and play for the survival. It's the second last game of the day as well, and GT, even they have screwed this one up. While on the smaller screen, you can see Aiku Soul making that push, making that pounce against Kemin Esports. Two of the players trapped on top. And Aiku Soul, they're slowly and steadily just devouring them, marching towards the victory in this fight, and they do so.
That was such a perfect timing from the side of Aiku Soul, because it was Orangutan who wanted to take the entry. And Kemin were able to stop them only for a while, but both the sides were suffering from massive casualties. However, since we are already talking about that, even Global Esports, they've occupied the central space, just a little bit off center, but Fierce is the one. I'm not a big fan of this compound. It's a very claustrophobic space, but at least you've got some hard cover where the shots will be fired in from different directions. Soul is the one who will be on the receiving end as of now. But Revenant Esports, just one nade will do the trick, will finish all of them off.
Aiku Soul, they're desperate out in the open. Got to make something out of nothing, and that's why they're tossing in those soft covers named as Smoke. Admino as well now starting to move out from that spot, but he's being held by the players of Revenant Esports. Aquanox has got his crossers trained. Unfortunately for Revenant, Fierce was knocked out, but he's going to be back up on his feet soon. Team Forever, even they're facing quite a lot of issues. Another man being eliminated, and finally Aiku Soul, they make a push happen against Revenant Esports. Nate's being tossed out, and it's Revenant to prevail in that fight, but no! Ronnie, he shuts down all the possibilities and takes over the Shack. Revenant Esports, even though they had the advantage in that fight, but then Ronnie pulls off an insane clutch.
That was such an outwardly performance, and what an uproar as well. Not just from the players of IQ Soul, but also from the audience, because this is a lifeline for them. And this could potentially be their game unless Team Forever, who are way down south, could take that entry point, because Global Esports, they've lost Mavi. They only have Ninja Boy remaining. There's still a couple of teams they need to be worried about. And iFlix is going to be one of them, directly on the northwestern part.
IQ Soul, now they've got a solid compound. As I mentioned, this late inside of the game, you got to know how to assert your dominance, and that's what Soul have done. Asserting their dominance on top of the players of Revenue Esports, kicking them in the lobby, and taking over the good spot they had. And now it's time for them to slowly and steadily make their steps inside of the zone too, which will be tough. The only things that can back them up for now are the smoke grenades, and that's what they're doing. Using the smokes as a trail to make it inside of the zone. Ronnie's the one to lead the pack, Knuckle in the back, and S-Power creating an off angle. But Manya, he finds the opener against WSP. While Global Esports, they indulge in a fight against Team Forever. Mafia, Oasis, and Flock, 3 players in the front lines. Mafia all by himself in that shack. For how long he can keep himself safe. A nade sails in, and that's going to find the confirmation. Global Esports, they've been eliminated from the game, but then even Manya from IQ Soul, he's probably going to find the closure. So many fights happening at the same time.
And Team Forever facing the exact same problem yet again. Taking so much damage from the blue itself, but Team Soul is the one who've lost Manya, who's down on his knees, but still 3 of them standing so very strong, and Ronnie is the one you need to be most worried about, as he is still not stopping.
Oh my God, what? Armand in the clothesline, IQ Soul, even they're sort of tumbling down. It's a 2v2 against iFlix. And Team Soul, they can still get the resurrection back up on the fallen players. iFlix, they make the push happen. iFlix looking to get this back-to-back chicken dinner. Can they make it happen? It is definitely possible. They've got the man advantage. And then sells in. It's going to find Maverick. This entire moment's now starting to be back and forth. IQ Soul pulling this back in their court looks way too tough, as Ronnie in the back is trying his best to clutch it out for IQ Soul.
Yes, that is true, and it's down to a 1v3 situation now. Insidious was so far back, even I thought he was not in the game. And the revival is also going to come in. Madrak will get back on his feet. It's Ronnie in a 1v3. The crowd is roaring out in the wild, and now they're slowly pacing it down. Ronnie wants to try and get as much HP as possible, and in the meantime, iFlix will be preparing their members for the rush.
Ronnie has already clutched one scenario in the game of Vikendi itself, but this time he gets denied. iFlix, a back-to-back chicken dinner. And in the game of Sanhok, in the game of Vikendi, they've got the chicken dinner too. That means 2 lakh rupees in the pocket. iFlix is the first team to make it happen. None of us would have thought this was coming.
That is one of the most brilliant performance I mentioned that the Soul would need to worry about. The team is going to be iFlix, who are directly in the northwestern area. But at the end of the day, it is yet again iFlix trying to find the perfect timing into the zone, stopping even Team Forever. That is such a great game. And yes, questions will be asked again, but IQ Soul, they always get so very close to the chicken dinner, Necro, and yet they are denied.
Yeah, but once again, as long as staying consistent on the board, that's all that's going to matter. And IQ Soul, they are indeed quite consistent. They're looking quite good, my friend.
Yeah, that is
true. In the overall standing still, they're quite close towards the top 3, but iFlix, what a big surprise that was. 2 games back-to-back won. Not just that, they also got 2 lakh rupees in the pockets. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward towards the interview.
अगर एक चिकन डिनर करोगे 50,000 मिलेंगे, लगातार 2 चिकन डिनर करोगे तो 2 लाख मिलेंगे टीम iFlix। बहुत कंसिस्टेंसी पे सवाल उठ रहे थे, अब क्या कहोगे उन सब लोगों को जो सोशल मीडिया पर ये सवाल उठा रहे थे?
स्टार्टिंग में हमारे मैचेस खराब जा रहे थे, लेकिन हमारा शनॉक का मैच आया चिकन, तो हमारा मोमेंटम शिफ्ट हुआ, हमने उसको यूटिलाइज किया पूरी तरह से, और अभी वही अच्छा पॉइंट स्कोर करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कंसिस्टेंट रहें, चोक्स नहीं करें फालतू के, यही हमारा एम है। और अभी लास्ट मैच जो चाहे उसमें भी एम करेंगे कि हम उसमें भी अच्छे पॉइंट्स निकालें और आज के दिन पे अच्छे नोट पे फिनिश करें।
मेरा आज के दिन भाई ने थोड़ी देर पहले लास्ट मैच में कहा था टारगेट रहेगा टॉप 5 में जाने का। 7th पोजीशन पे अभी आ चुके हो, टॉप 5 में इजीली पहुंच सकते हो। व्हाट विल बी द स्ट्रेटजी फॉर द नेक्स्ट मैच?
इतना आप करीब पहुंच चुके हैं जरूर। अभी अब टॉप 5 से अब हम एम करेंगे टॉप 3 पहुंच जाएं आज के डे पे एंड करके, आखिरी मैच को भी अच्छा करें, बस यही है मैं। और फिर कल के दिन पे कोशिश करेंगे कि जीतने का भी अगर अच्छा करते हैं तो बिल्कुल।
Once again, big congratulations to Team iFlix for 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Back to the experts.
Team iFlix, the underdogs, they're here to make a statement, and so far they've done so. 3 games in the entire grand finals, from which 2 games they've won back-to-back. 2 lakh rupees secured in the packets, and IQ Soul demolished in the end. iFlix, they played that perfectly.
Indeed, that is true. And I would still say one of the big key players in that fight was, of course, Arman from WSB, because he was the one who was stopping Aiku Soul there. And if I'm not wrong, he was able to get those 2 crucial knocks. And onto that, iFlix capitalized, and we will be seeing that happen in the highlights itself. Because yes, just as you mentioned, iFlix is the only team in the grand finals to get those back-to-back chicken dinners and get that 2 lakh rupees in their bank account, which, mind it, OG took one entire day to grab.
And we cannot forget the fact that Godsreen are looking really lost.
Oh my God.
They still need to figure out what exactly is going on with them. The communication just seems completely off, and this is not the Godsreen we've known for, man. Godsreen, I'm really not able to wrap my head around on what exactly is going wrong. They've got the firepower, they've got so much experience, they've won 2 official trophies too, and still they're struggling so much.
When you're so high up, every other team will be looking up to you, your playstyle will be noted, and then it will be countered. That's the beauty of esports. And that's the problem that Godsreen are now facing. They need to develop a counter to their counter. And that would potentially be one of the way wherein they could try and make that comeback. However, for the side of iFlix, we were talking how they were so very down in that leaderboard, but 2 consecutive chicken dinners have put them up. And that's exactly what we heard in the interview itself, that they were aiming for the top 5, now they're aiming for top 3.
Such a big mess up from GT2. That fight should have been flawless from them.
True.
But then somehow they started losing out on the man number and everything just came tumbling down. Ronnie, as I mentioned, even he pulled off that clutch. They went for a 3-1 split, and almost that 3-player split could have came crumbling down. But Ronnie, he shut down the remaining 2 opponent players, and he sort of regained his team's hopes and regained his team's lifeline inside of that game. Unfortunately enough, Aiku Soul once again left out from that chicken dinner, but then their rivals, Team iFlix, a team that was here to make a statement, a team that is supposed to be unknown in the tournament, now they're making quite a lot of these stark statements. 2 chicken dinners back to back. All the fans, every single person that is currently watching this broadcast is definitely astonished.
Oh yes, they will definitely be. Even we are astonished. I mean, come on. Everyone was thinking that they might not be able to make it, but iFlix has made all of them take their words back, eat their words back. But yet again, that's just 2 games right now. They still need to do similar kind of thing in 1 more game and also continue the same storyline tomorrow.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue on forward towards the last game of the day, we got to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, which is DHL. Thank you so much for sponsoring this entire tournament. DHL really means a lot for the fans, of course, and for us as well. But getting back inside of the game once again, now the upcoming map is going to be the last game. Once again, we're back on the classic grounds. This might just be the comfort zone for a lot of the teams. We have been talking about OG. Yeah, in the previous game, we saw a little bit of a dip in the performance. Not a little bit, a big dip in the performance.
Big dip.
And I think so the chase that they had is now going to be cut down.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be Aiku Soul who were moving forward in such a solid spot as well, right? Because we were talking how just 1 chicken dinner and they're going to close that gap out to only just less than 10 points. Even Revenant, those are the teams that they do the exact same thing, getting a good match and they will be closing that gap. Soul has been able to do it, so Orangutan would need to be worried. But looking the way they've been performing, yeah, I still kind of feel that it's going to be difficult for them to move forward. However, on the other side, you've been talking about God's Rain, right? They were the ones who got the previous chicken dinner on the map of Erangel. I'm expecting the same kind of performance from them. But again, the performance from this man has been unfathomable at Minnow.
Exactly, the MVP of the previous game with 6 finish points wrapped up and the finish contribution of 86%. He was the only man from OR Esports who was able to pull off anything in the previous game that means.
True.
And then Ronnie from the side of IQ Soul being the best companion, he was the one who made that clutch happen, and that's why Ronnie's there. And then finisher is going to be from the side of iFlix, because of course they were the one who got that chicken dinner. And as we mentioned, now the upcoming game is going to be the game of Erangel. But if you look at the match rankings from Weekendy itself, of course iFlix with 29 points, that's a lot of points wrapped up. Almost a 30-pointer.
Exactly, just one finish point away from getting that 30-pointer. And I'll be honest, this is one of the highest point chicken dinner that we have seen. It is only equalized. Yesterday as well, we saw one of the team getting the 29-point chicken dinner. But on the other side though, we've been talking about teams having a dip in their performance. Carnival Gaming as well, Gujarat Tigers. These are the ones that you've been mentioning are not having such a great day. And it is continuing. Carnival were the ones to start things off. If I'm not wrong, they were the ones who got the chicken dinner on the map of Erangel.
Exactly. Once again, the fans now just chilling out, considering the game of Weekendy. It was quite a high-octane game. I mean, at the start, it's quite a lazy start, but then later on, the amount of fights we saw, it was insane. Even the VIPs.
Love the kids, man.
Yeah. I mean, we've got the fans of every single age group.
Yes.
From the kids to the elderly.
That is true. I mean, there's one more thing that I love, you know, how always we see the analysts giving a cameo on our stream as well. But at the end of the day, I really want to look at the schedule as well, because we've been talking how Erangel is the last map. We've seen all the teams, all those chicken dinners, but iFlix has done what no one else was able to do. 2 back-to-back chickens.
Are we going to see another one from iFlix? 3 chicken dinners back-to-back. If that does happen, that will be the biggest leap we've seen so far.
True.
Be taken by a team in the overall standings in one day. And maybe the most amount of points being accumulated by a team, too. If that does happen, then everything will be flipped apart. The script that we had will be flipped apart, too. Of course, we didn't have any script, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just messing around. But it's all about the expectations. And let's be honest, a lot of us did not expect such type of a performance from a team like iFlix. They have indeed just surprised all of us.
True.
But now it's time for the match predictions. Do you think they will actually make a 3 chicken dinner back-to-back?
Okay, I'll be honest, I don't think so that's going to happen. My bets could potentially go back onto the team that you were picking since the starting. Maybe Blind could get the chicken in this game. I'm just hoping, because yes, we've been seeing some jittery performance from them, but they have been pretty decently consistent on the fact that they do get those good frags.
I'm going to go with OG.
Okay.
I would say Orangutan, it's time for them to maintain that lead once again.
True.
They have been doing so from the start of the day. Now the lead's starting to fade away, and OG for them, it's probably the wake-up call. If in the upcoming game, once again, it's going to be a bad one for them, then we know the lead's completely going to vanish, and maybe that first spot will be taken over by the team on the second.
Highly possible, and I really feel the team on the second is going to be IQ Soul at this point, based on the performance that they showed in the previous one. They should be somewhere around over 102 or 3 points maybe, but again, yes, just as you have been mentioning, just as we have been seeing, Orangutan, they need to bring something out of the ordinary now, because the zone is not forming on them and they are not getting the games.
Without a doubt. I mean, IQ Soul, yeah, they're struggling for the chicken dinner, but not struggling for the consistency in the overall standings. And they're also getting the money with the elimination points they're accumulating.
Agreed.
Yeah, they are falling short from the 50K that they can instantly get from that chicken dinner, but once again, once you're aiming for the championship, I feel like nothing else should phase you away, and they're still quite close to that first spot. Anything can happen on the last day, which will be tomorrow. But for now, we've still got one more game left over on the second day.
That is indeed true, and I am also looking forward to the performance of Revenant Esports, because they have been doing pretty decent today. They've made a pretty decent jump as well in the top 5, so I'm expecting them to keep that momentum on. You can hear the music in the background. You already know that teams and players are ready. And it's just about time that we're going to see the plane up into the sky as well, soaring high, just like these teams.
Exactly. Match 12 is going to be on the way, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, as you mentioned, the plane's going to hit the skies. Our predictions are locked in. Do let us know which team you guys are rooting for on this last game of the day. Be it OG, be it Carnival Gaming, be it Kemen Esports, any of the teams that you guys would like to support. Of course, there's going to be a lot of fans of IQ Soul in the chat.
Not just in the chat, even in the arena. And if you really want to jump up in the arena, you know what? You really can. All you need to do is just show up on the time. But again, we were talking about those game face on For all these players, they are ready. You can see the cams of every single one who's sitting down there in those ditches. And this is the time for them to quickly showcase their skills because this is the last game of day 2.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Last game of day 2 begins now. As I mentioned, today was supposed to be the day of comebacks, but we haven't really seen a lot of comebacks from the team. Definitely, we have seen the tries, but the comebacks are still missing. Here we go. The plane's going to hit the skies once again on the classic grounds of Erangel. And as the plane flight path starts all the way from Sanhok military base towards Zarki, the plane flight path is heavily tilted to the left side. The teams that like to go towards Milta Power, Milta, I'm speaking of Revenant Esports and Hydra, they're going to have a lot of struggles, including iFlix. But still for iFlix, considering they drop on towards the military island, they will be having quite a lot of those isolated areas.
Yeah, that is true. For iFlix, I think so they're going to start things off again on just towards the eastern part of the military base and then move forward by stealing away those vehicles from God's Reigns. But of course, WSB, even Blind, these are the teams that love to drop on extreme eastern parts of the map, which of course is now unaccessible. And that is one of the reasons why we're seeing WSB dropping out early on. Would potentially take the space somewhere around over the north of Primorsk or maybe towards the west of Quarry. Because you will be seeing in Ferry Pair, there's going to be Orangutan with their own classic drops. No change in there. Team Forever as well will be dropping down in the area directly towards the southeastern part of Pochinki, maybe just in the area of Farm. While Ven will be moving up towards north. Alright, so Blind will be taking the area of Hospital maybe.
Indeed, I mean, WSP dropping out towards Primorsk, OG towards Ferry Pier. Classic drop locations, nothing really changed, nothing really out of the ordinary. Yeah, WSP, they usually drop in towards Lipovka, but considering WSP, they know there's no one really dropping in Primorsk, so you might as well try to take that spot.
True.
So, once again, the plane flight path was quite crucial too. And as I mentioned, we might see a drop collision between Revenant and Hydra, and I'm super stoked to see it.
That could also happen, and again, it's Gujarat Tigers as well. Somewhere around the members of Blind. It could also potentially happen because normally Blind would take the area of shelter, mansion, prison, anywhere between that. But that is inaccessible. We've been talking about that. On the other side, though, Revenant should be able to reach somewhere down south of Farm, maybe. Take a few extra vehicles, end up in Milta. While for the side of Hydra, they've got all the eastern part empty. Anywhere above Farm they want to go, so can also be looking to take that space. Godsend, however, will be happy with their drop. They had a good access to military base, will be taking all of that loot. And iFlix, just as I mentioned, will be stealing away those vehicles and then moving in towards Novorepnoy. However, Blind in the hospital. Clutch Card is near in the Georgia City.
Blind Esports, the two players in an interesting spot.
True.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure how the game plan's going to look like. Maybe this was supposed to be like the temporary drop location for Blind, and maybe they're going to rotate out once they get their hands on the vehicles. And that's what they're doing so far. But where are they exactly going to rotate to? That's my question. This early inside of the game, the players won't have their dream loadout, but at least they will have to load out enough to take you down.
All you need is just one DBS in the hand and a shot to the skull of the opponent.
Not even the skull, a chest.
Exactly.
And Blind Esports, there's a chance we might see a ram-in against one of the players from the side of CG. Goblin never saw this coming. 4 shotguns against him with a couple of UMP in the mix. And Blind Esports just looking forward to shut down the man named Goblin.
Oh.
There's another man in the name of Akshat, and Akshat gets snuffed out and capitalized instantly, decapitated from the game.
They did not anticipate this aggression from Blind because even we did not. I was thinking maybe they'd fight against Gujarat Tigers, but they had an entirely different plan in mind.
Goblin backed away from that compound instantly as soon as he realized that there's a big ram coming in.
Yep. Smart decision making from Carnival Gaming, not losing a lot of members because Hector as well as Omega were nowhere in position to try and support them in any way.
I mean, even that one single player drop down, Carnival Gaming, they kicked things off with a big handicap. Yes. Do they want to go for the revenge? If they want, they can. This is the classic Blind Esports that we wanted to see.
You love to see that happen. Early collisions, early
slams. Of course. I mean, this is what Team Insane used to do, which is, of course, now Blind Esports. And once again, I love to see the fact that these guys are back to the roots.
You always want to see that happen, right? Because Blind, yet again, they've been having so many jitters. If I'm not wrong, they were at the 4th position before the map of Weekendy maybe. They were still in that exact same area, but then the next 2 maps did not go that well. So, of course, their spot was potentially taken away. However, this time around, they got a chance to redeem themselves. And I was the one who picked Blind up. And there we go. We are seeing aggression coming in from them. Either way, it's just having fun out there. And so are Global Esports up towards north and Severny.
OR Esports. I mean, for them rotating out of Yasna Poliana, it's not going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
Not a lot of teams. Usual suspects like Kemet Esports in Yasna Poliana itself, but talk about the surroundings, it's quite cleared. No one towards Mansion, considering Blind Esports, they dropped on towards Georgia Pool this time. I just love the fact that Blind Esports, they did their research.
Yes.
They know exactly how Carnival Gaming they drop around Gatka. They knew there's going to be one man isolated in that compound. They instantly rammed their vehicles, got that elimination point, which is 2.5k rupees, and just backed away.
I mean, yes, you got a few extra bucks in your pocket and move backwards just to take that space away from Gujarat Tigers. And they're also being vigilant about how Gujarat Tigers play, because we've seen them taking control of Everest time and time again after taking those important loots from the Georgia containers and the city. So they're being vigilant about that as well. I really love the amount of research and effort that this team is putting in. Also at the same time though, since of course there's no 8-bit in the grand finals, Primos was the part that would normally be left empty, and WSB were just ready to enter that area as soon as their own drop location was out of reach. However, orangutans are the ones who will probably be making their move now anytime soon. So we could potentially see a collision in terms of rotations between both of these teams. On the other part, everywhere it's just going to be a peace treaty. Revenant, Hydra, they're having the loots of their own areas. Kevin, OR, as you also mentioned, having the loot of their own areas, and that's exactly going to be the case between Entity, down in Pochinki. We've got Aiku Soul, in school, and the apartments.
OR Robin. I mean, man, I just do not exactly know what's going on with the OR at this point. I have mentioned about this team time and time throughout the entire day. But then it just really makes me wonder, was it a fluke on day one? Because today's day has been completely off. We haven't seen any type of moves being made from the side of OR. They haven't even gotten a single limelight moment.
True that. But even if they have not gotten the limelight moment, I would still say they were able to grab a few scraps around all of those 5 maps. And yes, they were on the 2nd place. They have dropped down to 4th. But the competition is pretty tightly knit between the top 5 teams if you're looking right now. Orangutan, yes, they've got a decent amount of lead, but not that much. Soul, with just one good game, can definitely cross that mark. Revenant, OR, Blind, Entity, iFlix. All of them are in between 100 and 91 points. Between that, starting from 99, ending at 92.
Yeah.
Anything could happen with just one good game between these teams.
Without a doubt. I mean, I guess, yeah, as long as you're in top 5, you cannot really say anything, right?
Yes.
But the start of the day was quite dicey for OR.
Agreed.
You gotta agree with that.
Agreed.
Yeah, in the later few games, they did manage to sort of control the flow, or else it could have been way worse, because we saw OR Esports, I think, so almost drop down right next to Kemet Esports.
Yes.
Which could have been way worse. But then all it took was one single game to bounce back in the overall standings.
That's why, you know, even those scrap points that you're trying to grab with a couple of flushes paired up with just a few extra position points, they become crucial. Because they all add up slowly and steadily, and it does not let your opponents maintain that lead or even increase that gap. Now that is something even God's Reign would need to do, because one more game, it's not going to cut it. They will probably be at somewhere around 70 points. Where does it put them? Still on page number 2. That's not exactly the position you would want to be at.
True that. WSP on a move too. From the top of the hill, just moving away. OG almost doing the same thing too. Specifically for OG, They just do not really need to make those desperate moves on the board just yet. Just keep yourself pinned down. Why do you want to take that extra bit of risk? Yeah, it's WSP. Maybe you can't, considering the team's morale is already down low and they haven't really been able to perform that well.
True.
So maybe you can't say that these can be easy points picking for the side of OG, but still, you can never underestimate the opponents.
Here's the thing about Orangutan. When they were the ones taking the fight against their opponents, they were most of the times coming out on top. Because yesterday, even in the interview, I remember Ash mentioning, they were asked, what was their strategy? And he just said that he wants to play for the finishes. They're just finishing everyone who's coming in their way. And they want to get those extra flushes. Today, it has been a very passive approach from them. And it has not been working out.
OG is a powerhouse.
Exactly.
It's like keeping 4 assaulters in one team.
True.
And then somehow managing to mature one of the assaulters to be the IGL. And I guess Ash is one of those players that is being able to take the role quite decently so far.
True.
Global Esports, Beast, yeah, just tapping away, trying to blow up the vehicle. He does so. Or trying to blow up the tire, I would say, off that vehicle.
Also, wanting to find if there's any lucky hit marker he's going to get. But GT are just way out of his crosshair. And again, another team, Gujarat Tigers. Even during the predictions, there were many times even the analysts and all the casters were talking that this roster also has got a solid potential, but even till now, they have not been able to show any impressive gameplay as a team. Individually, man, all of their players have become MVP at least one point in time in the entire of the challenge season and also in the challenge finals, but as a team, yet again, we're yet to see a solid performance.
Need to. Godsreen, Justin in the vehicle. I mean, specifically for GT, there's Adi right there. It's going to be tough for them to deal with Blind Esports, man.
True.
It's actually the entirety of Blind just staying in one single building. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a death trap. Do not even try to go close to that. Blind Esports just varying between the paces, trying to be quiet, but finally they pull out the vehicles. It's time to move a little bit more closer, I guess, to the zone, or maybe it's time to go for the hunting party.
Hunting party is what you always love to see, but as you said, trying to go on a move, that's what Justin is doing. He tanked a couple of shots from Trigger, but does not want to lose his feet, staying put in that position. So it's inevitable we're going to see this fight.
Did you notice one thing? OG, of course, they start things off on Fair Pier. They did not move that far away from that spot. They just moved a little bit to the north, near Quarry. And then, luckily enough for them, the circle actually panned out down south.
True.
So then they took another rotation quite close towards Fair Piers itself. And they took over the entire bridge area, or the bridge entrance.
True. I like that position.
So I would say a really good read when it comes to the circle. Somewhere
Yes.
down line, Ash knew that the circle probably is going to form towards the southern side.
The understanding of how the circle is going to move. And we were talking about how important it normally is as well, because in the match where Revenant got their own chicken dinner on the map of Miramar, we also heard Sensei saying the exact same thing, that Fierce was the one who gave out the call that the circle might shift down south. And on the basis of that call, they were ready for that hard shift. And that is exactly what happened. So having that prediction is what that can help you out. But right now, I really love the positioning from Revenant as well, because they're at around that shoreline area. And that's where I've mentioned previously, Blind also played on this map. So if in case the circle shifts onto them, they'll be having such a great amount of real estate.
Uh-oh, Oace spotted. Shots taken against the boy. Yeah, needs to play a little bit more safe and tucked up. Team Forever, they're a whole nother story, man. I mean, you speak of their standings in the overall, they've got the 10th position. If they do win this game, they will instantly propel themselves somewhere in the top 7 easily.
True.
They will make sure that Carnival Gaming's position will be taken over at least. But iFlix, on that 7th spot, they have showcased some insane amount of improvement today. 2 games back-to-back, maybe a third can be wrapped up as well. And they've got a decent positioning inside of the circle, too. Oh, Entity Gaming Picard catching a little bit of whiffs.
Sheesh.
Not an
Close.
issue, though. Not an issue.
But again, if in case the circle forms in the urban areas of Pochinki, you know there would be at least 11 to 12 teams on those last few circles. That's a big if, though. Because we've already seen Aiku Soul making their rotations on towards the eastern areas of Pochinki, already taking those compounds for themselves. Where now, around that area, we're seeing even iFlix just near those sandbags. Hydra moving inside from farm, as well as OA from the entrance of northeast. Over towards school, we are seeing Kemin. So all these teams slowly taking that real estate. While Genix FM, pretty late rotation from their side. Over towards Quarry. The circle, if it shifts in the northwest area, I'll be just holding my head. If.
Oh my God, iFlix right in the smack center of that circle. Another date with Destiny, question mark?
Possible.
Yeah, the stars are now really starting to line for iFlix. It's their time to strike because the iron's hot. Godsreen, even they're trying to make it inside of the circle. Genix FM still quite in the outskirts. And for Genix FM to make this rotation happen inside of the zone, it seems next to impossible. They need to be super assertive. But if they're not able to win these fights, they will fizzle out.
Now, previously I was about to say this position could be okay, but this time onwards, just a few extra nades and you'll be blown to smithereens because you're open from multiple directions. Just a little bit of a cover from that ridge is not going to help. So Mooks, he also needs to move. But they're kind of doubling up on that firepower in there. So Entity Gaming, they'll also be making their move though. Alright, I was hoping for some early on action, but that's not coming in. Maybe it could come from the side of Orangutan as they've already occupied that southwestern edge.
Exactly. A fight brewing up in front of us. Entity Gaming, Gumla Boy knocked out. iFlix, hold on. They're actually striking. The iron's quite hot. Entity Gaming, Somraj pulled back once again. It's time to reunite and play together. Entity Gaming, they've got a decent position towards the northern side of the map, and iFlix right in the smack center. Soon enough, there's going to be a lot of people surrounding them, and that's not going to be good news at all. iFlix will need to deal with all the possible circumstances.
That is indeed true, but again, the circumstances are not going to get easy for them because there's Team Forever, there's also Global Esports, but one thing that I'm really going to be surprised at is the rotation that actually Delta is going in. Seems, yet again, I've already mentioned, it's a precarious position for iFlix. High risk, high reward, you can say, in that one trench that they are, because they'll be open from those high hills.
Entity Gaming, I like the fact that the way they're playing is quite safe. Yeah, there's another team you can see on the minimap right next to him, and that team is Global Esports on top of the hill. Aiku Soul towards Pochinki's side, and somewhere down line, every single person knows that there's a chance the circle might just form out in the open in the fields of Pochinki.
True.
Entity Gaming are ready for that scenario too. iFlix, they're just right there. They've got the dream position.
Dream position indeed, but God's Reign now up close and personal. Oh, that Molly just a little bit off the mark. Shogun will be surviving, keeping his life.
Oh man, God's Reign. I'm not a big fan of Shogun all by himself in that compound. Destro needs to provide some backup, but I guess the backup's gonna be too late. Even Delta PG, he jumps in his own death. Destro, now the last man alive inside of the house, and Godsreen, they just seem really disconnected. Wall of Death moves up. Destro needs to be confirmed, and the players will do so easily. Genix FM them after taking down the big dog Godsreen themselves. It's now time to focus on the upcoming circumstances, which is to move in the zone.
Justin will also be the last man surviving in the blue for Godsreen themselves. And what a hard shift yet again towards the eastern part. All the teams will be making their way, but as I mentioned early on how Remnant might have one of the best positionings if in case the circle takes a shift towards them, and that's what has happened. They're dead in the center. They'll be occupying that area way too faster than the opponents, and everyone will be just taking the fights on those outskirts. I'm talking about Orangutan will possibly be up against Gujarat Tigers unless they decide to go in for a long rotation, but that northwestern area is just going to be chaotic.
WSP, all the 4 players now stacked up right next to each other. Aiku Soul, even they're in quite a dicey spot. A lot of teams, for them it's the Mayday call. For them it's quite a big panic moment. Kemen Esports up against Revenant Esports. At least the good news is that they've found themselves the best possible outcome. In the center of the circle, that too, the only compound that's available is being occupied by these teams. What else do you need?
I'll be honest, with this 2-2 split coming in from Kemen, it could be helpful to them until and unless they are being third-partied by potentially Hydra. That could happen. Down south in the circle, Orangutan will be taking their entry. Near team forever. I've been waiting for this fight for so very long now, but over towards that northwest, we've got Entity, Global Esports, iFlix, Aiku Soul. Also, WSB will be taking their long, late rotations from Pochinki. It's going to be a massacre out there, I'll be honest. We'll potentially see a stalemate between Revenant and Kemen unless they all decide to just use the utilities and dump up all those nades.
OG in the back lines, even they're up. At least they're in the circle. And the best part for OG is that the area they found themselves in, it's quite isolated. For now, soon enough, there's going to be a wave of team, a heat wave of team just moving inside of the zone. Gamla Boy from Entity Gaming taking shots against WSP, and I think he also wins that duel. Carnival Gaming under heavy fire by Kusol. Manya, he tried to trace the spray down, but unfortunately Carnival Gaming, they're going to move out of harm's way. Blind Esports right behind Carnival, just trailing them. As I mentioned, for a lot of the teams, it's going to be the Mayday call. It's going to be the panic call setting in. And Blind Esports is one of those. The Wall of Death is now going to be dishing out so much damage. Blind Esports, Aiku Soul, Carnival Gaming, Genix FM right next to each other. What is going on?
What?
It's such a confusing status. That's Carnival Gaming that pounced on top of the opportunity, but skillful. He strikes down 2 players from Carnival Gaming. And Blind Esports, they start running over the players in front of them. Carnival Gaming, unfortunately, they've just got one last glimmer of hope in the name of Hector, and that too, he's shrouded himself inside of the smoke. He pulls out the Scarro, goes for a couple of shots. He just gets 1 elimination point confirmed. What is going on over here?
What in the world is happening out here? Everyone being like a fast and furious lobby, and even Orangutan joining the action. Gujarat Tigers will be taken down. My, oh my!
Oh, they're just running over each other with the vehicle. Blind Esports, Aiku Soul, OG on the far fray, taking the advantage of these 2 teams being in a big world of trouble. But I guess for OG, Trigger is the only man who can try to do something. Trigger gets strike down. 1 more man to go from OG, and even he will be snuffed out soon enough. Aiku Soul, they somehow come out on top out of that entire kerfuffle. Oh my God, you gotta consider yourself lucky after that one.
It was a world war out there, and I mean that literally. But in the meantime, iFlix was also able to wipe out the entirety of the entity, so now they've got to be worried about Global Esports there, and also Hydra. They've been far away from all of those fights, but iFlix will be taking one after the other. The members of Global Esports, Crypto, trying to move inside the smoke, maybe wanting to get a lucky knock as well, but Slug decides to join in the action, trying to move those vehicles away. It's not a stalemate, but still it's going to be so very messy as Ninja Boy gets taken down. He was finished off as well. This should be the time for iFlix to move away.
Team iFlix still alive in full force. All the 4 players up for life. Global Esports, Slug.
Oh!
His eye all by himself, and a great fight from Crypto. Through the smoke, spots out the player, shuts him down. Slug taken down, still 12 teams are alive inside of this game. And 34 players in total, and iFlix is one of those who's been dominating so far. Global Esports Beast, the only man up for Global Esports. And all he can do is play for the survival, and that's what he's trying to do. But iFlix, now they're catching a lot of hurt, and that's not a good news at all.
Orangutan being taken out as well. Ash was flushed out. Not the greatest of the games for them. However, Global Esports Beast, he finds a pick on one. Oh my God! That was so very close for comfort. Hydra official will be just trying to keep their own lives for the last 3 players, and that's going to be the flash coming in. Mox from iFlix. I am potentially seeing a third chicken dinner in succession, Necro, for iFlix if they keep up their performance.
iFlix, as you mentioned, there's a chance a third one can be pulled out as well. A hat trick can be seen. Hydra officials, Spurs Show P just going for that constant pressure. But Team iFlix, the recovery is phenomenal.
True.
They're back once again on the feet. Yeah, it's a whole nother circumstance that the circles moved away from them, but still the rotation's possible.
Oh my God, Kemin suffering a knock right away as they wanted to slam into RNT, but in the meantime, it's going to be Aiku Soul wrapping up the members of WSB. There were only a few of them remaining as we move backwards. Revenant, they'll be finding one on to Fury as well as Alto gets taken down. Venom is also on his feet, and it's all down to just Phantom, who'll be moving in those outskirts in the open. Maybe just a cover of that small ridge, that's about it. Long Nate, that's what he's gonna catch. 2 players with that, but he will finally be flushed out too. Jeez.
Team Forever, they can't see the players of iFlix, and also Team Soul right next to him. Before Team iFlix, they've got their own problems brewing up. iFlix, they're facing off against Team Soul, while Team Soul, there's a chance they can be sandwiched from the back by Team Forever, but Team Forever, they're not making any type of move just yet. IQ Soul, looking for to shatter the hopes and dreams of getting a 3 consecutive games off Team iFlix. And Team IQ Soul, now just marching against the players. It's one last man alive from the side of iFlix, and that too is trying to keep himself anonymous, keep himself quiet. This game, it seems like it's written in the destiny for Team IQ Soul, but the only big thorn in the way can't be in the name of Revenant Esports.
Or maybe if in case Team Forever decide to play as a spoiler between both of these teams, but we've seen time and time again how teams first flush out the last few remnants, the glimmers of hope, but I really love the positioning from the side of Revenant. But IQ Soul, they look so very claustrophobic at this point. They've got no real estate with them. Well, on the side of Revenant, Blaze is out there in the open. Fierce up on top of that compound. Aquanox trying to take all the space up north. They've got so much information of this circle already. If they don't get a chicken from this point, I don't know how they will. And this should be a chicken dinner for Revenant.
The crowd is chanting for Soul. A lot of people just hoping that their fan favorite team will win, which is Soul. But there's still Revenant in the tracks. And Revenant's not going to make it that easy for Soul. And a great fight for Blaze. And he's also chipping out so much damage against Soul. The smokes are just the markers exactly where the players of Revenant need to shoot. And they're finding the exact hit markers that needed to be found. And so far, the players of Soul, they're just falling down one after one. And it's Revenant Esports to seal the deal and come out on top. Second chicken dinner of the day for Revenant.
Absolutely phenomenal. And Necro, you need to remember I called it out. I mentioned that if in case the circle falls on Revenant, they've got one of the prime positions, and the adjustments to those circle shifts, it was even better. But one thing is for sure, all the mess up that happened in that northwestern part, it should stay there. Oh my God, that was so very chaotic where everyone was just running with their vehicles like a madman.
Oh, you can see the sigh of relief on the players of Revenant's faces. And there's also a chance that Revenant has taken over the first spot from OG. If that is going to happen, that's a massive stark statement. Because in the interview itself, Sensei mentioned OG's not a competition. OG's not a concern for us. They are known for joking, and so far they have done so.
I was not hoping for that to happen, but seriously, the surprise coming in from Revenant, that is one of the sweetest that I have seen. And again, it was Seoul being divided in two different fights on two different fronts. They had to move inside the zone itself. They had to be worried of the side of Team Forever as well as Revenant.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the interview lined up with the winners of the previous game, which is, of course, Revenant Esports. So let's move on forward to that interview.
Second win for Team Revenant on day 2. Give it up for Team Revenant, everyone! Big congratulations to you guys and Sensei. हमने आपका वीडियो देखा था, आज सुबह चला. बहुत लंबा इंतजार किया है ट्रॉफी का. ट्रॉफी की एक कदम और आगे पैर बढ़ाए हैं. क्या कहोगे उसके बारे में?
अभी मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूँगा क्योंकि बहुत बार हम इतने नज़दीक होते हैं फिर दूर हो जाते हैं. तो कल देखते क्या होता है.
Okay, but 2 chicken dinners in a day. Did you expect this कि आज 2 chicken dinner? Because कल के मुकाबले आज का performance was mind blowing. अभी तो मेरे ख्याल से आप top 5 में भी आपकी नाम आ चुका है.
मेरे पास सबसे बेस्ट प्लेयर्स हैं एंड मेरे प्लेयर्स के पास सबसे बेस्ट आईजीएल है तो एक्सपेक्टेड तो था ही.
Like I always say, this guy is very humble. मेरे प्लेयर्स के पास सबसे बेस्ट आईजीएल है. वो अपनी तारीफ अपने मुंह से खुद नहीं करते हैं. God is with them, like they say. Let's move back to the experts.
Interesting. I'm not sure if that was humble or not because, I mean, Sensei, man, I mean, he's showcasing a lot of that ego. But I love it. I love it. You know, I love a man who speaks sharply right to the point, and Sensei's doing exactly so. But ladies and gentlemen, keep this thing in mind. Tomorrow's going to be the last day of this entire grand finale. And if you guys want to be a part of this entire action in the arena itself, make sure to drop by in Noida Indoor Stadium because the tickets are available on the stadium itself. We know on the online portals, the tickets are sold out, but the tickets are available. If you're lucky enough, you can get your hands on the tickets.
Yeah, and you may never know. You know what? You can try luck tomorrow as well, early out in the morning, if in case the online portal is working. It might. We're just rubbing out a small spoiler for you. At the end of the day, though, yes, tomorrow is going to be the last day. But before we move on to that, we still have to talk about what happened on that map of Erangel. Now that has been unseen. All the teams, at least there were 4 of them who were just running their vehicles down onto the players, and the moment when one decided to step out of it, that was basically their grave. Then and there, they were finished off right away.
Exactly. I mean, Blind Esports, off the bat, they pounced on top of the players at Carnival Gaming, which was quite unfortunate, and that's why CG were not able to live that long. But then Genix FM too, we saw a big step up from them. At this entire moment right here, whatever was happening, I'm not sure. It was Blind Esports driving right with the players of Team Seoul. It felt like they were friends for a while, but then later on, they turned their backs on each other quite quickly.
Yeah, that is true. But there's one good decision coming in from Team Seoul, right? The moment they saw there were at least 3 to 4 different teams, they just decided to tactically move backwards. The tactical retreat that you always love to call. And then they were quickly able to find out a few extra scraps on the back of it, wherever all those players were left. Even the orangutans, Blind, everyone was taken down. But at the end of the day, I mentioned Revenant, they've got the best area, they've got all the information that they need to. Team Forever was there biting in the back of Team Seoul. They took them out, and at the end of the day, Revenant got that chicken dinner.
Revenant Esports getting that crucial final chicken dinner, and even Sensei knows how important that chicken dinner was for his entire team. And now that they've ended things on a great note, tomorrow's going to be the last day. The nail should be put in the coffin right then and there. If they miss out on the opportunity, then OG will instantly be on that trail too.
That is absolutely true. I mean, hot on the heels is something that we have been seeing from most of these teams out there, and the competition was just so very close between all those top 5, but I'll be looking forward to as what's going to happen tomorrow.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Before we continue this entire post-game segment, we got to give a huge thanks to Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra because they are the presenting partner for this entire event and also providing gamers with a game-changing combination of power, mobile AI, and much more. You know what? I would recommend you guys to move on forward and look at that device.
True, of course, because one of the most important thing that you want in a gaming device is also going to be how well it performs and the battery life. Guess what? It has got one of the best performer out there. And since we're already talking about performer, we've got Aquanox, 6 finishes, 50% contribution. That means Revenant has 12 finishes in total. That's 27 points chicken in a game.
Exactly. I mean, MVP being Equinox, and as we move on to our stars of the match, it is going to be Moch with the most amount of rescues, of course, but Equinox, 6 eliminations wrapped up. Of course, the man behind all the criminal activities from Revenant Esports that we're seeing inside of the Battlegrounds, right? Match rankings in front of us, 27 points accumulated. That was a nuclear performance, but Team Soul not that far away. Once again, the consistency's there, but the chicken dinner's missing.
I just feel so very bad for the side of Team Soul, to be
I
honest.
don't actually. You know what? Yeah, they're missing out on those 50K, but they're still compensating that with those elimination points whatsoever.
How many times has this happened now that they have been getting those second place? If we name consistency, I believe it's Team Soul and second position. But on the other side, though, again, all the teams, Carnival Gaming, Entity, OR, Gujarat Tigers, God's Reign, just not having a great day, not having a great game, even WSB. It's heartbreaking to see.
I mean, especially God's Reign, man.
True.
Since the start of the entire Grand Finals, this is not the performance I expected from a man like Destro.
No.
And you want to hear one of the funny parts? Destro actually, before the start of any LAN tournament, he exchanges his watch with any one of those talents.
Okay.
Right? And he exchanged his watch with Maisie at the start.
Oh my God.
And you know Maisie is one of the prime faces of Caster Curse. And I'm just pointing it out there, man. I'm just saying, maybe it's because of that. I'm just like, you know, day 2 was supposed to be a day of comeback, and God's Reign, they tried, but then later on, once again, they fizzled out from that.
Yeah, but again, we've been talking about who's on the top. We've been seeing and trying to figure out who's going to be at the top 1 position, right? We might as well have a look at the overall leaderboard as well. That will be up just in a while, but at the same time, you have been mentioning how Revenant could take lead, but it's Aiku's Soul with 2-point lead over Orangutan.
Yeah, and the crowd's going wild. Aiku's Soul on the first spot, OG on the second, Revenant on the third. The top 3 suspects have been performing phenomenally well, but then an underdog between these godly teams is definitely a big, astonishing statement being made by iFlix, and I want to see what they've got to offer on tomorrow's day, considering it is going to be the last day as well.
Oh
and
my
with
God.
those 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, iFlix has toppled over Orangutan when it comes to accumulated prize pool.
So basically, Orangutan have moved to the second spot in not just one of the leaderboard, but in both of the leaderboards of, yes, the ranking and, of course, the amount of prize accumulated till now. But geez, those back-to-back chicken dinners is exactly what iFlix needed.
I mean, hey, ladies and gentlemen, today's day has been phenomenal, but you know what? We still need to figure out how tomorrow's schedule is going to look like. And tomorrow's schedule, I mean, I guess it's pretty much going to be the same. We'll start things off in Erangel. It'll be the same schedule. I'm not really expecting any type of changes, but soon enough, we'll be looking at tomorrow's schedule.
Yes, that is indeed true. And again, all the maps of Erangels that we have seen till now, they've been so very amazing and so very chaotic, but that's exactly going to be the case of tomorrow as well. Just as you mentioned, same. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Vikendi, Erangel. We've seen a different kind of performance in the first half and an entirely different performance in that second half, but one thing is for sure, all of those crucial Erangel maps are going to count for these teams.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, as I've been mentioning over and over again, tomorrow is going to be the last day for this entire LAN finale. So make sure to drop by in Noida Indoor Stadium and say hi to all of us. There's, of course, us talents right there as commentators, and then there's some favorite streamers, of course, in the VIP lounge. So you guys can come, drop by, say hi to them as well. And, of course, the fans, they're having their own little bit of a party, right?
That is absolutely true. I mean, we've heard a lot of shoutings coming in from the audience itself, even in the previous game. A lot of Soul supporters out there. And also, they've been making a lot of noise for their favorite content creators who did show up in the arena. If you really want to know who actually did, you know what? Go on, buy those tickets. Buy yourself an entry and get inside the arena itself to see who there was. I mean, we already know who it was. We've already seen them. So you might as well have a chance to come by and say hi.
I mean, once again, you don't need to buy those tickets considering the tickets are for free. So just go ahead and book those tickets. It's for free, man. If you guys live anywhere near Noida, just make sure to drop by and say hi, Noida Indoor Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know with that entire thing, we come closer to our show end. And before we close our show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And of course, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a leave. It's going to be me, Necro, and Shaishan who taking a leave.